Well, hello and welcome to Mara Mason. We're at Breedy Cricket Club today for match number 2 of the Evara ODI series between Ireland and West Indies. Well, it was an emphatic victory for West Indies on opening day of the series as they managed to win by 9 wickets. Hayley Matthews, player of the match, after taking 3 wickets in the Ireland innings, followed that up with an unbeaten 159. A remarkable innings, second highest ever for West Indies women, and indeed one of the great innings that we've managed to witness here in Ireland. Well, a short while ago, before we get into the match proper, Julia Price and Isabel Joyce were out in the middle for the coin toss and the pitch report.
Match 2 of the Evara Women's ODI series here at Breedy between Ireland and the West Indies. I'm joined by the captains, Hayley Matthews from the West Indies, Gabby Lewis from Ireland, and Phil Thompson, match referee. We're here for the toss.
Heads. Heads the call. And heads it is.
So it was heads. Hayley, what did you decide you're going to do?
Yeah, we're going to have a ball first again today.
Why are you going to have a ball?
I just think we did pretty well yesterday, last match chasing. Yeah, another opportunity to see how the wicket goes in the first half. We certainly felt like it played better in the second half last match. So yeah, same technique again.
Big game for you. How's the body pulled up?
Yeah, not too bad. Had to do a bit of recovery after the match and a bit more yesterday. But yeah, put up alright and hopefully can replicate a bit more today.
Really, Anna Grimmond, big partnership with you, a record-breaking partnership. In fact, you must be pleased, particularly after the T20 series. The opening partnerships weren't quite as successful as you'd like. Great to have a young kid coming through.
Yeah, 100%. I think she was really good and showed a lot of class last match. Showed a lot of maturity, I think, in the way that she built and played her innings and paced it really well. So it was great to see. And yeah, obviously she's someone that's been a bit of a break spark for us before in ODI cricket. So yeah, hopefully we can see her follow that up again today.
And spinners as well had a bit of an impact. You're looking for a bit more spin in the pitch today?
Yeah, hopefully. We've obviously got a few good spinners on our side, and yeah, I guess if the wicket's turning, it definitely does suit us well. So it would be great conditions for us to come up with.
Any changes for your team today?
No changes.
Always good luck. Bad luck, Gab. Not quite the result you wanted in the last game, your 200th game, but there were some positives in it, particularly with the bat and Amy Hunter especially.
Yeah, definitely. I think we had some great partnerships with the bat. It was just about kicking on. I think, we had a couple of 30s, including myself, and we just didn't bat with Amy in that period. So that's something that we're looking to bounce back on today. And I think especially with the ball as well, we're a bit off with the ball, a bit wide, playing into their strengths. But yeah, happy to have a bat today. We actually would have batted today if we won the toss. Hoping for some spin in the second innings. So yeah, fingers crossed.
What are your plans necessarily with the bowling attack? You obviously you're missing a few through injury. Are there any changes today in your team with your bowling attack?
Yeah, one change today. Jane Maguire's out and Alana Dalzell in, so it's great for her to play her first international here at Breedy at her home club. I think we were just a bit too wide. And look, we did get chances, we just didn't take them. So yeah, looking to build on today, and we're a good team at bouncing back, and hopefully we can share that today.
Go well.
Thanks so much.
Well, that's the news from the middle. The West Indies have won the toss and they are going to bowl. And now they have a chat with Isabel Joyce about exactly what she sees in this pitch and why the West Indies might have chosen to bowl.
Thanks, Pricey. Yeah, I'm actually not surprised that West Indies chose to bowl. Obviously, they did well chasing the other day. That's what Hayley Matthews said. But also, having a look at this surface, the colour of the pitch, it's a little bit lighter than we saw the other day. So I think it won't turn as much there won't be as much in it early in the innings. And there are footmarks, but the footmarks I think are too full really for you to worry about as a left-hander mainly. What I do think though is because it's the second use of the pitch, I think it will turn in the second innings. That's what Hayley Matthews said. They do have world-class spinners. Just a reminder as well, 58 metres behind the camera there. That's the shortest boundary, 68 metres everywhere around. It's the second use of this pitch, so you do expect it to get a bit of wear and tear throughout today. So bowling second, probably the best use of the pitch.
Match number 2 is upon us here at Breedy Cricket Club, the Evara Women's One-Day International Series. It was a convincing victory for West Indies on opening day in the 3-match series. Delighted to be alongside Isabel Joyce, former Ireland international and captain, and Julia Price, 2-time World Cup winner. And Julia, let me start with you. The significance perhaps of West Indies winning the first fixture and a chance to wrap up the series with a game to spare today, given that they didn't have the best of starts against Sri Lanka and Australia in the ICC Women's Championship.
Yeah, well, they've only won one game so far, so it absolutely would be great for them to tick off a few more wins in that tally. They missed out on the 50-over World Cup last year in October in India, and they'll be hurting still from that. So I think they'll be determined to work on their 50-over game. They've obviously got someone like a Deandra Dotton back into their mix who will make a huge difference. So I think she bowled very well yesterday. We hadn't seen a lot of her bowling recently, but I think her batting is what's going to be the big thing for the West Indies, just to strengthen that middle order and get them to be able to bat through to that 50-over mark.
Biggest ever chase for West Indies in a one-day international, successful as well. Hayley Matthews are superb. But let's talk about the Ireland bowling, Isabel. From a change perspective, only one change today has come in the bowling ranks. What did you make of the bowling, given Gabby reflected on that in the coin toss, talking they were bowling a bit too wide perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, she's right, and it's all about whether the Ireland bowlers can change very quickly. It's not a huge change. You obviously practice bowling straight, so it's just about being a bit more disciplined and whether you can block out the fact that you're bowling to Hayley Matthews as well, and just focus on your job and not really worry too much about what she's doing. Obviously, you have to set your field, but once you're at the top of your mark, just quieting the fact that you're bowling against her, and obviously Rudiana Grimman was brilliant as well. Yes. But yeah, I just think that they maybe got a little bit too involved in who they were bowling to and didn't focus on the job at hand, so that's going to be key today.
There's something in that, Julia, that the fact that Hayley Matthews sometimes looks like she's beaten opponents psychologically before they even bowl to her, but take nothing away from that innings. The unbeaten 159 was absolutely magnificent, but there's so many more match winners in this West Indies squad, and maybe during the series we'll get to see more of them too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw the young Liana Grimman come in as the opener and have a 258-run partnership with Hayley. It just shows that they've got some new depth coming into this team. They've got some of the young kids in Claxton, even Ali Elaine did very well at the T20 World Cup. So they've got a lot of talent that we probably haven't seen enormous amounts of, particularly only when you lose one wicket. You don't get to see too much of the batting depth. But yeah, looking forward to seeing what else they might offer if Ireland can get those lengths right, make sure that the lines aren't too wide, and particularly with the spinners, I think there's a little bit of turn in this pitch, and I think their spinners maybe also got a little too full the other day and didn't take advantage of the movement that could be there.
Well, West Indies winning the toss and opting to bowl, that means Ireland are going to be batting first. They didn't do a great deal wrong, I would imagine, in terms of batting. Maybe there could have been a few more conversions to higher scores, but the top order looked about really well against the West Indies attack, but the spinners at the end took care of business.
Yeah, I think we always talk about Ireland's top order being key, and one of them needs to score big. Obviously, Amy Hunter, 96, she did that, but I think aside from Orla Prendergast, a couple of them just gave it away. There was the run out of Sarah Forbes, Gabby Lewis gave it away a bit, Orla Prendergast was got out, and Amy Hunter gave it away. So they need to make sure that West Indies have to work a bit harder to take their wickets.
In terms of taking wickets, that Afi Fletcher spell, the way she was managing to move the ball off the deck, are you a little surprised that we're not seeing an additional spinner today, maybe getting Munusar in, or are you happy that they've stuck unchanged today?
I think they bowled in some pretty good areas. I think they're going to rely on Fletcher and Hayley Matthews enough that I don't think they need to bring in another spinner. I think they did adequately how they were going to be bowling, and I actually think they just need to actually get a little bit more into their pace bowlers to bowl in some better areas. Yesterday they won the toss, or 2 days ago won the toss and bowled and didn't really take advantage of what might have been in the wicket, with Hector bowling at this end, Glasgow bowling at the other end very tightly but couldn't pick up the wickets. So to me, I think it'd be good for their pace bowlers to also have a bit of time in the middle to be able to work on their craft as well.
Well, we're just about set for the first ball in the second match of the Evara Women's One Day International Series between Ireland and West Indies. The umpires are making their way out to be alongside the trophies. The teams lining up. We'll be back with commentary and the first ball after the national anthems of both West Indies and Ireland. Let's get another question into you.
Must feel our undying love. This Caribbean nation is rising fast. A sunbeam cutting through a clouded past. A passion fills the world like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know we can take it higher. Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and forever. Rally. West Indies. No and forevermore.
Ladies and gentlemen, if able, please remain standing for Ireland's call.
West Indies singing proudly, Rally Around the West Indies, written by the celebrated Trinidadian calypso legend David Rudder. It was adopted 12 years after it was written. Then Ireland's call immediately after. Ireland will be out batting first after West Indies won the toss and decided to bowl here at Breedy Cricket Club in Mara Mason. Match number 2 is virtually upon us, and West Indies unchanged, and Ireland with one change. It's come in the bowling department with Alana Dalzell in for Jane Maguire for today's match number 2. But West Indies victorious by 9 wickets in the first match of the series. Delighted to be alongside Julia Price, former Australia wicketkeeper batter known for her athleticism and winning World Cups. Now a respected and accomplished cricket coach. Julia, delighted to have you alongside. A little bit of work for Ireland to do today, given how emphatic the victory was for West Indies. But from a batting perspective, didn't do a huge amount wrong in the first game.
Yeah, I thought they were quite good with the bat early on, particularly because they lost the toss and were put in. So they were probably hoping to be able to bowl and get a little bit out of the wicket. Today it looks a little flatter, a little drier. I don't think it's going to make a huge difference who won the toss today. But yeah, definitely Amy Hunter, outstanding 2 days ago. 96, just couldn't get over the line. Very, very disappointing that she couldn't get there. But we mentioned before that they just had a few starts, quite a few 20s and 30s, and that's where that conversion of the West Indies, Hayley Matthews going on to get a big 159, and even Rialina Grimmond getting 90 as well. They're getting those big scores, and that's what Ireland need to do. They need to be a little more ruthless and really take advantage and put the foot down once they've got themselves set out in the middle.
Well, it certainly seemed as if the pitch proved that there's runs to be had in the first match. West Indies producing their highest ever run chase, successful run chase in women's one-day international cricket. Breedy Cricket Club here in County Tyrone. That's where Breedy Cricket Club, who play in the Northwest Cricket Union, are based. And rather nicely, Alana Dalzell, who didn't play in the first game, she's coming into the side today. This is her home club, so might have a little bit of home knowledge. But we'll talk more about Alana when the bowling gets underway for Ireland. They're out first with bat in hand, led by Gabby Lewis and Sarah Forbes. A little unfortunate with that run out. She's got runs in her, certainly.
Yeah, she has. Sarah Forbes, I thought, batted quite well today. Very positive. Her running between wickets probably does need a little bit of work. The calling ended up being thrown really to Gabby Lewis at the far end, so that's where the confusion can happen. So no doubt they would have had some discussions regarding that. Who's calling what, and what are they going to be able to do? And we've got some very loud Irish music. Very trying to get them pumped up today as they go out there into the middle. So how to face the bowling attack from the West Indies.
No surprises that Janelia Glasgow is going to be opening the bowling again for West Indies, given how well she bowled in the first match. A career best 1 for 21. She's never taken more than 1 wicket in an innings, but it was a very, very good spell. She hit lines and lengths very nicely, troubled the Ireland batters, struggled for timing against her, coming from the Mason Road end, where today Gareth Morrison stands in his first women's one-day international. He turns 50 a week today, man from Armagh, and he says we can play. So Glasgow to Forbes, first ball. Lovely off her pads, just as we were praising Glasgow for her line and length. Strays a little too straight, and some work to do for Grimmond. Very quick across the turf, and Ireland start with a fairly comfortable 2.
And I think that's what they need to do, is making sure they put away that bad ball as a full ball on leg stump. Just worked it nicely off the pads, well timed. I thought Glasgow actually was a little unlucky in her first spell. Second spell managed to get the stumping from a really nice ball that swung very late in the innings. Maybe just not that swing that she's looking for at the moment. She's going straight, she's attacking the stumps. And we've already heard, Gabby Lewis speak about how Ireland needed to be sort of reduce the width that they were bowling, and West Indies are straight away right at the stumps.
Yeah, and Glasgow's got that. Although it can stray a little too straight sometimes, the ball actually works its way, starts to move away from the batter. So even if it starts on leg stump, can often move past off. But it's straight enough. Forbes defends again.
He just pulls back her length a little there, and that's what she did so well the other day. It wasn't just the lines that were good, it was also the lengths, making it very difficult to drive. Maybe holding in the wicket a little bit in game 1. Today it looks like an absolute belter. There might be a little bit of turn in it because we've had some good sun on it. It's dried out a little bit. A few foot marks potentially to work with.
Forbes away again, and this might be the first boundary of the innings, and is. Harvey Fletcher not able to get around and prevent it. So Forbes goes to 6 for the first boundary of the Ireland innings.
He just hasn't quite got the radar right yet as Glasgow, and she's probably gone for half of the runs that she did in her entire spell in the last game. Yeah, just maybe not completely finishing that action as well. With the bowling arm needs to finish on the opposite side of your body. Want to finish it and just seem to put it there. Yeah, good correction immediately, and you also see that little bit of swing as well with the completion of the action. It's not express pace, Glasgow.
No, but sometimes players who aren't express pace and do move the ball just a little more difficult to get away. Plus, there's not a great deal of pace to work with the bowlers. You need to put the pace onto the ball as a batter. One of the primary differences is the end of the first over. It sees Ireland 6 without loss. One of the primary differences, though, with the first match of this series was how consummately Hayley Matthews in particular, but Grimmond too, found gaps in the West Indies innings. They picked the gaps in the Ireland field, whereas Ireland struggled at times to pick those gaps, often balls that were hit well, struck well straight to the fielder.
Yeah, there's a couple of reasons that could be for that. The fact that Hayley Matthews does align herself with, well, one, she's Hayley Matthews.
Yes, Hayley
she does align herself really nicely with that space that she wants to hit in. But they also didn't try and overhit the ball as well. They just timed the ball very, very nicely. And the subtleties of the blade of the bat and where it's facing, just small things like that. I've had a lot of people talk to me about cricket and they think it's luck that it goes through this space sometimes.
Well, Shadisha Hector starts with an absolute beauty.
And this is a random story, but I had my hairdresser did ask me that once. I said I was a cricketer, and she said, "I just don't understand cricket. Why do they just hit at the fielders all the time?" And I'm like, "Well, that's not the point of the game, but you're absolutely right. They do hit at the fielders quite a lot."
That was a really good ball from Hector. This one though, a little too straight. Lewis just clips it off her thigh pad and will get 2. That's somewhat dangerous, but not to Dotton, so there's always a chance of getting through for 2.
Good aggressive running there. Hector's had a bit of a chat with the umpires this morning. She struggled with her run-up. Does start quite straight, nearly on the off stump. at the non-striker's end, and the umpire was just in her way a little bit. She actually dropped the shoulder in at one point and hit the umpire on the way through. Just getting her lines a lot better today. Comes through the crease and then does tend to jump away from the crease. Obviously, that's something that she's going to need to work on over time. You want your body weight and your momentum going towards your target, and with her going sideways, it does tend to change the direction of the ball a little too much. Take a little bit of pace off.
So she's bowling from Claire Polisek's end today, the clubhouse end. Shanisha Hector, same end she bowled at last time, although Claire Polisek now is standing at the clubhouse end, the 38-year-old from Australia. 55th one-day international for her. Just a change in the field. They've put square leg back deep.
Yeah, may have sent that message quite clearly, the fact that they've got the two back on the leg side. She might have been looking to bowl that shorter ball. They've opened up extra cover to sort of get them to have a look at potentially trying to squeeze it through there as well. But she does tend to bring the ball in because she does that jump away. And I think over time, when she straightens up that delivery stride through the crease, that she's going to actually get behind the ball and be able to swing it both ways potentially. Just that wrist position tends to be a little away from the line of where she's trying to bowl, and that's why they've had the field back as well, not just for that shorter ball.
After this ball, though, your take on playing Hector again today, given that she struggled in the first game? Just a little rundown for one.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, she only struggled because she just couldn't get the run up right. She's actually a fantastic bowler, good height, gets excellent bounce. You probably just need to be careful. They've got the slip in play for that one that mightn't come into the right-hander. And the lengths that she bowls, she likes to bowl hard lengths, so she's going to be difficult to drive.
Oh, that is just about on the money from Shanisha Hector. That's to end 2. Ireland 10 without loss.
Yeah, really good over there from Hector, not Hector. She's not playing today, it's Hector. And just goes to show that the run-up is so important to get it right, for you to get the results that you want to have, that momentum through the crease. Good little crowd in building already. Perfect conditions for cricket today.
Yeah, said to be not a cloud in the sky today.
I can see one over there.
I can see one, cloud spotting. I've got maybe 2 in the distance. Glasgow to continue.
Just said there's a little tendency for Forbes. It's stuck on the crease for that ball that's getting bowled into the wicket. They're both bowling hard lengths at the moment, and Sarah Forbes does try and work this to square a lot. Has scored all of her runs there so far. But plays with that angled bat, so there is the chance that she may play on. The ball might just sneak between bat and pad.
Yeah, runs that down to third very nicely. Hector comes in off the rope. Just the one, so Gabby Lewis will get her first look at Glasgow today.
Yeah, that shot from Forbes is her bread and butter. Loves to guide it down to third. It was nearly her undoing the other day as well. Just
couldn't stop finding Dotton. That was the problem.
This is where Glasgow just needs to adjust her length marginally. Very, very strong on the front foot. Gabby Lewis likes to drive down the ground, so she's just got to make sure she doesn't over-pitch to her. Being a taller player as well, she's going to have a bigger stride than Forbes.
Looks to pick the gap and scramble through for a single. Stefani Taylor with the fielding, one of the all-time greats. Second highest run scorer in women's one-day international cricket. Over 6,000 one-day international runs. Gabby Lewis is a few away from 2,000. And she's already well established as a favourite, and even though she's relatively young, a veteran in Ireland cricket. Forbes thinking better of this one. Just a little teaser from Glasgow.
Just leaves the bat hanging out there a little, though, so it just makes me a little nervous. You can see that she wanted to maybe guide that down to third, but you'd want to get that bat right out of the way. You'd be very annoyed with yourself if it just happens to just kiss the bat on the way through.
And this is one of those balls that in T20 cricket you'd be playing it. In one-day internationals you can leave alone. End of 3, dot ball to finish from Glasgow. It's 12 without loss for Ireland.
When we talk about the runs for Stefanie Taylor, she's also picked up 157 wickets.
Yeah, she's...
She goes all right.
I was listening to this recently, in fact. I was listening to Raoul Dravid discussing the merits of Jacques Kallis. He was talking about the amount of runs that he scored, and he was comparing him to himself. And then he said, and then he picked up effectively 300 test wickets and 500 international wickets. Squeezed away off the outside half of the bat. Just the single. Forbes will come on strike. And that puts it into perspective completely. I mean, yes, as much as we talk about the runs that Stefanie Taylor's made and the way she's changed from being a brilliant opener to almost a pinch hitter these days and finisher for West Indies. Fuller finds the gap. Forbes doesn't get all of that, though. Reeled in by Taylor.
Yeah, just a bit too much width there from Hector. Haven't got the extra cover in at the moment, so it was a pretty easy... It's a big gap. You can drive a truck through that gap. That's sort of what they want. They've got the slip in play as well, so it's just a little bit of cat and mouse with the tactics in the one-day game. Just needs to pull back that length and encourage that drive.
That one's going to be wide.
Yeah, with that little jump away, it makes it really difficult to bring that ball without falling over too much, but trying to bring it back to the stumps. A little bit stronger with the front arm as well and getting through the crease. You can see she nearly falls off the side of the pitch. And that's a much better delivery there, right over the front leg. Good correction, no doubt. Damien Wright is the bowling coach for the West Indies, and he would have been doing a lot of work with her. A bowler for Australia and Australia A, Tasmania, Victoria. He played for quite a few teams. Knows what he's doing. Very good swing bowler himself. Just a little change up there from Hector.
I saw in the T20 series, she's got the ability to bowl a slightly slower variation, which sees batters look to follow through. It just pops up off the bat as a result. This one fuller, wider, but not wide.
I've just touched the blue markings on the pitch.
Tell us more about the blue markings, Julia Price.
Glad you asked, Dwayne. World exclusive from the last game. It was the first time they'd used those blue lines just to assist the umpires with their wide calls. They've been trialling it in the men's game for a while now. And the first ODI, men's or women's, to use the lines.
That's nicely played by Sarah Forbes. Her second boundary of the innings pulls her away. And that'll be 20 without loss after 4.
Yeah, I don't mind this from Hector. Didn't have the field back this time, but I like the fact that they haven't really tested out Sarah Forbes on that pull shot. How good is she going to be at it? We do notice that she does keep her hands very low. And what that means is she's going to be hitting that in the air, maybe finding it a little difficult to control. So it is potentially a setup ball that they can keep working on, maybe with a little bit of protection next time as well.
Yeah, uppish from Forbes. Twirth grimmoned in rather than back. Comfortable to the boundary. Lewis looks for her first boundary and will find it here. Finds the gap. Beautiful between Ramarak and Dotton.
Yeah, lovely shot from Gabby Lewis. Does tend to leave the blade open, which means that she's going to squeeze this behind point. Very difficult to protect there as well. Hit the ball nice and late. Good control from her. And way too much width from Glasgow, and a little bit of swing away as well. Just made it even easier to take it through that backward point region.
A little more of an effort in that ball from Glasgow.
Just a slight change to the run-up as well, gone a little bit wider at the top of the mark, so looking to bring that outswing, and now that she's worked out what length she needs to bowl to get that swing happening, just coming on a little bit of an angle now, bowling into the off stump and then taking it away, trying to feel for that edge, search for it.
Ooh, Gabby Lewis chases one that does exactly what you said it would do.
Yeah, she probably just got it a little too wide. Maybe just more of a fifth stump. That was probably 5.5. Fourth to fifth stump would be perfect. It's just too tempting for Gabby Lewis then.
Again, that gap between point and gully, through backward point, away for 4 from Gabby Lewis. Second in the over.
He got the line right, just over pitched this one. Pretty much a half volley. Gabby Lewis very grateful for the opportunity to hit another boundary. She's keen to get on with it. Just over pitched this one.
Tidies up. That's good. Conceded just 21 in her 7 overs in the first match. It's gone for 16 in 2.5.
Just to me looks a little bit like she's searching for that wicket. The other day, to me, it looked like she was pretty clear on her roll, just bowling some good areas and things will happen. Today, it just looks like she's searching for the wicket.
Dotton this time swoops, collects, end of 5, Ireland 28 without loss.
It's a good positive start from Ireland. Finding boundaries when available, and particularly when there's only 2 back, you want to make sure that you're able to squeeze it through that infield. Races away. It's a very quick field here at Breedy. And this pitch does look very, very nice.
Slight miscue off the inside half of the bat from Sarah Forbes. Now, the pitch has been good here, and runs have been easy to come by in previous matches, mostly T20 internationals that have been played here in Breedy. In fact, West Indies men played here. Evan Lewis scored a 90-odd. I should say recently retired. Shy at the stumps and a big miss. That would have been a second run out in 2 games. So Sarah Forbes had a hit. This time, the ball that was played towards Claxton. Good fielder, Claxton.
That was wonderful backing up as well from Glasgow there. She would have been out by a fair way. Forbes wasn't really in picture. But excellent fielding, Claxton. She's very, very good.
Straight to Claxton. No run this time.
They might have learnt their lesson on that one, I think.
Yep. Let's be a little more composed. running wise. We know what happened last time.
She's looking a little more deliberate today. Is Hector with that in-swinger. That one was a slightly slower delivery. Normally with the one that goes a bit straighter, she gets through the crease a little more. And I think the other day just got it all wrong with regards to her lines and lengths. As we mentioned, her run-up was being blocked by the umpire a little. You can see the follow-through on that one.
Yeah,
There's a lot more effort in that ball that's going a little straighter. But it's great that she's got the ability to take the ball both directions.
Yeah. Only one from the over so far.
I think she'll be much happier with her bowling today.
Well, Gabby Lewis, I think, got into position really early, then realised the ball was a little slower, couldn't quite get it away. End of 6. Ireland 29 without loss.
There's plenty of variations for Hector today. The 5-4 field, I nearly prefer to have the 6-3 just to put a little bit of extra pressure on the offside. Gabby Lewis, a very offside player. Discussing the pitch before and how magnificent it is. Abby Pollock, the groundsperson here, her 21st birthday last Friday. Magnificent job.
Dotton.
This is one area, and Gabby Lewis normally is quite good at hitting forward of the wicket, particularly sort of over mid-on, or mid-off, sorry. Extra cover that direction. No one's been able to hit forward or score forward of the wicket yet. Just means I feel that they're just a little tentative, maybe holding back off the ball. It's not necessarily because there's been width.
Oh, that's a pearl of a delivery. It's moving away again from Glasgow.
Yeah, she's really found the areas now that she needs to be able to get that shape, to be able to sort of lull the batter into a false shot. We've got plenty of space in front. You can see Claxton's there's sort of a cover at the moment, but there's still plenty of space on that offside.
This is almost like replays of the first match now. Straight to Dotton, straight to Dotton.
Yeah, some of the angles have just been tightened up a little bit. Hayley Matthews is always very, very good at her field placements, reading the game, reading the pitch.
It's Glasgow moving wider now again. So she's going to come in from slightly more of an angle. Upish, but fine enough to beat Dotton down to Hector.
There's a few technical elements that Forbes could probably work on to ensure that she's going to be hitting it more forward of the wicket. Tends to hit a little bit with that back shoulder, which does open up sort of a hitting arc. Primarily behind the wicket as Hayley Matthews moves herself out now, getting into that catching gully position. I really like this, and 2 gullies, in fact. I'd actually even say you could have kept a slip in as well. Just straightened up the deep third.
Well, I like what Matthews has done here by closing the angles on the offside behind square, taking herself into that gully position.
Yeah, I just hope she doesn't get a decent edge on it that would fly through first slip. Would be very, very frustrating. I think at the moment, to me, Forbes isn't looking at hitting too in front of the wicket. I would just have another one in that cordon.
End of 7, Ireland 30 without loss. Back-to-back overs in which West Indies have conceded only 1. Hector conceding 1 in her last over, Glasgow conceding 1 in this last over. Not drinks, but it is an ad hoc hydration moment, it seems. Very warm day. Really up to around 26 degrees Celsius.
26.
So, yeah, for those who might have spent time in South Africa and Australia, it's maybe not the warmest.
Tell you what, I'll take 26
But
up here any day. The West Indies will be very thankful for it as well. Ellie Matthews did spend a fair bit of time in Tasmania and Australia, and I don't think I saw her without a jumper on at any stage during the summer.
Hector to begin her 4th.
Yeah, they've obviously got the 5-4 field because she's taking the ball both directions, but I really think it'd be great if they could just squeeze another one onto that offside. Just keep attacking Forbes. We know that she likes to hit behind the wicket, even if the ball is coming in. She looked at playing a few still through third, and I think a gully would be an ideal position for her. Particularly with that straighter ball that Hector bowls. And I'd nearly like to see Hector, she's maybe a little in T20 mode at the moment, just maybe bowling too many variations at the moment. I'd love her to see her set up Sarah Forbes a little more with maybe that in-swinger, you know, from 3 to 4 balls, if that's going to be her stock ball, and then the ball that goes away.
Really good ball. A little bit of pace off, good length.
Yeah, nicely kept out.
It is interesting that the 2 fielders that are out of the circle in the opening 10 overs, the first power play, only 2 fielders outside of the restriction area, and they're both fine and third. So both behind square. That'll be run down to third.
And that's where I'd love to have that extra fielder.
Yeah.
I just feel that that's her scoring shot. That's her out. And if you keep dot ball pressure on Forbes, there's a chance that you've got that run out opportunity if she's going to try and take the quick single. Gabby Lewis is going to get a bit itchy at the other end, wanting to be on strike.
Shot. Absolutely glorious. Just relieve a little of the pressure that was building.
Yeah, wonderful shot from Gabby Lewis. That's the areas that she likes scoring in. A little bit overpitched here from Hector. She's waited patiently for this one, has Gabby Lewis. Excellent technique. Good body weight through that front knee. Hit with enough power to split the fielders as well.
Scrambling through for the single to end 8, 36 without loss.
It's really good cricket there from Gabby Lewis. Hits the boundary, then takes the quick single, hits to mid-on, forces them away from the stump, so it's an easy single. Gets to keep strike for the next over. Just feel that Lewis is getting a little frustrated not being on strike. Forbes 17 off 26 and Lewis 18 off 22. He does like to get on with it a bit.
Stephanie Taylor running back to her fielding position. She now has taken a hydration moment.
Nicely bowled there. Going to Lewis. A lot of respect.
kind of ball, though, that in T20 cricket, you're going to see Gabby Lewis having a go, putting that over leg side boundary and forward a square, or maybe even backward, but respect shown here.
Yeah, I'd really like, and because you said that, I think that the fine leg is a little irrelevant at the moment. You're happy to give away the 4 because I think she's only there for the bad ball down leg side. Glasgow takes the ball away a lot. You wanted to try and pick up these wickets early, put that slip in, plenty of pressure behind the wicket. You might be able to take out one of those gullies for Lewis, and cramp up in front of the wicket a little. She's a much stronger forward of the wicket than Forbes. Good patience there. That field now set a little wider with the gullies. That wider delivery becomes a wicket-taking opportunity.
Good way. Probably get reeled in by Ramarak. It's quick across the turf.
She's done well to squeeze it between there. There's 3 fielders there. Just to find the space.
But she's got the ability to find gaps, Gabby Lewis. And this is one of the things that stand out with Gabby Lewis or Prendergast in particular, is they've got the ability not to get bogged down. They can play their way out of situations, even if it's instead of playing a ball straight to a field and not taking anything, they can take good balls and score off a good ball by putting the ball in a good place. And certainly among the hallmarks of the great cricketers.
I'd love to see Gabby Lewis being able to hit that space in sort of a cover point position by just keeping the blade a little more close. She does keep it open a lot, accesses behind the wicket. Just allows her to hit a few more different spaces.
A little straighter this time. Lewis throws her head back in seeming frustration. End of 9, 38 without loss.
This is a really disciplined bowling effort from the West Indies. Maybe didn't start exactly how they would have liked, but they've really pulled it back nicely, bowling in some really decent areas now.
And this might be the chance. Dotton's been handed the ball, so she'll start. Hector's bowled 4. Dotton comes in, and this is where maybe just the change. Ireland can try and put a little pressure on the bowler. Dotton is tremendous with ball in hand as well. 5 for 5, her best in T20 internationals. And immediately causing a little trouble. She bowls those lovely induckers.
I'm just not overly happy with the field that they've got set for her at the moment. Deandra Dotton, that's not really that attacking. They've sort of spread the field out. To me, Sarah Forbes, 17 off 27, I'd still be trying to squeeze on her. Have someone in, particularly behind the wicket.
Taken, that'll be caught behind. A little nick, and Deandra Dotton has broken the partnership. Forbes goes for 17. Lovely ball, moved back into Forbes, looking to run that down to 3rd, it seemed, and just tickles the bat on its way through to Campbell. That's the end of Sarah Forbes for 17, Ireland 38 for 1.
Yeah, well, nice areas from Deandra Dotton there. A little tiny bit of movement as well, coming back and just deceiving Forbes, who wanted to take it down to 3rd. She's going to have to go, unfortunately, for Ireland, out for 17 from 28. The West Indies pick up their first wicket. It's taken them a while, and they've eventually got their Ireland 38 for 1.
Deandra Dotton, only 2 balls into the spell. Gets the edge. And what it does do is bring Amy Hunter to the crease now. Amy Hunter, who top scored for Ireland in their last match, was 96. She gave her first chance to West Indies on 77 and eventually fell for 96, bowled by Afi Fletcher. And Amy Hunter certainly wants to pick up where she left off. Not many demons in this pitch, so it's a good track to bat on.
Matthews looks like she's going to bring herself into slip, which I love immediately. Attack the new batter that's coming in. Lucky that she got that fine edge on that one before. She'd been kicking herself if that had gone to first slip and keeper hadn't been able to get there, but opening up that space at extra cover.
There was an edge, just a little wide of that first slip mark. So off the mark immediately, Amy Hunter.
Yeah, the away swing at that time, a few variations that West Indians, very skillful players. Daughton's been around for a long time.
And she comes from a big cricketing family as well. Her family, Otis Gibson. Lovely delivery.
She's lost a bit of the heat that she used to bowl. Used to be terrorising a lot of players, but happens the older you get, you do tend to lose a little bit. So you just become a little bit more wily. The variations, the smarts, that's where it all kicks in.
Slightly wider. It's hit firmly, but Claxton behind it.
And this is what I like with Gabby Lewis. They've just sort of blocked up that offside a little just to make it a fraction harder for her to get through there and encourage that drive. But again, I still think the 5-4, a little unnecessary at this time. I think the 6-3 could still be an option.
White ball.
He has a Mr. Hector down there at fine leg. Probably not for the wide delivery. And good areas from Doughton and Evara over, only 2 off that, and the wicket as well of Forbes, 40 for 1 after 10.
So Deandra Doughton with an immediate impact in the game. Second ball, wicket of Sarah Forbes. Caught behind. There's Gareth Morrison, standing in his first Women's One Day International. Has stood in a handful of Women's T20 internationals, but he's a man just a week away from his 50th birthday. Gabby Pollock, the groundsperson here, celebrating her 21st birthday a week ago. Well, Ireland 40 for 1 after 10, and as Julia Price exits the commentary position, Isabel Joyce is snuck in alongside. Amy Hunter prepares to face Glasgow for the first time.
Yeah, slip back in, which is a good change from Matthews. Missed out in the century by 4 just a couple of days ago.
A heartbreak for Hunter on that occasion. But she'll take the positives. I mean, the positives are she was seeing the ball and timing the ball so incredibly well. No demons in the pitch today, and if she can continue that sort of form, there's a real chance that she could score big again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the younger you are, the less store you put on those big scores. You always think you're going to have so many opportunities to get to 3 figures again. It's maybe when you get a little bit older that you think, oh, missed out on one. How many more opportunities are you going to have?
And a great effort though from Glasgow and the way she's pulled it back. She started relatively expensively compared to her spell in the first match, but she's brought it back beautifully in her last 3 overs.
Well, just like when you're batting and you kind of have a way of getting into your innings, when you're bowling, you would say when you're taking the ball away from a right-hander, you probably want to start just outside off stump until you see how much swing there is on offer. I think she started 2 straight in Glasgow, and Sarah Forbes was able to clip her to leg side. She's adjusted the line. I don't think she's getting quite as much movement as she did in the first 8. Do you think she's been allowed to bowl those shorter deliveries? Not maybe that one, but a couple of times you think that Gabby Lewis might have taken her leg side. Ireland probably a bit tentative. They're going to need, you would think, 300 plus to put pressure on West Indies on a fairly placid surface.
They started going at a rate that would be comparable to scoring in excess of 300. And that slowed significantly. Glasgow's only conceded 3 runs in her last 18 deliveries. 15 dot balls in those last 18.
She only bowled 7 overs the other day, went for 21. Shanisha Hector only bowled 3 in the whole game, so they do have plenty of bowling options, West Indies.
This one angled a little closer to the pads. Amy Hunter frustrated that she couldn't capitalise. End of 11, 40 for 1. Andrew Dotton will come back for her second over shortly, but let's take a look at the batting card. Sarah Forbes falling to Dotton's second delivery for 17.
Lewis and Hunter out in the middle. Prendergast made 30 the other day, but it was the middle and lower order that didn't really fire for Ireland. So if they do get another opportunity to have time at the crease, you'd imagine Stokell, Paul, Little and Dempsey will be trying to contribute a bit more. That being said, Louise Little did make a decent total, 27.
Career best 27 from Louise Little, and picked up the only wicket as well. Fell in the West Indies innings.
Just one change for Ireland. Lana Dalzell coming in for Jane Maguire. Thought we might see Christina Coulter-Riley get an opportunity. She could go the top of the order, but maybe a change in the middle.
Work it off her hip this time. Gabby Lewis, grooming sweeps. Wonder how much of the thinking behind that was this is Dalzell's home club. Let's give her a run. It'll be her first international at her home club here at Breedy, incidentally.
Well, I think as well, the bowlers didn't bowl well enough for you to think, yeah, we got to stick with the same team. But yeah, perhaps that's the case. Alana Dalzell had the spot, didn't she, in the Tri-Series. Didn't bowl that well at the World Cup, so lost her spot. Back in now. Did pretty well against West Indies in that Tri-Series before the World Cup. But Kaya McCartney's the other one, off spinner. We saw the spinners being successful on day 1 for West Indies in particular, so I thought they might give her an opportunity to take out one of those seamers. But they're sticking with Amy Maguire and Karen Murray, who I think deserve to keep their spots, but I thought perhaps Jane Maguire would go out and Kaya McCartney would come in.
And a similar thought. There to drive and driven firmly. Lewis accepts the gift. Slightly fuller from Dotton. A little bit of width on offer and punished by Lewis.
It was asking to be hit, wasn't it? Too full. Not the movement that she would want back in either. Nice stride from Gabby Lewis and technically perfect. Hayley Matthews put in the dive but couldn't reel it in. Just 1 from 7 for Amy Hunter. I imagine she will. She's someone who'll be coming at the West Indies bowlers sooner rather than later. Doesn't like to score as slowly as that at all. Such an attacking batter.
No, she's got by far the best strike rate of any Ireland women's batter. She's effectively 10 quicker than Orla Prendergast in terms of strike rate. Caught behind, and that's gone. Gabby Lewis. Head drops. Looked like a little bit of surprise from Gabby Lewis. There was clearly something on that. Well, Gabby Lewis gone for 24. Deandra Dotton strikes for the second time in 2 overs. And Ireland are 44 for 2.
Well, Gabby Lewis had to stand there for a while because I think she was having a chat with herself. 24 from 36 for her, Ireland 44 for 2. But had to almost steady herself before walking off because of the frustration. I think the body language tells you that she certainly thinks it hit the pad. We get the value of a second look. Not much we can tell from that, is there? So, given out, Claire Polisak is sent the Ireland captain back. So 2 new batters at the crease, Orla Prendergast and Amy Hunter. Prendergast looked really good, didn't she, in that first game before she got an absolute cracker from Afi Fletcher, went back through the gate. I was talking to her actually about it during the game when she was fielding in front of us, and she said, yeah, it was a really good ball.
Yeah.
Got me out, but I think she'll be looking out for that delivery if she gets to face Afi Fletcher today.
Certainly a really good player of spin. It was one of the few occasions I've seen Orla Prendergast flummoxed by a bowler. Doesn't happen often. She's going to face Dotton now. 2 for 6 from 1.5. 1 ball to contend with in the 12th over.
Deandra Dotton does tend to bowl those wides down leg quite a bit as an in-swing bowler, and Ireland just keep on, and it was for Shanisha Hector as well. Ireland constantly playing at that ball down leg side. It just frustrates me because there's a fielder down at fine leg. Why you're not going to get more than one? Why are you playing at it? Changing the field, slip goes back in, and square leg has come across into extra cover. So just the 3 fielders on the leg side for Orla Prendergast.
And that'll be a dot ball to finish 12. Ireland 44 for 2 after Dotton's second successful over. We've spoken about match winners for West Indies. Deandra Dotton is certainly among the very best of those. She struck twice in her opening 2 overs. Glasgow bowled well again after threatening to go for some early runs. Didn't quite get it right in her opening 3 overs. Has pulled her back beautifully with only 3 runs conceded since. And Hector as well. A few variations, but got many good balls in good areas, particularly to Forbes.
Yeah, surprised by how many change-ups that Hector bowled actually in that opening spell.
So Glasgow's going to bowl 7 on the trot at least. Slightly different tactic from Hayley Matthews today in terms of Glasgow. She's building that dot ball pressure. And the run rate that at one stage was nearly 6 is now 3.62. A couple of wickets down as well. And Amy Hunter looking to release that pressure a little. Stefani Taylor very quickly across the turf. And just a reminder of what an incredible all-round cricketer she has.
Yeah, Ireland, I think, just allowing West Indies to settle into a line and length, especially Glasgow, because of the way they've they've played against her, not really putting her under pressure at all, not looking to change things up. And she's got those subtle variations in length, and she's pretty much bowled straight. Hasn't strayed from that middle to fourth stump line since those first couple of overs. So I just wonder, could Amy Hunter look to use her feet, still play straight, come down and just try and change things for Glasgow, because she's just finding things too easy. Such a repeatable action. There you go.
That's what I say. Right on cue. Little shimmy down the pitch.
It didn't get too far, but it's even just something for Glasgow to have in the back of her mind. You want to settle her and put her off for her line and length, if you can.
She tended to bowl slightly shorter, slightly wider the next delivery after batters went down the wicket at her in the first game. This one, though, keeps it full.
Well, Amy Hunter's so good at lapping the ball. There's a big gap in fine leg. Affy Fletcher's quite square there, so she's keen to score after 1 from 12 deliveries. That might be the other option she goes to.
.22 dot balls in her last 25, Janelia Glasgow. End of 13, 44 for 2.
Yeah, 58 dot balls in the first 13 overs, so not great from Ireland at all. So what that tells you is, first of all, that West Indies are bowling with some good discipline, but also they've set good fields as well. And I mean, the slip has gone back in now, obviously, because there's 2 new batters, but West Indies opting to put pressure on by just building up those dot balls and seeing, will Ireland do something to try and break the shackles and maybe give their wickets away. It was something that we found the other day, that it was more a case of Ireland getting themselves out and West Indies just being consistent with their lines and lengths. Oh, it's far too full to go in the back foot.
Well, Prendergast just running through that delivery again by herself. What Ireland do have at the wicket now is, despite only 1 run in the last 15 balls between these 2 batters, is the quickest scorers by some margin in one-day international cricket. Amy Hunter's strike rate is nearly 88. All of Prendergast's is 78. So both will be looking to take the attack to West Indies by nature, but they do need to have an element of smarts about how they do that here.
Well, against Orla Prendergast, I think from that shot and the previous shot she played, you can tell what she wants to do in her first 10 balls is just get on the back foot and dab it to third or behind point. So West Indies should be speaking about her first 10 or 15 balls bowling really full. She does not want to get on the front foot, doesn't want to drive. So you have to force her to play a different shot early in her innings if you can.
This will be interesting because this is Amy Hunter's first look at Dotton in 3 overs now.
Yeah, they've opened up that gap in cover now again. It's not a very strong area for Amy Hunter, so I like the field.
Use the feet, can't find the gap. Ramarak.
Yeah, keep an eye on the keeper, Shemaine Campbell. Is she going to come up? I think no. I think she shouldn't stay back. Encourage Amy Hunter or the Prendergast to come down the wicket and keep using their feet, because it might just draw a full shot. Also enables her to take the catch should it come. We're outside the power play, so Deandra Dotton opting to drop an extra fielder, square leg going out. So will it be the bluff, or will she go to the short ball?
The bluff. No bluff from Hector earlier when she did that. This time it is the bluff. Dotton, a very smart bowler.
I think she's had to relearn nearly where her good areas are, Dotton, because she has lost that yard of pace.
This one shorter, and this chance for Amy Hunter to rock back. Pulls it in front of square. Grimman comes around. End of 14. 46 for 2. Amy Hunter struggling to get the ball away with the same measure of consistency as she did in the first one-day international, where she scored 96. Only 2 of 17 for Hunter. She takes strike now. Glasgow's bowling her 8th. This one goes over the top and releases a little pressure here. It'll skip away. Hunter with her first boundary. And that's a lot more Hunter-esque. 50 up for Ireland.
Very Hunter-esque. Glasgow has bowled a very long spell here, hasn't she?
Yeah.
And I think that's a sign of actually how placid this surface is. And earlier on, when Gabby Lewis looked a little bit stuck, felt she could have actually played into that gap. Square leg is in front now, and fine leg going a little bit finer. Third out as well, so still opting to only have 3 out on the boundary, West Indies.
It'll be wide ball. Well, Prendergast just comes down the wicket to have a word with Amy Hunter.
Maybe she's saying, let's not play at those wide ones.
Maybe not. Short. Rolled the hands over this one. Hunter deliberately kept it down with Grimman back.
And just having a look at the scoring rates from West Indies in the first game. And I mean, after 10, West Indies were 70 without loss, and then after 20, 135 without loss. So
yeah.
Ireland, I just think, have been a bit too conservative. You have to score 320, I think, if you're going to put pressure on West Indies. So aim for that, and then if you only get to 150 all out because you've been too aggressive, I mean, hopefully that's not going to happen. But it just feels at the moment like they're leaving too much to do late on and too much for the bowlers to do as well. Penny Matthews back in slip.
And this might be an element of... I mean, Glasgow's played only T20 international cricket in the last 4 months, where you bowl a maximum of 4 overs, and she hasn't really bowled much in the T20 international T20s, never mind just the internationals, where she hasn't bowled at all.
It's a strange one, isn't it? That she bowls in this, and then Josiah Claxton we haven't seen with ball in hand. So
that's the thing is, I mean, virtually everybody in this lineup bowls. And Stefanie Taylor was the very first person, male or female, to be number 1 in the bowling and batting ranking simultaneously. And she hasn't been used as a bowler in a while. But I mean, even Shemaine Campbell, I remember her debut against South Africa, she took 3 for 7. And she's the standout wicketkeeper.
Yeah, look, I think as well for Hayley Matthews, when you've got that many bowlers, you probably do want to rule out a couple.
Yeah,
you want to say, okay, Stefanie Taylor, we don't need to bowl her. Claxton as well.
Shot. That is brutal from Prendergast. Rocks onto the back foot, precisely what she wants, and smashes that to the boundary.
It's right about now that Hayley Matthews is thinking, yeah, I've kept her on for one too many. It's just not necessary as well, because as we've been saying, there's so many bowlers in this lineup. This is a tired delivery, too short and punished. It sat up so beautifully for Orla Prendergast, who seemed to relish the shot after she played it. Slip comes out, square out again.
11 off the over. That's a good one for Ireland. 57 for 2.
I think that Hayley Matthews will be saying, take a break. Janidia Glasgow. And definitely we'll see another over from Deandra Dotton, though. 2 wickets for her. And good to see Deandra Dotton from just the point of view of enjoying cricket in general.
Yeah.
Just good to see her back bowling and being more consistent and seeming to enjoy the role as well. Because at the World Cup, she did bowl, I think, in 2 games, and one of them she seemed to really lose her radar, and you know, she couldn't get out of the over quick enough. So for West Indies to have her back is a good thing. So who's your bowling change then? Dwayne, put your captaincy hat on.
I'd put the spinners on.
Which spinner though?
I'd probably go Uffy and Hayley in tandem. Hayley's got to come on sooner rather than later, I imagine.
She's warming up right now.
Oh, an element of fortune in that from Hunter. The right tactic, marching down the wicket, but didn't quite get all of it.
I reckon that's about 180 degrees away from where she meant it to go. Just played too full-blooded a shot to it, like full extension of the arms. It was probably the length where you want to punch it. They didn't train yesterday, West Indies, so I wonder, did they get out and about to see some local culture? Fans of the Derry Girls, perhaps?
Who wasn't? Yeah, some lovely sights and some scenery around here.
Yeah, I don't think Julia Price has watched the Derry Girls, actually. She's seen the mural up here, and they'll have to force her into it. You got a couple of days now, Julia.
Yeah, Julia's got an interest in bridges as well. We might send her to the Peace Bridge.
It's just such a stunning day, isn't it, up here in Breedy? I hope the sun cream is on. We haven't seen the ice cream van yet. Probably doing some hard work around Derry at the moment.
Outside edge. Oh, it's almost the back of the bat. It flies away from Ramarak. Again, an element of fortune. Last one was an inside edge. This is very much a thick outside edge, or even back of the bat from Hunter. 2 streaky shots that she gained singles from in this over. Fuller there to be driven. Couldn't quite find the gap though. Hayley Matthews does the fielding. End of 16, 60 for 2. Isabel, putting your captain's hat on. Bowling change, where would you go?
I think I'd go for the spinners, as you said, but I think that Hayley Matthews is actually going to go to Aliyah Lane by the looks of how she's taking her hat off. But yeah, it's a surprise to me. I think maybe Afi Fletcher might come on from the other end, the clubhouse end, but I would have gone Hayley Matthews for sure. field spread well and truly now for Alia Lane's first over. Third cover, fine and square out.
I would have been hesitant to go with a Lane simply for the fact that she concedes many runs. And that's good for Ireland if they can up their scoring rate here, particularly for these two batters who thrive on run scoring, Hunter and Prendergast. But she does have a very good strike rate. And maybe that's the thinking behind it, because if you can remove Prendergast and Hunter, there is very little dangerous batting to come from Ireland.
Well, you definitely feel that for once you get past number 4 for Ireland, the spinners are going to play a huge part against Ireland's middle order and lower order. So that could be the thinking as well, that you want to. I mean, but there's 20 overs there you can play with. So yeah, it's a bit of a head scratcher for me.
That's going to be, again, an element of fortune for Hunter.
Well,
thankfully stopped the shot.
The good thing I was going to say is that she didn't go through with it. 9 from 26, so she is really struggling considering how easily she seemed to score in the first game. I think that is one of the things about playing in bilateral series, or backing things up when you come out to the middle, and obviously they would have talked about how to bowl to her, West Indies. At the moment they've managed to stifle her.
Pulled across the line. Amy Hunter gets this away from Matthews, and it'll go all the way to the boundary. Breaks the shackles, goes to 13.
Effective, but not very pleasing on the eye from Amy Hunter. A hoik, you'd have to say. A little shimmy, and then the down the pitch and then pull shot is definitely not the plan usually. Mid off and mid on inside the ring. So I think she was probably trying to take that downtown.
That'll be comfortable for Dotton.
Yeah, she's in a very good position there, Deandra Dotton. And I think Ireland need to have a look at the angle that she's taken, because from this end, in that area, West Indies scored a huge amount of runs, because I think it was Amy Maguire was in there. She's probably too square, trying to cut off too many things. So leave the squarer shot to the boundary fielder.
This one played deliberately fine towards Hector. End of 17. Hunter retains the strike. Ireland 65 for 2. And that is going to be drinks.
That takes us through to the first of 2 drinks break in this Ireland in 17 overs completed. Ireland 65 for the loss of 2 wickets. During this drinks break, a visit to the SD Bell's Tea and Coffee Outlet. Probably looking some iced tea, iced coffee today. Visit, as we say, the SD Bell's Tea and Coffee Outlet, Ireland's official tea and coffee partner for this home international season. We've also seen earlier our Smash It mascots in the pre-match routine, sponsored by Toyota. Toyota are supporting Cricket Ireland's efforts to introduce more young people to the game. They support grassroots cricket throughout Ireland through their Good for Cricket programme. Find out more about this initiative, prizes on offer, visit the Toyota Good for Cricket website today. again, this is game 2 of this 3-match series. Final game of the series will be on Wednesday, back here at British start time on Wednesday, 10:45. Our men are then in action in August. 2 games here at Brady and 3 games at Stormont in a 5-match ODI series for the men against Afghanistan. Tickets for all of Ireland's games can be found on the website cricketireland.ie.
So drinks break is done. And just a few markings. Grounds people busy with a little work, and these are a couple of moments that West Indies will savour. That was Sarah Forbes caught behind, looking to run it down to third. Deandra Dotton picked up her second wicket though. This one tickled behind by Gabby Lewis, whose body language suggested she didn't feel she hit that. The body language of the West Indies players in unison went up for the caught behind given. Gabby Lewis, the second wicket to fall for 24 after Forbes had gone for 17. Both to Dotton, both caught by Campbell. Ireland find themselves 65 for 2 at the moment, with Amy Hunter and Orla Prendergast at the wickets. And Deandra Dotton will continue to bowl her 5th over after this drinks break. Dotton 2 for 11. Not only has she stemmed the flow of runs, she's taken the important wickets as well. Amy Hunter thought about it and sent back. Isabel, we spoke about the change bringing Aaliyah Lane on from the Mason Road end. As somebody who captained for as long as you did, despite the fact that you were Ireland's leading wicket taker in this format, for example, did you ever hesitate to bring yourself on?
Yeah, gosh, I can't even remember captaining for a one-day international. It's obviously so long ago, but, well, that's gone all wrong. It was probably tougher in T20s, I think, to decide when to bowl yourself. And it was important to have a strong, not necessarily just a vice-captain, but a couple of strong characters in the team, because I think for a lot of the time that I captained, Mary Waldron was my vice-captain as wicketkeeper, but I played a lot with Claire Shillington, who I would have looked to for advice as well. And she was really good at, like, kind of just jogging past me and saying, it's time you bowl now. So that was really useful. So I think for Hayley Matthews, she probably underbowls herself a bit. I reckon if she wasn't captain, you'd be turning to her more. And I remember playing with her actually in Tasmania, and she spoke about being frustrated that she didn't get bowled enough when she was playing for West Indies at that time. So I think she went through a bit of a period there in the last 12 months before the World Cup where she didn't feel like she was bowling that well, and then she had a brilliant World Cup, didn't she, with ball in hand.
Yeah, Hayley Matthews was superb during the World Cup. 10 wickets in 6 matches.
Yeah, opened the bowling, didn't she, against Sri Lanka, and was instrumental in them winning that match, getting Chamariata Patu out.
It's a name that Ireland might not want to repeat too often.
Yeah, I could have done with Hayley Matthews bowling for them in the game afterwards.
Fended away by Hunter during that Women's World Cup, T20 World Cup in England just passed. Hayley Matthews went past Anisa Mohammad's record for most wickets in women's T20 internationals for West Indies. Fielding change here, and it's Mandy Mungroo who's on the field. So somebody might have gone off at the drinks break.
Yeah, I think it's Jazara Claxton who's off the field. No, in fact, she's in mid-wicket.
No,
So
it might be Glasgow.
yeah, she was receiving treatment, actually. I think she was stretching out her calves, which is understandable. 8 overs on the trot. You don't see a lot of that these days.
No,
It was very much the fashion back when I was playing.
Ooh, a little wider. And Prendergast drops ahead. Little frustration there from Prendergast. End of 18, 69 for 2.
Shot selection hasn't been great from these two. Now, that delivery was wide, but it was full. So that shot, I think actually she's lucky she didn't get a bottom edge and see it go onto her stump, sort of, Prendergast. I think in a way they need to try and find a way to focus on the here and now. They would have had plans coming in on how they want to play different bowlers, but when it comes to actually being out in the middle, you have to then just play what's in front of you. I thought maybe Aaliyah Lane would just bowl the one over before drinks, but no, she's going to continue.
Given that Amy Hunter nearly gave a couple of opportunities to Elaine, it might not be the worst idea. I still think the spin options of Matthews and Fletcher would be good to go to. And Hayley Matthews will have her plans. And as I said, Aaliyah Lane does have a really good strike rate in international cricket.
Yeah, I think if Amy Hunter had got that delivery a couple of days ago, it would have been 4. Today, she's just not timing it, finding the fielders.
How do you work through that then?
Good question.
When you're at the crease, as somebody who's batted in every position.
Well, I think that she's such a boundary hitter. She's probably focused on that and thinking about the fact that she's only on 16, having been there for such a long time. But for me, I'd probably just look to rotate the strike. I'd be looking at handing over to Order Prendergast and get into your innings that way. Spend as much time at the non-striker's end as you can.
Well, you just go back to the basics, I suppose, and you trust your processes rather than focusing on the outcome.
Easier said than done, for sure.
Isabel Joyce, 168 matches, 137 wickets, average of 25.59. You're 6 for 21. Ooh, we'll talk about that. Hunter looks for that leg side heave again. Trickles to Stefani Taylor. 6 for 21. Not for the first time in the game. Prendergast just trundles down to the other end and has a word with Amy Hunter. 6 for 21 was your test debut against Pakistan.
Yeah, the one and only.
It's still the best test figures, male or female, for any Ireland player.
And that's the shot of someone who's just second-guessing herself, isn't it? Maiden for Leah Lane. Great bowling change, that. Nearly a maiden. They got that dot up too quickly. I thought that.
We've all been caught by it.
Changing the field now again. Stefani Taylor heading out to the boundary. Not somewhere we're too used to seeing her. Out at cow corner. Cover coming in.
So Claxton comes in at cover, yeah. 3 out in the boundary then, leg side for Amy Hunter. Only mid-on is up. And that's a wild delivery down leg, and that's going to be a no ball. Oh, it was shaping up to be a maiden over. And suddenly added 2 to the Ireland tally.
Yeah, she must have heard me say it was a maiden. Thought I have to give a run away here. No, I reckon she was going for the Yorker. Field was out on the 3 field was out on the leg side, and yeah, just got it all wrong, didn't she?
It was no ball for height, this one, yeah.
So changing the field order, Prendergast will face the free hit, which means you can change the field. Third has come up and long on is out.
Free hit, so it won't matter. So Orla Prendergast will fix the stumps herself. End of 19, Ireland 71 for 2.
Someone celebrated. Who was it that forgot it was a free hit? There's always one.
We'll say it was the person carrying the water, perhaps?
No, I'm pretty sure it was who's it? Mandy Mungru, who's going off the field now.
So it's the free hit. That's a perfect delivery for a free hit. If there were one Ireland batter that you want on strike for a free hit, it would probably be Orla Prendergast. Unable to get this one away, though. It was a fine finish to the over from Elaine. So we are going to see a change in bowling now, and Hayley Matthews is going to bring herself on. Intriguingly, is coming on from the clubhouse end. She began from the Mason Road end in match number 1, where she struck in relatively quick succession to remove, amongst others, Gabby Lewis and then Rebecca Stokel and Leah Paul, before she bludgeoned an unbeaten 159.
I think bludgeoned is a little unfair.
Before she plundered.
Smashed, yeah.
Remarkable, though, that she only hit 2 sixes in that innings. Scored at a very healthy run rate, and only 2 sixes. Coming round the wicket.
I wonder if Ireland will have spoken about front foot no balls after that innings. 2 catching mid wickets. So fielders all up on the offside, only 4 of them. Long on, square, and mid wicket on the boundary, and then 2 catching mid wickets as well. So expecting it to turn, and I think on evidence of that delivery you can see why Hayley Matthews brought herself on.
A lot of space to exploit behind square on the leg side. Doesn't really have the pace, the ball, to reach the boundary, but batters have the pace to scramble through for 2.
I think a little while ago I said that Orla Prendergast was a 320 player because she doesn't really play in that area. So it's good to see that she's willing to play there. Fielder goes from mid wicket into 45 to try and close that gap up.
We understood that you meant it as a motivation.
Well, what she's done is she's opened up a bit more space on the leg side in mid wicket. Deandra Dotton is very straight and quite tight in mid wicket.
Good disciplined bowling from Matthews here.
Well, she's usually very good against off spin Orla Prendergast, but I think the angle is something that will challenge her. Matthews coming around the wicket.
Prendergast advances and plucked out of the air spectacularly by Shawnisha Hector. That is a collector's item of a catch. 74 for 3 now. Prendergast needs to go for 9. Matthews strikes in her first over.
Well, it's a good catch, and one of the tallest fielders out there, Shawnisha Hector, 9 from 17, and usually low strike rate from Prendergast. Ireland lose their 3rd. First 20 overs, I think, advantage West Indies. And Matthews kept the field up on the offside, inviting Prendergast to go over the top, and well, could she have kept it on the ground is the question. She didn't quite get underneath it enough to send it over the fielder, and that brings both Rebecca Stokel into the middle and Julia Price into the commentary position.
Yeah, what a catch. Extra cover. Good positive footwork from Prendergast going around the ball, but like you mentioned, was it the right shot? Could if she kept that on the ground.
Well, I think if I wonder if you asked her, would she say, I should have just hit it higher? Or would she say, I should have kept it on the ground? For me, keep it on the ground. But T20 cricket is so prevalent for players now that I think when you move your feet, you tend to think aerial. So Afi Fletcher into the attack. Slip is in. For Amy Hunter, I think this might be a positive thing because she swept really well against Afi Fletcher in that 96 a couple of days ago. But for Rebecca Stokel, it might be a bit more challenging. Yeah, and immediately the sound off the bat is a lot better from Hunter, isn't it?
Yeah, she's looking confident. You saw her in the previous over as well against Hayley Matthews. Moved her feet nicely, field back on the onside, just punching it down for one. I think she was probably thinking, thank God they've taken the pace bowlers off because I just hadn't been timing it as well as she would have liked.
Well, changing the field for Stokel is that 45 has gone into mid-wicket. So the question is, will she try and dab it down there and change the field? Well, she does try.
She does try. Didn't succeed. And I actually like this field, that encouraging them to hit that 45 is difficult with the ball going away. And it's not just slightly moving, it's turning a lot.
Well, Hayley Matthews is just moving that square leg fielder to more of a, it's not quite fine leg, but it's pretty fine. Mid wicket comes around as well. Long on back for Stokel. An important game this really for Stokel, Paul, Louise Little.
You're going to have Dalzell in there as well, obviously. Decent sort of bat.
Yeah, I'm interested to see actually what number she comes in. Just with that shot, it's interesting to see Deandra Doughton. She's so good at reading what the batter's about to do that before Stokel actually hit it, because she's shaped up with a straight bat, she was running square. She knew that was going to be punched towards cover. There's a strong sweep shot. That fielder moved just from there a couple of balls ago, opened up the gap for Rebecca Stokel, who didn't even have to hit that very hard to send it for her opening boundary.
He just got a line, probably a little too straight here from Fletcher, and allowed her to hit that sweep square up. I mentioned before, they just sort of straightened up where that deep fine fielder was. Good positive start.
I'm a little bit perplexed at why that fielder is there. Like, if you're worried about the kind of ramp to 45, they're still going to get 2 there. 21 gone, 80 for 3 Ireland. Hayley Matthews brought herself on the previous over from this end, got the breakthrough. And she'll continue. Interesting to see whether she'll stay around the wicket to Stokel. Will she come over?
I actually like her coming over the wicket and still having those 2 mid-wickets in. And I think that allows her to bowl at the stumps more so than bowling into the legs, where they can play that sweep or the ramp much easily because they'll be able to identify it when it's outside the line.
With Stokel just new to the crease, would you bring that mid-wicket boundary fielder in and tempt her to try and go?
Yeah, it is a little T20-ish. We've already seen a couple of balls that she could have maybe used her feet to just hit it straight down the ground to the single that's been offered with the long on, or no long off at this point. But I think that's where you can just tie her down a little. Yeah, I think that it would be a good option. You want to tempt them early, as well as clogging up the infield and just squeezing a fraction on the new batter.
It's a slower, fuller one, but I think that all Ireland's batters are guilty of waiting for the bad ball. It's like in 50 over cricket against a bowling attack like this, you're not going to get that many out and out bad balls. If there is one, that's probably that delivery. Just not ready to take it on Stokel. Into the back foot. It's going to be hard to drive through that packed offside field.
Yeah, I mean, a ball like that, though, you could quite easily just guide it into a short third position, rotate it 1, maybe 2, if it has enough on it.
Good length, very good length from Hayley Matthews. Rebecca Stokel stuck on the crease. And there's that mindset where Stokel knows she should be attacking that, but because she's playing within herself, she's not in a position to attack that delivery. Doesn't find the gap. So a quick maiden from Hayley Matthews. The score is still 80 for 3 after 2022 this time. 2022? So it's been a long game. It's going to be a long period of the game for Ireland if they can't find a way to come at Hayley Matthews.
We've been able to really see Amy Hunter battle through, and she's determined to stay out there. She's an absolute fighter, but just can't seem to get her timing right. I mentioned maybe the spinners are what's going to help her. Very, very strong on the sweep, punching it through that leg side. Has the field out, though, for those shots.
Clothed it, but fielders out on the leg side. What do you reckon? Could they keep on attacking Hunter a bit more, keep mid on in?
Or keep mid-wicket. I'd put the mid-on out, but I'd have a mid-wicket in there now that they've done that for Stokel. But I'd have the same one for Hunter, even though she's strong through that area. It's a big scoring area for her, and if she doesn't hit it well...
Stokel looking to send it fine again. That square leg fielder has gone square again for... That's the strong sweep shot.
I just don't think that shot's on. I think it's a little stuck in her head at the moment. This is how she feels that she's going to get off and running.
Good movement from the captain. I think if you're going to try and play it to 45, it needs to be more like a traditional ramp shot. You need to get square up, don't you? So that you can adjust to the spin or the line that Afi Fletcher is bowling. Here's the strong sweep shot again, and has found the gap once more. It's a shot she's added to her armoury in recent times, and it's paying off in Breedy today.
Yeah, that sweep is definitely a strong shot. And the fact that she's hit it forward of square as well, you know, not trying to look for this space behind the wicket. Much smarter shot from her. Slight little shuffle across to the offside. Ball well outside the off stump.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Rebecca Stokel play the sweep shot until this year. And I think, I mean, you can see her natural attributes because she's so tall going down the ground, but it's good to see that she's added it. Definitely a shot that's needed if you're going to be playing all around the world. Goes the sweep again. And for me, the fact that she can sweep that ball is a sign that she's got quite good at it, because it was a very full delivery to sweep. End of another over, 23 gone. Ireland 86 for 3. Sarah Forbes got a start once more, but then Dutton came into the attack and dismissed both openers in reasonably quick succession. Starts for Lewis and Forbes, and then Prendergast just took the wrong option. She's gone for 9. Hunter and Stokel now struggling with their strike rates, but starting to get going. Matthews continuing. Full delivery. Field up. I just wonder if the dismissal of Order Prendergast and the manner of it is keeping Rebecca Stokel in her crease. And takes on the fielder. Straight chance at the non-strikers. I think she might have been home.
Yeah, I think she just got there, and I like the positive footwork. And I was just about to say, when she got in the Tri-Series before the World Cup, she got a 61 not out off, 60 not out off 42. and her footwork was exquisite. And I think it just became very, very positive. People think it can be high risk, but if you're picking the right balls, if you're going early, if you know which areas you're trying to hit it, it's an excellent shot.
Yeah, and also you don't have to come down and hit it in the air, and you also don't have to come down and even hit it hard. If you come down and you feel you are in trouble, just block it.
I also feel to the off spinner, you always feel like it's going to be, if you miss it, it's going to hit you. And therefore, it's not beating the bat. So you could be quite aggressive to the off spinner as a right-hander.
Strong sweep shot out to Glasgow in the deep.
Again, absolute strength of Amy Hunter. We saw that a lot the other day. And if you just took that one shot, you wouldn't know that she was on 21 off 44, because that was an excellent shot, very positive. That's really in her wheelhouse.
And she's someone who sweeps no matter what the line is. I think the number of times that she hits that like kind of straight mid-wicket fielder with a sweep shot is unusual. And that's because of the line that she's choosing to sweep from. Is Rebecca Stokel, I think, is more a sweeper on line. Nice footwork, good movement from Stefani Taylor. In cover, saves 3, but they come through for a single to finish out that over. 24 gone, 89 for 3 Ireland. Just signs that these two are finding it easier to find the middle of the bat now.
Well, we thought this pitch might get a little easier to bat on as the day went on. We saw that in game 1 a couple of days ago. Ireland did say that they wanted to bat first, though, if they had won the toss.
Yeah, I don't know if that's just a batting captain, and Gabby Lewis, rather than anything to do with the surface.
Yeah, I think she was pretty keen to bowl in the first game first, though.
Okay. Good delivery. Don't mind the shot. I think she just took her eye off the ball. Rebecca Stokel.
I think Zaffy Fletcher's got a very good wrong, and someone who's sweeping a fair bit could be an option just by changing a few things up.
Well, how has that missed?
I'm unsure, but she certainly threw everything at it. And wisely, Amy Hunter just coming down to have a little chat with her. I think, are they going to check if the stumping was on at this point?
Yeah, it was Shemaine Campbell appealed for it, and Claire Polisak has opted to go upstairs. Yeah, I think Rebecca Stokel struggles with to pick the Yorker length, doesn't she? She thinks it's a half volley, and we've seen that a few times from her. She's attacking a Yorker length delivery, which may not be the best idea.
The fact that we're a little vertically challenged, is it a taller batter issue that they take their eyes off it? It's a bit further away from them than when a shorter batter is out there?
Yeah, well, definitely as a bowler, you would. I certainly would have felt that a Yorker is a more effective delivery against taller batters than shorter batters. So why that is, I'm not sure, but could possibly just be that they're not quite reading that length as well.
Well, this one's actually been missed-gloved, and this is going to be very unfortunate if it's considered out. It's when the bails come off, is the foot in the air. Misgloved completely. I think Shemaine Campbell was also thinking that Stokel might have hit that one.
I think she might be okay.
She's got the long legs.
Just about safe. But it wasn't far away.
No, certainly worth a look. As a wicketkeeper, you're praying that those are out.
There's the Yorker again. Run on a misfield, but not a dangerous one.
I like this fuller length from Fletcher because she's noticed that Stokel wants to go across the line all the time. So that fuller length, even if she did bowl that wrong and as well, it is hitting with the spin, yes, but I think that her wrong is generally a little fuller. She wants it hitting the stumps.
Yeah, she's just consistently bowling that length. It's a very good delivery to bowl against players that are sweeping. The only kind of sweep you can play is the paddle. Or the reverse. We haven't seen the reverse from Amy Hunter yet. 45 is in instead of mid-wicket for Hunter. Strong sweep shot once more, and that gap is paying dividends for Ireland. Yet another sweep shot, this time from Hunter, goes for 4.
Yeah, absolutely middled this one. Very, very strong with that horizontal bat shot, the sweep shot. One of her favoured shots. Saw plenty of these the other day, and she's going to be pretty happy that they're bowling in that area for her at the moment.
Quicker through the air to close out that over from Fletcher. Not maybe having the effect that we would have expected when she came in. Half the overs for Ireland done, 94 for 3. Partnership building. But the dot balls are a problem. 151 deliveries and 104 dot balls. So relying heavily on the boundaries, Ireland. Generally, when you're scoring so much from boundaries, it means you're playing a higher risk cricket. So, change in the bowling. Ramarak into the attack. Rishma. Off spinner, slightly different to Hayley Matthews, obviously. Similar height?
Yeah, but a very different action.
Yeah. Same field. Again, I just think that that's a delivery that if it was T20, Stokel's attacking. She'd probably go aerial, but why not hit it along the ground, try and get it between those fielders that are all in on the offside. Comes down this time, decides to bail on it. Good decision.
I think that the lack of footwork is causing Stokel to be able to play that that sweep shot more often than she might need. She's generally fairly straight down the ground, was one of her strengths. Only got the long on in at the moment, so possibly if she wants to go in the air, and Ramarak doesn't turn it as much as Hayley Matthews, there's the option to go over the top of mid-off. It's currently up in the circle.
There you go. Just about manages to beat the fielder in mid-off. Down the pitch, doesn't get all of it, but gets the correct direction and gets a boundary.
Yeah, I think she was attempting to go over the top of mid-off, maybe got a little too close to it, went catching height through extra cover. Excellent footwork, but manages to get enough on it to get the boundary, but she'll be buoyed by that, and immediately there's a change of field. Long off goes back, and this creates an easy single on both sides of the field, nice and straight.
Yeah, pulls her length back, Ramarak.
And interesting enough, you know, pitches on the offside, she plays this to the leg side. She could have just punched that straight to that fielder that she's just forced back and manipulated the field and done an excellent job.
Well, does it on this occasion. Ramarak's first over goes for 5, 26 done, Ireland 99 for 3.
Your thoughts on the change of bowler? Matthews obviously changing ends.
Yeah, I don't mind it when you've got so many bowling options, and if someone's not having an impact, just keep switching it around, force the batters to keep on coming up with the new plans, new ways to score. That being said, it's Hayley Matthews switching ends rather than a bowler they haven't faced.
She's 1 for 6 off her 3 at the moment as well, so quite handy. Deciding to switch ends. Had a bit more success from this end as well in the previous game. 1 for 6 isn't too dusty either from this one.
Quite a conventional field, isn't it? 5 on the leg side. 45 and mid-wicket in the ring, 3 out on the boundary. Everyone up on the offside, so Stoke will be no doubt looking to push one of those back. Shorter ball, but I think the turn maybe surprised Rebecca Stokel.
I think it probably surprised Matthews as well. She did have a quiet chuckle to herself, bowled it on a back of a length.
We haven't seen that bouncer.
We haven't seen the bouncer. She
while.
has seemed to put it away.
Sweep shot again. That should be safe. It's the 100 up for Ireland. It's taken a while. On a good batting deck, you'd want to get there a bit quicker. And the crowd have just realised as well. It's a huge gap between cover and quite a fine third because of that reverse sweep Hunter plays.
She's got such good control of that shot, hasn't she? She knew that she was trying to hit that fielder at long on.
Yeah, it's quite a unique shot to her, isn't it? You usually see people punch that down the ground, or if you're going to play a flat bat shot, they look to go squarer, but it's really good that she looks to go down the ground with it.
I think also the fact that they've got that mid-wicket in there now, she can't try and hit the space between the two fielders on the boundary between deep mid-wicket and long on. So smart cricket from Matthews, as you'd expect.
Footwork and down the ground, chance in the deep. Down, shelled by Stefanie Taylor. Down at long on. Looking to go over mid-off, but I think with the turn, she just dragged that leg side. Rebecca Stokel gives a chance.
There's also a pretty strong breeze behind Hayley Matthews here. So she's hitting this into the breeze, and I think it's just Taylor thought that was getting to her. And, maybe just got held up in the breeze a little and just didn't carry the full distance. So Stokel led off on 19 into the 27th over, 103 for 3.
Been a long trip for West Indies. I think most of them are heading home. Is it just Hayley Matthews is playing in the 100?
Yeah, it is a long trip for sure. Lucky Fletcher now swapping ends. Ramarak just on for the 1.
Cover out, long on, mid-wicket and square. Nicely eased through the offside. Lots of work to do. That's just beautiful timing from Amy Hunter. For someone who's struggled somewhat today, a shot of real class for 4.
Yeah, waited nicely for this. Obviously was given a little bit of width as well. Just timed it perfectly. Fletcher now bowling into the breeze. Maybe trying to just put a little too much on it.
A real teaser on the boundary for Taylor. Tough couple of deliveries for her. Drop catch, then having to chase that one at one. It was one of those where you're trying to decide when do I get to stop sprinting and trying to stop this. Interesting that after that shot, Amy Hunter went to the sweep shot, even though it was so wide outside off. There's that little dab or paddle down to 45. Work to do for Ramarak, who's running from slip. Might be the first 3 that we see. Excellent running.
Yeah, Fletcher just needs to, particularly to Stokel, because she's trying to favour that little ramp around the corner when there is no one there, that she keeps it outside that off stump, takes the ball away from the right-hander, and it makes it a lot more difficult. Instead, she's going to get... Oh, it's now with Amy Hunter, so understandably you'd have a 45 in that.
For Amy Hunter, would you take the slip out and have the mid-wicket in?
Yeah, I would think that's a better option. I can't see that she's going to be hitting it to slip.
She doesn't really drive very much, does she? She has to really be invited to play through the offside.
And whether that's a reverse position, whether they should put her back on the circle for a short third instead of a slip. But even that shot from Stokel, the ball's going away from her. She's trying to take that to long on, when in fact she's been given a bit of width there, and that's where I would love to see her, you know, punching that shot. Very similar to what Amy Hunter played just before.
A little dance down and push through the offside. For Stokel, she's just managing to rotate the strike a little bit more easily. 28 gone, Ireland 113 for 3. It's really noticeable to see when Stokel uses her feet, her backswing is much better. When she stands still, her back comes down a little bit too low for her to be able to come at the ball. There's that one, she went across the line. Did better at keeping her foot inside the crease there. Punches it down to long on. That's a better way of getting it down there, and with the spin as well. What about Afi Fletcher? Are you keeping her on for another one after that over? It was pretty expensive.
It was, but I'd still keep her on. I think she's key for this team. I just think she's just got her lines a fraction wrong. And I think the partnership between an off spinner and a leg spinner is always makes it a little more difficult for the batters to be constantly reviewing what's happening. We haven't seen the wrong one yet from Fletcher.
Straight to the fielder. That's frustrating for Amy Hunter.
Yeah, that's why I like that. You don't want to give any cheap runs to Amy Hunter. Make it easy. She's been battling away.
Once again finds that fielder, Deandra Dotton. Doesn't help her bowler out. It wasn't the best delivery Hayley Matthews has bowled, but you would expect Deandra Dotton to stop it there. Interesting to see Jazara Claxton's been sent out to long on. Stefani Taylor's in the naughty chair at mid-off after that drop catch.
You know it's going to go straight to Taylor wherever she is.
An unconvincing sweep shot.
There's a rule of thumb in cricket. When you drop a few catches or injure yourself, the ball does keep following you wherever you are.
Yeah. I wouldn't know. JK. No, it was 100% the way that it goes. Punch through the offside. There you go. Use of the boot.
Well, it is FIFA World Cup season. Into the over, 118 for 3.
Well, I think Hayley Matthews will be displeased with her team's fielding effort in that over. Foot being used, one going through Deandra Dotton, albeit she did take some of the pace off it. So we're 1 over away from that kind of mark where you say you double your score in the next 20. That would take, depending on what obviously Ireland score in this over, but you'd then be looking at 250, which would be less than what Ireland got in the first game, and which was nowhere near enough to put pressure on West Indies in that game. Fletcher continues. Dance down and chance down as well. It's a couple that Stokel's offered up, albeit she had some good power on it.
Yeah, it was. She'll be a bit disappointed with that, Fletcher, as she's dropped one off her own bowling. I think she just got the timing a little wrong with the jump to take it above her head. Got the fingers on it. Stoke will breathe a sigh of relief.
I think that was the googly, was it? Yeah, I think as well, when you're bowling, when you're taking a cotton bowled, you usually get an indication that it's coming at you from A, where you've pitched it, but B, you can tell obviously from the shot that the batter plays. But because Stokel's so bottom-handed in that shot, you probably would be expecting that to go to mid-off or wider, but she kind of dragged it straight. So Afi Fletcher maybe just didn't expect it and then therefore wasn't in position quickly enough. Slip coming out now. And have a second point for Amy Hunter. Sweep shot, that is very full to play the sweep shot.
And I think that's what Fletcher's recognises, that she's actually quite smart with being able to get that fuller delivery. She's worked out the breeze into her face now. That one probably could have been punched through the covers or extra cover.
There's that unusual swinging arc, I guess, again. 50 partnership between Hunter and Stokel. It was required with the top three being dismissed relatively cheaply. Slip comes back in for Stokel. Excellent delivery, just again stuck in the crease. Stokel had one shot in mind, then went to another, and probably lucky that she didn't get anything on that.
And an interesting shot, like she's not getting any runs from that. They've got a slip in play. She just pushes at it, and just all she's going to do is nick that one, isn't she?
Bit better, punches that out to the offside, so that's 30 overs gone. Ireland 125 for 3.
Few drinks being run on the field by the Irish batters. And a few messages as well being sent out. They're doing an excellent job. That 50-run partnership is exactly what the doctor ordered for Ireland. Welcome back, Dwayne DeLocca.
Thank you. Yes, entirely necessary, this partnership, given that Forbes 17, Lewis 24, Prendergast 9. 3 batters dismissed. All very dangerous batters, potential to score high, and all being dismissed relatively cheaply. So Hunter and Stokel getting it together. Hunter, 37 of 58, very sluggish by her incredibly high standards, but she's starting to find some fluency. Matthews to Stokel. They look for the quick single here. And as you and Isabel Joyce joked about a couple of overs ago, that ball is following Stefani Taylor a little after dropping the catch.
It always does.
Just work past Dotton here. What do Ireland need to do in the remaining 20 overs to get a total on the board? Because regardless of what they do from here, it doesn't look like it's going to be enough.
No, well, normally you'd look at the back end of a 50-over game, the last 10 overs, and you play that like a T20 game.
That's right in front. Oh, must have been some big turn on it from the other side if Gareth Morrison looks at it and says no.
I'm not sure if she's going to review this at all. She's no reviews here, so there's a big discussion going on between Hayley Matthews and Gareth Morrison now to see exactly what would have happened there. It might have hit a glove on the way through. Did look fairly adjacent.
High vantage point, and look where the keeper is. Keeper is taking that middle and off.
Well, you're just talking about what they need to do. Firstly, they don't need to lose any wickets. Secondly, they just need to start actually playing this like a T20 game. You can see when they have intent, it actually becomes easier to score on. At the moment, I feel like they're just batting within themselves. They're worried about losing wickets. And what they need to do is worry about scoring runs.
Stokel is playing maybe a little more of her own game, but Amy Hunter, after a really, really streaky start, found herself finding more fluency in recent overs and maybe built some confidence off the Afi Fletcher overs.
Absolutely. I've been very impressed with her fight. I know it's sometimes cricket can be a bit ugly, but this will help her for sure.
Stokel gets this one. Finds Fletcher. Into 31, 127 for 3. Well, Julia, the economy rates look good for virtually everybody. I spoke about Amy Hunter taking the attack to Fletcher. She's gone for 34 of her 5, but other than that, bowling card looks pretty decent.
Yeah, they've been very, very tight today. Good plans, no doubt. In the last couple of days, they've played on this pitch previously. But Ireland just staging a little bit of a fight back, which they need. I mean, it's a 300-run pitch, I feel. I think they should have and could have got that the other day. They just didn't really get the support from the middle overs, and I think some of the top order batters just needed to stand up a little, and they've got 2 out there at the moment who could do this. If they stay positive, they have a good intent and strong plans.
Knocked away leg side. Amy Hunter squared up slightly, but still got it away for the single.
T20 cricket, they know they play more T20 cricket than they do ODI cricket, and to me this is where they need to switch into that mode. They've just come off beating the West Indies as well at the World Cup in the T20 format.
And in the Tri-Series before that.
Correct. It's good from Stokel. Maybe the wrong delivery to come down to, a little premeditated potentially. There's lots of space behind the wicket.
Missed out there, Rebecca Stokel. Tosses her head back in frustration.
Yeah, probably went for the big shot instead of maybe just paddling that around the corner, getting a couple, hitting to space.
This one advances down the pitch and drives it to a lane.
There's just too many dots at the moment. The scoring shot percentage is quite low. They're sort of just waiting for that 4 ball and in between, not really rotating the strike, and they need to be doing that. Fields back, plenty of space.
Well, at one stage in the innings, the dot ball percentage was over 76. In other words, 3 out of every 4 balls at that stage was a dot ball. And if you're having an innings like that, that 4th ball needs to travel, and it wasn't.
Yeah, that's when the risk goes up as well. If you're getting a bit tied down, there's a tendency to want to overplay your hand.
I think that's what Prendergast's wicket eventually fell. Fine catch, make no mistake, but I think that played into it. Amy Hunter, though, has battled through stoically. End of 32, 130 for 3.
Amy Hunter, 96 off 90 balls in the previous game, and I think to me, by her investing the time out in the middle at the moment, she's going to be able to do that acceleration in the back end, and that's the way that Ireland are going to stay in this game. At the moment, they're just surviving and hanging on. Really good partnership between these two. It needs to continue.
Up-ish, Grimmond quickly across the turf, restricted to 1.
Matthews picked up Stokel in the previous game. She'll be looking to emulate that. She's been trying Trying to favour the sweep shot, and I think the fact she should start moving her feet, punching to space.
Oh.
And it's out. Guess who it is?
This one, Hector. Short. Taylor tucked in behind her, but Hector
He's hiding.
just
Not sure if that carried, but certainly would look like half a chance.
This one's just dropping short of Claxton.
Stoker just, to me, always seems to just be reaching for the ball. If she just takes that slightly bigger step or an extra step, she'd be in a much better power position to hit the ball.
Advancing. Gets this one over the top of Hector as well. Taylor gives chase, but the ball going to win the race to the rope.
Into the breeze, but safely over the top. This time, doesn't make the mistake. Fitting at catching height that all the Prendergast had made previously. Really nicely played. Positive footwork. And a good boundary. He just straightened the line up. Knew she'd got it a bit too wide. The previous delivery from Matthews went straighter on this one, and Stoker was able to work it around the corner. That's what you want. You want the boundary followed by the single. Smart cricket. Pressure back on the bowler.
So Stoker will be on strike into 33, 136 for 3. Like the two off spinners operating in tandem?
Well, they're quite different in the way that they bowl. Honey Matthews bowls into the wicket a bit more than Ramarak does. Ramarak floats it up. So Ramarak's likely to get that catch down ground. Honey Matthews generally can get the bowls. People playing across the line thinking it's a little shorter than it actually is. They do pick up wickets slightly differently.
Squeezed away. It's past Hector as well. It'll run away. Good start to the over from Stokel. Pressure on the bowler. First ball up 4.
Really nice footwork here from Stokel. Comes down the wicket straight away. Gets around the ball. You hit through that offside, the field all up, as you'd expect against the off spinners. Really nicely done.
Stokel going past Hunter now. She's on 43. Stokel, Hunter 41. Positive call. Hunter quick between the wickets.
What I like as well is that boundary off the first ball. What that does immediately is put the pressure straight back on the bowler. They've already gone for a boundary and they've still got 5 balls to bowl. Then backs it up with a single the next ball. It's an excellent start to this over, and what Ireland need to continue to do. Ramarak probably one of the bowlers that they can target a little more. Hasn't bowled as many overs as the others.
Can use her variations quite well. She can be a little deceptive in the way she bowls, and I think that's down to the fact that she spent much of her time bowling with Anisa Mohammed, who until recently was record wicket taker for West Indies.
I liked everything other than the shot then from Stokel. She just needed to play that one nice and straight. Got her feet in a good position. Knew that the ball was getting bowled into her pads. Wasn't going to miss it down leg side. Got something on it. Just need to play a little straighter.
One down leg side. Good take from Campbell. Wide ball.
And Ramarak just following Stokel at the moment. No, she likes to stay leg side of the ball. Access that offside. She's got no protection back through the covers or square. It's the straight fielders.
Wouldn't be the worst idea for one to be darted down leg when Stokel does advance. Campbell pretty quick, and she's got a few decent leg side stumpings.
Drinks break will be coming up. It's where you want to put the pressure back on. Generally is what happens just before a drinks break.
Yeah, I'll just have a drink now. 8 off the over, 34 done. Ireland 144 for 3.
It's cricket for girls aged 12 to 15. It's wicked. Try out batting, bowling and scoring runs. Try it out with your friends. You'll love it. It's wicked. Find out more and register now.
Ireland's cricket kit created and designed by Macron. Once again, just a health and safety announcement with the weather today. Your safety is important to us, so please continue to use sunscreen, wear a hat if possible, and take on board water as much as possible. If you do feel unwell at any stage during today's game, please see a steward or a Cricket Ireland official who will seek medical assistance. Your health and safety is important to everyone at Cricket Ireland.
So 16 overs remain for Ireland, 144 for 3, and that run rate needs to head up very sharply if Ireland are to give themselves any semblance of a total at which they can attempt to defend. Hayley Matthews standing at the top of her mark, ready to bowl her 8th over. 1 for 23 so far for Hayley Matthews, but she's been bowling straight, putting the Ireland batters under pressure. Julia Price alongside, but Ireland really do need to up this run rate significantly. Very little in terms of demons in the wicket. So with that batting lineup of West Indies to come, you need to have something to defend.
Bowler management now will be interesting. Dotton's probably the bowler that's looked the most likely to take a wicket. Just really attacking good areas, a little bit of shape, really troubling the batters.
Big appeal for LBW and Hayley Matthews. Frustration It's not the first appeal that she's had for leg before against Rebecca Stokel.
This was the full toss. It hasn't even bounced this time, so one, I don't know how Stokel missed it. Second, we might have to have another look at that. Hayley Matthews just taking a few deep breaths at the top of her mark. Looks like she thought she might have had it again. Cannons into the pads of Rebecca Stokel.
We've spoken about the run rate over the last 10 overs. Certainly, Ireland have upped their run rate significantly. 70 for 1 in the last 10. I mean, 34 for 2 in the 10 before that. And after 10 were 40 for 1. What they need now is to up that overall run rate. Frustration building for Matthews here, though. She's got 2 overs left. Does she bowl herself out or leave a few for a little later?
I'm going to say she's going to leave it for a little later. I think Dotton needs to come back on. They've got to do something to try and break this partnership. I know it's been hard as well. Amy Hunter's been out there for quite a while. In fact, she's nearly faced a similar number of balls, despite coming in at number 3. Rebecca Stokel coming in at 5. But they need to break this partnership. It's obviously hard to start on this wicket.
Hunter hits it firmly. Grimmond out on the rope. A few steps to her left. At the end of the over. 148 for 3. Karishma Ramarak will continue. Bowling from the clubhouse end. Overs remaining. Run rate of 4.23.
The breeze is quite swirly now. It sort of seems to be coming across from the hillside.
Firmly struck. Good call from Amy Hunter. She wanted 2 from the moment she set off, and she'll get it as well. Stokel happy to oblige. Claxton, though, whips that into Ramarak. And the 150 up for Ireland.
Yeah, hit that nicely into space. Matthews quite straight at mid-wicket there.
Okay, we'll just pick off the single here. This time straight to Glasgow. It's a change in the field for Stokel. The lane goes back to long off. Grimmond is long on. Cover comes in. Stokel won't get to her 50 here.
I like this straight away. You can see that at the bottom of the screen, obviously on Ramarak's figures, it's a 2-1-1. They're just starting to get into their innings, rotating the strike more often, being attacking. Nothing silly as well. No big shots that are really unnecessary or high risk. You do have to lift, and normally when you come out we talk about 3 gears. Generally you can have 5, but to keep it simple, first gear is when you come out and you're still looking for scoring options but low risk. That's the first one. We've seen really the reverse from Amy Hunter, and that would be that middle sort of gear 2. She's strong on the shot, but it's not necessarily considered a high risk shot. for her. And then the third gear when they're just going absolutely as hard as they can.
Tossed up, end of the over. Stoke will be on strike on 49. 152 for 3.
That was a really good finish from Romarak there.
Yeah, 3 top balls after a couple of threats to get away.
There's a real shift. When you see that the batters are starting to go at you, you've got to just work out what your plan is as well as a bowler. How to negate the scoring. Where you want them to hit, they're going to hit you. Setting the field accordingly.
So Hayley Matthews is going to bowl her 9th.
She's been feeling like she might have had a couple of wickets today, not given the umpire, Morrison.
And that'll be 50 for Rebecca Stokel, only her 2nd in Women's One Day Internationals. The 26-year-old with a very fine half-century in difficult conditions. She came into bat on, not in terms of the pitch, but certainly in terms of the situation. Fine 50 of 66 for Rebecca Stokel.
Yeah, much needed. Good positive play.
Amy Hunter is one blow away from her 50. Looking to get there with that leg side shot. Down on one knee. She's certainly taken Avi Fletcher for a few, but was against the spin when she played leg side with the spin to the off spinner Matthews. Darted in, hit firmly, and that's going to be a half century for Amy Hunter. Back-to-back 50s in the series. Amy Hunter raises her bat. It's been an innings of defiance here from Amy Hunter. And some genuine resilience as well. After a tremendously difficult start, she's come good.
Well, mentally that can be so difficult when you know you're not hitting the ball as well as you could be, particularly after the other day when she just timed it perfectly from ball 1. And just that quicker, shorter ball there from Hayley Matthews. Far too short, very quick to pick up length. Leg side, high scoring area for Hunter. Job's not done yet though.
Tosses this one up. Rebecca Stokel not happy to go with the single that Amy Hunter was casually taking already until it had passed the fielder. End of 37, 158 for 3.
Rebecca Stokel, you see her playing very much forward of the wicket, likes to drive on that offside. That was use of feet as well, starting to get some good power, breaking open the field against the spinners.
Traditionally not too much behind square. Two batters who came to the crease, weren't overly settled, either of them at the time, but they've worked together magically to put on a massive partnership. Both having gone to their half centuries. Hunter gets another down the ground.
Might also be the time where the coaching staff start to think about what batter would they send in next. Do they stick with the same order? Leopold down to come in next, the left-hander. Fielded at mid-wicket, Nathan Grimman. Leopold maybe not in the greatest touch at the moment, but the left-hander might make it interesting against the bowlers.
Yeah, it certainly adds a dynamic. Stokel looking to get this away. So these two, having come together when things were looking a little dangerous for Ireland, have put on 85 for the 4th wicket. Joint record now. Ooh. And that one, the bowler would have been thinking, I've got this wicket. That's some tremendous fielding out on the boundary.
Claxton, she's such a good athlete, isn't she?
But that is a record partnership for the 4th wicket for Ireland. Stokel and Hunter, both on 52.
And that shot from Stokel as well. She's just starting to push into that gear 3. She knows that they've got to go hard. Got to go a little higher than they are at the moment.
It's a 25-year-old record. Miriam Greeley and Claire O'Leary back against Australia. College Park in 2001 when Isabel Joyce was one of these bright young talents. And Julia Price, you were keeping that day.
Not sure if I was. I don't recall that at all.
At the end of 38, 162 for 3. Amy Hunter, wagon wheel leg side. She's been getting her collection of boundaries in leg side, mostly off Afi Fletcher.
Now, one magnificent shot through the covers as well. I'd love to see a few more of those. It's the obvious transition for Hunter of how she's going to continue to improve and evolve her game is by opening up that offside as well and starting to score a little more through that side. Otherwise, it can be a little easy to sort of protect certain areas if you know where they're scoring the heaviest.
Well, this is interesting because Hayley Matthews stood in a fielding position, then started to run towards the bowling end, now has walked away again, and Afi Fletcher is going to be brought on. So it looked as if Hayley Matthews was going to bowl out her 10. Instead opted to go the way of Fletcher.
Well, it is interesting considering she's the one making the decisions. So
yeah, exactly.
She should know if she's bowling or not.
Afi Fletcher. So one bowler who's taken a century of one-day international wickets replaces another who's taken a century of one-day international wickets. And that's a fine shot from Stokel, but it's picked out the fielder in the deep. Leah Lane just riding the rope, brings Hunter on strike.
They're really attacking Fletcher today. Picked up 4 wickets in the first game, and I think they've really had a bit of a think about how can we play Fletcher differently? How did we get out to her last time? He chips this one down the ground. What they need to do is have as fewer dots as possible. See if you can have a smashing of 4s in there as well, just to assist with the run rate, only going at 4.28 at the moment. It's an excellent effort from the bowlers from West Indies. But only with 3 wickets down, they've got plenty of batting in the sheds. And Ireland just need to go that fraction harder.
Stokel lofted, fielder is Grimmond and should be taken as not. Really, Anna Grimmond is a very fine fielder indeed, and this is somewhat of a surprise. Stokel dropped.
It was a pretty straightforward catch too. She's normally excellent, Grimmond.
Just looks like she struggled to get her hands in the right position. She wasn't sure if she wanted to catch that reverse cup or otherwise. Almost looked like a bit of a crocodile mouth by the time she tried to grab it. Rebecca Stokel has been dropped now 4 times. Grimmond the latest to put her down.
Yeah, she's certainly had a fair share of her luck today, and she's going to keep riding with it. And those days are when you have those, you've just got to keep going.
Oh, Prendergast might feel aggrieved that Hector took that collector's item of a smash. This one top edge, but nobody in close. And look for 2. It's sent back. Amy Hunter and Rebecca Stokel, maybe a little miscommunication to end 39, 168 for 3.
Yeah, to me, that's where they need to start putting pressure on the West Indies in the field. She didn't hit that well, off pace. They're very quick between the wickets, these two as well. I just feel like they've missed out on a run there, and this is where Ireland can start to forge their way forward with some positive running as well, not just stroke play.
There's quite a few wide brim hats. A few little makeshift umbrellas as well to shield from the sun. Camera continues.
Hunter looking a lot more comfortable at the crease now. Very positive. The spinners have really got her back into her game. Not that they've been bowling poorly, but she's very comfortable against spin. Just that back end. This is where you feel like you could have brought a pace bowler back in, whether it was a Dotton. I mean, obviously Glasgow bowled very, very well early on. Elaine's only bowled 2 overs today.
Sharp. Hit that very firmly, a little gap there as well. In between Glasgow and Grimmond.
Yeah, that says a little bit of extra flight that Ramarak has. She's bowling into the breeze as well, so it just holds up as well. Excellent positive footwork.
I was just about to say, that's the kind of positive overall play that Ireland need in the remaining overs. Looks to go again, straighter this time, but still away from Grimmond.
Well, Hunter knows she's hitting with the breeze.
So the 100 partnership comes up with a 4 bludgeoned down the ground by Amy Hunter. First time Ireland have had a 100 partnership for the 4th wicket in one-day internationals.
She's just a different player at the moment now, isn't she, Hunter? After the start that she had, she's catching up. You see the 45 off 43 for her. Part of the partnership, nearly going over a run of ball. This is the Amy Hunter we know and love.
Amy Hunter.
So the field change with the 3 back now, just squeezing in that space that she'd been finding down at sort of either a straight cow or a wide long on.
I was going to say, Amy Hunter, she had only made 18 or 40 when Stokel joined her at the crease. Completely different player now. Stokel is going a little across the line, and Glasgow will whip it in. Keeps it to 1. Final ball of the 40th over.
10 off it already. This is an excellent over for Ireland. It's one they've been trying to work at for quite a while. They've been sub-6s for the last 5 overs.
And there's a little innovation from Amy Hunter. She might very well get 4. Stefani Taylor with a big effort. Stops it only just short. And Hunter will add 2. So after 40, Ireland 180 for 3. So 10 overs remaining. Isabel Joyce has joined me now. Rebecca Stokel and Amy Hunter seemingly found a rhythm. Century partnership up. Looking to go straight down the ground. Hits it a little too high and not quite far enough. And that'll be Stefani Taylor to take the catch, make up for the earlier error. And the 5th chance by Stokel is finally gobbled up. Ireland 180 for 4 as Stokel falls for a career best 57. Welcome back into the commentary booth. Isabel Joyce.
Well, I was just thinking, it was quite entertaining watching these two the last over, but now Stokel's given another opportunity, and this time it's been taken. 57 from 76 for her. 6 boundaries in that innings of 57. An important partnership is broken. Dances down and just probably looks to go too straight. Stokel, as Taylor, who you feel the ball is following a little bit, gets in a good position and just had to maybe grab on the second time.
So Leopold makes her way up to the middle. Just over 10 overs remaining.
Now left-hander comes out into the middle. Struggled in the last game. It was Hayley Matthews who set an interesting field against Leopold. Leopold fell into the trap.
So this is interesting in the sense that Afi Fletcher's been turning it away from all the batters. He's going to be bowling it into the left-handed Leopold.
Well, Leopold very good on the sweep shot, but we don't see her play it actually much in the international game. And Stokel and Amy Hunter found that a very useful shot today, to say the very least. So she will be, if she does sweep, sweeping with the spin for the most part.
Just looking to run away and reeled in by Leah Lane. Brings Amy Hunter on strike, currently on 66. Now the leading run scorer of this series. 162 in 2 innings so far. And Hayley Matthews with that massive unbeaten 159 in the first.
She won't have to make a big score to take that again.
Relatively straight to Grimmond.
Yeah, disappointing for Ireland to lose that wicket at that point, because you felt that Hunter and Stokel had kind of set things up nicely to launch for the last 10 overs. And presumably that's what Stokel was thinking as well, with the shot that she played and mis-executed.
A little wider from Fletcher, and Leopold makes full use of that width. Cuts it away behind square, all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, freebie from Afi Fletcher. Maybe you're just struggling to get it across to the left-hander. Look at the angle of that run-up. He's trying to get it across, and yeah, it might have been the top spinner or the googly. It looked like a top spinner the way that it came out, but probably looking to bowl the googly. Didn't get it right, and Leopold good enough to find the gap. Only 4 fielders on the 1 on the offside.
This one, Leopold rocks back. On the ground to Taylor, takes the 1, 187 for 4.
We haven't really seen much of Leopold in the last 5 or 6 weeks. Hasn't had huge opportunities when she has been out there early. Probably hasn't done as well as she would have wanted. It's a pretty bright start from her.
Yeah, it's true. She certainly felt she would have had to adjust her role depending on situations in the various matches that she's played.
Yeah, I wonder what the thinking behind the change in position for Leopold. She had been number 4 for a while, and when Laura Delaney was in the team, she was in at number 5, and then Stokel 6.
So Matthews has got 1 over remaining, brings herself on now from the clubhouse end.
She's got that field again that she had yesterday. Square and mid-wicket out, mid-on and fine in the ring.
Well, Amy Hunter had taken 3/4 of a single.
Well, Hayley Matthews very good against left-handers, but she's only got 1 over left, so it's Leopold is trying to get down the other end so she doesn't have to face her, but mid-wicket is now inside the ring trying to cut off that single option.
A little quicker from Matthews, turn square. So we'll get the single now, Leopold.
Glasgow in the deep. It looks like she's carrying an injury, interestingly.
She's been off the field twice already today. Mandy Mungro's come on as a substitute fielder. I thought she was actually just warming up to bowl her final 2 overs, but you might be right.
Oh dear.
Top edge and fielder underneath it. That's going to be grabbed. Very comfortable. Afi Fletcher takes the catch. That's the end of Amy Hunter for a well-played 67. And that is disastrous for Ireland. Now 188 for 5.
Now the 2 set batters out in quick succession. Amy Hunter goes to the well for the sweep 1 time too many. 67 from 86, 188 for 5 now Ireland, and what was looking like a promising launch pad is now gone for Ireland with 2 new batters at the crease. Just not the right length for the sweep shot, and maybe expecting a bit of turn, no turn on offer. And the catching hasn't been great from West Indies today, but 2 catches in the space of a couple of overs have seen 2 new batters come out to the middle.
Louise Little will join Leopold. Little likes to have a good go and will be high on confidence, you would suspect, after her recent run of batting in T20 internationals, and indeed her highest score in women's one-day internationals in her last innings against West Indies. A very well played 27. She had actually only scored 26 runs in her first 9 one-day international innings, Louise Little, and scored 27 in her 10th. That's after hitting those decisive runs in the Tri-Series wins over West Indies and that 4 in the World Cup. A historic moment. Greeted with the floated ball.
Yeah, areas of strength for Lulu Little. Down the ground and into cow corner.
With that wicket of Amy Hunter across this series, it means that Hayley Matthews has dismissed Gabby Lewis, Amy Hunter, Orla Prendergast, Rebecca Stokel and Leah Paul in the series already. At the end of a very good spell. 2 for 34 for Hayley Matthews. Ireland 188 for 5.
It deserved 2 wickets because there were chances put down off her bowling. She probably was on the receiving end of some of the sloppiest fielding from her teammates.
Fletcher to continue from the Mason Road end. She took 4 wickets in her very first game against Ireland back in 2008. She took 4 wickets in her very last game against Ireland back 2 days ago. She's only got 1 today though.
So far.
3 overs remaining, that's right.
Fielders out for Louise Little, cover long on, mid-wicket and square. She's good down the ground, so will she be tempted to take on that fielder mid-off? Might want a little bit longer at the crease before she takes that on.
This one will get past everybody and get all the way to the boundary. Skates on. Gareth Morrison hasn't called it as anything, so it'll be runs, 4 runs. So a tickle on it from Little, it seems.
Oh, I thought this was a wide for all money. Oh no, there you go. Better eyes than us, Dwayne DeLocca. I was wondering, I didn't think it was that wide, so I did think it was a strange one to miss behind the stumps for Campbell.
A little. She's scoring.
Well, that shot is worrying against a leg spinner because you need to get to the pitch of the ball when a leg spinner is turning it. Well, any spinner is turning it, but a leg spinner in particular.
And Afi Fletcher is a smart bowler. I mean, bear in mind, she's the bowler who's dismissed Heather Knight, Nat Silverbrunt and Tammy Beaumont the most in their careers. And that's 2 of them retiring, announcing their retirements, actually, in recent days, Tammy Beaumont and Heather Knight.
Yeah, very different retirements, weren't they?
Very.
Tammy Beaumont, the long goodbye. Heather Knight just
I'm done.
going quietly.
And Nat Silverbrunt still going strong. Cut away. Grimendorf after it. Could reel this in. Doesn't. Missed time dive.
It felt like she was going for a run with the ball there, didn't it? It just kept going away from her down the hill here in Breedy. Beautifully played from Leah Paul. The way she rocks back and waited for a long time. Good hands through the ball as well. And there's the jog from Grimmond, just couldn't reel it in.
And a 43, 198 for 5. So where does Hayley Matthews go? Leah Lane's got overs left. Glasgow's got 2 overs left, but as you pointed out, looks like she's walking a little gingerly, and she's been stretching her leg. I initially thought as part of a warm-up to potentially come back and bowl out. Leah Lane is going to be the bowler that is asked to bowl the 44th. So after that massive 106-run partnership between Hunter and Stokel was broken, Hunter falling very shortly after, and now a bowler who can bowl genuine wicket-taking balls and Leah Lane into the attack. False start. Seven overs remaining. Aside from not lose wickets, what do Ireland genuinely need to do to give themselves a chance to post a defendable total?
Go into T20 back-end mode, isn't it? And 2 decent players to do that. Leah Paul probably look to run the ball around a bit more. Louise Little, a boundary hitter. For one, they have the left-right hand combination, which I think was useful against Afi Fletcher the last over. She just seemed to struggle with her line, adjusting from the left hand to the right-hander, and it's just something that's so valuable. I think that might be why Ireland used to have Leah Paul at 4, just as often as possible.
Little chip towards Hector. No run.
Leopold doesn't seem to feel the need to go into T20 mode yet, or maybe just trying to figure out the best way to go about attacking Elia Lane, mid-off and mid-on inside the ring, but she's bowled pretty full, so hard to get it up and over those straight fielders.
Sounded so good off the bat. I wonder if she thought she'd hit it too well. That one's hit nicely, and that'll be the 200 up for Ireland. 200 for 5, coming up in the 44th over.
A good tanning day, isn't it? Here in Breedy Cricket Club. It's not too often you say that. Missed out. That was one to punish, and there's a huge gap between deep backward square and mid wicket.
Into 44, is it? No.
We've all been there, Dwayne.
Yep.
We've been there earlier today, in fact.
End of 44, 205. Well, Ireland are only going at 5 and over in the final 10. Only had a 20 in the last 4. 154 dot balls in the innings so far.
Still on the attack, Hayley Matthews slip in with Ramaraka into the attack.
Not the worst idea, bringing the off-spinner on with Leopold in batting.
Yeah, Leopold has a very good shot that she plays over point. So it's just a question of when she decides to bring that out. But all the bowlers seem to be keen to bowl very full. There are a lot of foot marks for the left-hander at this end, but they're quite full. I wondered did that one just hit that rough area and take off.
It's popped into space on the leg side. So much space, in fact, that the bowler herself does the fielding. It's a little on strike, and this could be an intriguing battle.
Yeah, I think this is the matchup Ireland will want. So the key is that she finds the gaps long off and long on are back.
Straight towards the fielder. It'll have a big bounce, though, before reaching a lane.
A big bounce, never heard that before. I like it though. Does it mean that it bounced far away from her or that it bounced really high? Give you a minute to think.
It does what it says. This has been a really good over so far. Hesitation though initially, and Leopold running to the danger end. It's going to be reviewed. I think hesitation from the off.
Yeah, I think she's in trouble, unfortunately. She seems to think she's safe, but I think it could be closer than she thinks, Leopold. It's an easy single. I'm not sure why she didn't take off straight away, but hesitated twice, actually, I think. surely at this stage in the game as well, you're thinking, take the single.
All right, as well to get back. I think just safe.
Yeah, I take it back. I think, how long did she take to get rid of that ball? That's incredible. It does illustrate why direct hits are so valuable, because it takes so long to get the ball and then bring it to the stumps. And it's something that I actually speak about quite a lot. 45 overs gone, 203 for 5. With bowlers and with wicket keepers, don't come towards the ball if you possibly can. Give the ball as long as possible to get as close to the stumps as possible, and then bring it. But I think she actually took that earlier than she needed to, Ramarak. Julia Price, the wicketkeeper, not happy with the positioning there, which is fair enough.
So Lane will bowl her 4th from the clubhouse end. 203 for 5. That's only 23 runs in 5 overs. In the last 5 overs, these are death overs. They need to go. Leopold. Oh, that is superb. That is sensational from Hayley Matthews. The big left paw out and clutches onto one.
Take a bow, Hayley Matthews. This is absolutely brilliant athleticism, especially considering the stage of the game that it is. We haven't seen much diving actually from West Indies in the field. It's been something that, what I've been watching in the wings, I've been a little bit surprised about.
Early call this time. Scampers through.
And she's really good at that, Leopold. When she uses her feet, she generally will take the single, which makes sense because obviously she's already done some of the work, and she's got the momentum going forward. So as a fielder in mid-off and mid-on, very hard to get the run edges home comfortably. But it just seems like in this over, there's been a shift in thinking. So maybe they were waiting for the 5 over mark. We were thinking 10 overs and you need to go, but the double kind of wicket strike in those couple of overs put paid to that and pushed that launch kind of period back for Ireland.
Even if there has been a push, there's only 1 run so far off this over.
Aliyah Lane in T20s has turned into such a good bowler for West Indies in that arena. So she's a great weapon for Hayley Matthews to have to bowl at the back end. Hadn't bowled many overs before this final period.
It's cut away hard. Straight to Claxton, just the single. What's intriguing about Elaine is the way that she's been used as both a batter and a bowler in her career, because she's played different roles as a batter and she's played different roles as a bowler as well. She's still convincing for West Indies. She's had to show a lot of adaptability and versatility in her game.
She bowls very full. She's got a good Yorker, but even when she misses her length, it's hard to hit her down the ground. Well, they're all running through, but there was still one more ball in that over to bowl. So
we've all done it now.
Claire Polisak has pulled everyone back. Yes, exactly. Julia Price hasn't done it yet. There's still time in the second innings to call the over early.
Chipped, gone. Hayley Matthews completes the catch. Aliyah Lane has her first of the game, and Louise Little's gone for 7. Ireland 206 for 6.
Well, the final delivery that they didn't want to bowl, West Indies, has garnered a wicket. Louise Little, an unconvincing shot. It's a good line to bowl to her. She just in at leg stump. Doesn't get the front foot out of the way. Little goes for 7 from 13. 1 boundary in that innings. 206 for 6 Ireland. Just catches the inside half of the bat.
Looked like she was trying to whip that little square.
I'd say she's wishing she had whipped it a bit squarer at this point.
So, there's a moment for Alana Dalzell, the first ever international at her home club. The Breedy Cricket Club. Alana Dalzell comes out to bat. She's been promoted ahead of Georgina Dempsey in the batting order. Coming in at 8.
Yeah, big cheer from the home crowd here. Their hometown hero coming out to the middle. We had seen her opening the batting in T20s for a while there, but more bowling all-rounder.
So because it was the end of the over, it'll be Leah Paul on strike. Ramarak into her 8th over now. Nicely played. Coming quick across the turf. Ireland still get 2.
Yeah, good running that because, well, Grimmon's a brilliant fielder. She'd been forced to move quite a long way around the boundary and couldn't attack the ball, so run on the throw.
Matthews and Karishma Ramarak just having a little discussion here about potential field change, I think.
Well, she's very square there, Juliana Grimmond.
Hector with the fielding. Single to Paul. Alana Dalzell to face her first ball, taking her guard. First time she's playing an international at a home club. Bit of a trailblazer at this part of the world, Northwest Cricket Union. First woman to play for a Northwest Cricket Union men's first 11 here at Breedy.
Correct. Only 3 fielders out for Lana Dalzell. Long on mid-wicket and square, and moving across the stumps allowed the ball to sneak in between that wide line and the stumps. So making use of that, Gareth Morrison, his first time umpiring with the new lines.
Worked away. First run for Dalzell. Receives very warm applause from the Breedy faithful.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting a clap like that every time I score a run. It'd be good, wouldn't it? She's generally very good down the ground, so I was interested to see she opted rather to go deep and hoik it leg side.
Yeah, Paul plays the shot. She ran it as if she wanted to. Again, a moment's hesitation denies Ireland a second end. A 47, 211 for 6.
Very good piece of fielding, just quietly. I thought that might have gone underneath her. Jazara Claxton felt like the ball was constantly leaving her. You feel like for Leopold, she felt she might have deserved the boundary there.
I know we've seen a series of drop catches off Stokel in particular today, but by and large, West Indies fielding has been hugely improved in recent years.
Yeah, definitely. But there was a period there when Amy Hunter and Stokel were together where obviously the drop catches went down, but there were a number of occasions where you felt like they could have dived or maybe done an army roll to prevent a second run.
Big shot, very good shot, and that is inches away from being a 6-4 it is. But only just.
Yeah, she's been keen to get down the wicket to Aaliyah Elaine, and it's an occasion when Elaine has missed her length, clears the front leg and swats it down the ground. Another very good hockey player. Obviously she'd played with their hands the other way around, but it was similar to the kind of shot we're used to seeing from Amy Hunter.
Pressure on the bowler. There's only 17 balls remaining. Looks for that little ramp over the keeper, and it'll run. Oh, thought it was going to go all the way. Credit to Dotton.
The second time we've seen the use of the boot. This is probably a more effective use when it gets that close to the rope. Just got the foot involved. The forefield is out, third, quite a square fine, mid-wicket and cover.
Well, yeah, it is Football World Cup time. In fact, you know, the very first footballer to score a hat-trick in a FIFA World Cup final, Geoff Hurst, was later knighted. He actually played first-class cricket for Essex. Played in '62. I don't think he ever scored a run, though. When you got a hat-trick in a World Cup final, and you're a World Cup winner, I don't suppose that matters.
That is a very random stat, Dwayne, even for you.
You're surprised by this, are you?
Yeah, I am. I am very surprised that that has just come up. Hayley Matthews is doing quite a lot of changes here to the field. Fine leg square and mid-wicket out. After that ramp, interestingly, she's opted to have third inside the ring and move her cover to point on the boundary.
So 4-2 dot. Firmly, Grimond is there. They take the single. A direct hit might have seen Leopold in the spot of bother.
Tell you what, she's just saved West Indies a run as well, because it's hit her on the, when it missed, it hit Leopold, and they weren't backing up too well, West Indies. Now, what's the field going to be for Alana Dalzell? Long on. An injured looking, who's that out in the
Glasgow.
Glasgow, injured looking Glasgow, and mid-wicket, DeAndre Dotton goes backward square. Cover is out. So if she does have the ramp shot, which I've never seen her play, Alana Dalzell, it's on.
Oh, inside edge. Very good take from Campbell. Short of her, well short of her.
It was all happening, that delivery, wasn't it?
How did this miss the stumps? What Elaine might be asking.
Well, she might not have seen where it went because she was busy falling over. But it wasn't far away. Good awareness from Campbell.
Hit very straight, hit very firmly, all the way to the boundary to finish 48. Ireland 2-2-2 for 6.
Yeah, poor awareness of the strength of the batter. She's good down the ground. That's generally where she scores her boundaries. Alana Dalzell gets nice and deep in the crease to create that length that she wants so that she can hit it straight. Probably catching, no, hit well enough that it wouldn't have been caught had she been wider, but the sound off the bat, beautiful. It doesn't look to overhit it. Happy with the 4. It was a scratchy start, wasn't it, for Leopold, but she's hitting them well now. Definitely a below par total, this from Ireland, but how many can they add in these final couple of overs? Remember, they were dismissed in 49 overs a couple of days ago. They'll want to make full use.
So Ramarak will bowl the penultimate over. Yeah, Paul, that is a great angle. It was overpitched from Ramarak, but it was absolutely punished from Leopold. Quicker than a run of ball 32 now.
Yeah, this is such a good shot because the fielder's out for this shot. Really Anna Grimond out and the point boundary, so she had to really work to get it backward of point. And there is a bit of a slope down there into that corner, made full use of it. Affy Fletcher being moved from fine to third, just trying to block up that area. And backward point.
Looks to go over the offside. Oh, that is a screamer! An absolute screamer. Jazara Claxton, a catch of the highest quality. Top draw from Claxton. Leopold goes for 32 and Ramarak has her first wicket. But what a blinder. We've seen a couple of sublime catches today.
Well, this puts the catch we saw earlier into the shadows, doesn't it? It pales in comparison, that Hector catch. This is one of the best catches I've ever seen. Fielding a mid-off, diving sideways is really difficult. Coming down the pitch, Leopold will have thought, yeah, I've got 4 for this. Decent contact. Didn't quite get the line she meant to hit, but have a look at this, just brilliant. Flying through the air, and then to be able to keep it in the hand. Well, she might have winded herself, but it was worth it for that worldie.
That is a genuine worldie. Collector's item from Claxton. I don't know how she got there. But she did. Georgina Dempsey in now at number 9. For a moment, just
just gather your thoughts there,
that's right.
Dwayne.
In my head, she was batting at 8, so
Just don't feel like that catch was fair. You think about all the chances Rebecca Stokel was given.
Might have been talking football a moment ago. That any goalkeeper would have been proud of that.
Yeah, this would have been the time to bring up that stat, I feel.
You were talking about
should have kept it in the back pocket.
MC, she's missed out and tickling this one fine. Advancing down the wicket as well. She'll take the single. Bring Dalzell on strike for 1. Georgina Dempsey for a couple of deft strokes before going harder at one down the ground, but she can hit a long ball. So too Dalzell. Looking to launch one here. There's plenty of space, and again just shy of being the first 6 of the innings. That ends 49, 1 over remaining. Ireland 231 for 7.
I think we're getting an idea of why Alana Dalzell was promoted up the order in the T20 team. Goes deep again, then opts to come down the pitch, so not an odd combination of footwork, but effective. I think for me as well, the direction she went to hit the ball was very smart, long on and mid-wicket out on the boundary. She picked the gap beautifully. So Ireland need 19 off the over to go 5
There's a run rate throughout the innings. They will know that this is not going to be a big enough total in all likelihood to defend on this surface. So they do need to try to put as many on the board as possible in this last over. The last over that'll be bowled by Afi Fletcher.
Good over, extra cover, Georgina Dempsey.
Chipped, and despite a diving attempt from Stefani Taylor, falls short of Taylor.
Now, she misread that horribly, didn't she? Because I think she thought it was going over her head and then suddenly realised it was actually going to drop in front of her. So if she'd realised sooner, she probably could have walked in and caught that. But as it was, made a bit of a meal of it. Georgina Dempsey gratefully goes down the other end. So Dalzell, good down the ground, mid-off in the ring.
Space there, so no concern. Glasgow and Dotton both after it, but slight misfield, and Ireland come back for two.
Not sure how she's missed that.
I don't know either.
Dotton, the ball basically come to a stop and she ran past it. So I mean, you mentioned they've improved their fielding, and there have been great additions in terms of fielding to the team, but somewhat up and down today. I think they'll probably look back and feel they've given Ireland a few.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Another quick single. By and large, we are seeing much improved fielding efforts, and that catch from Claxton, just world class.
Yeah, unbelievable athleticism from her. You'll often see those kind of catches going sideways, but not often do you see that kind of top bins.
Yeah, it was almost going behind her. That's the thing, on the angle. Goes to Claxton. Oh, wanting two. It might be a run-out chance here, and that needed to be a little better. Oh, Dalzell a little too eager to get back for two.
Yeah, they're going to go upstairs.
Yeah, so Campbell dragged it back. Ball hit the stumps, just threw it back down towards the wickets, but almost an unkind bounce, very high for Campbell. A lot of work to do, the wicketkeeper.
I'm not really sure why Janita Glasgow is still on the park. She just looks like she's in such strife out there in mid-wicket. Limping around when she's walking and then able to sprint. It's an odd thing to see, really.
Georgina Dempsey, meanwhile, is practicing a few big blows at the opposite end.
Still to come, Amy Maguire and Cara Murray. Cara Murray, I thought, did pretty well, actually, the other day, 14 from 28.
She did plenty of work for Campbell to do here. And try to get it down again. Looks like she's back. Yeah.
Yeah, and the rule now, of course, is that if your bat touches the ground and then bounces up, you're still considered in. So, no worries there.
So 2 balls remaining in the innings. Shot straight down the ground. One bounce, and Grimmett can't get around. It'll be another 4. Ireland 240 now with 1 ball remaining, and Dalzell will be on strike for that last ball.
Yeah, it's a strange one for me not having it off out for Lana Dalzell. It's such a strong area for her. Once again, goes a little bit deep. It's her trigger, then comes down. Nice technique to send it straight. And Grimmett just couldn't quite cut it off. Ran a funny angle, actually, and almost did herself an injury by running on the Toblerones down there. Mid-off still in the ring.
And they'll take the single to end. That 50 overs done for Ireland. 241 for 7. A fine cameo from Dalzell. 17 off 9. Not to go with a quicker than a run ball 32 from Leopold towards the tail end of the innings, but it was the 106-run partnership between Hunter and Stokel that made a difference for Ireland in the middle. Fletcher finishes with 1 for 67 from her 9. Still 5 wickets in the series so far, so 2 for Hayley Matthews as well. And Dalzell and Dempsey, who will no doubt have plenty of responsibility with ball in hand in just a short while. They finished the innings for Ireland. A target of 242. Hayley Matthews batted in the first game. And as well, Joyce would suggest that that's not going to be nearly enough, given that they were chasing 270 and West Indies did it with ease. But the batting card, what stands out for you?
Well, the recovery after the first 3 wickets fell early enough, and that partnership between Hunter and Stokel so valuable, both passing 50, but what stands out is neither of them went on to make the 3-figure score that Ireland desperately needed to try and post a big one. Nice little cameos from Paul and Dalzell of 32 and 17. Important innings, you'd have to say, for Stokel and Paul, who have been shy of runs of late.
Not much to speak of in terms of partnerships outside of the standout, the record partnership between Hunter and Stokel.
A couple of handy partnerships at the end, though, which Ireland didn't really have in the first game.
In terms of bowling, only really Afi Fletcher travelling today, 1 for 67 from her 9. But Hayley Matthews, 2 for 34 from her 10, bowled superbly. A couple of maidens as well for Glasgow early, although looked a little more expensive than she was based on that final over of hers going for 11. But wickets as well for Elaine, for Ramarak, and indeed Dotton, who made the initial breakthroughs, the first 2 wickets, 2 for 15 from 5 for D. Dot. So as things stand here at Breedy Cricket Club, it is Ireland who have made 241 for 7 in their 50 overs. That means a target of 242. West Indies, having won the toss, selected to bowl, they'll be happy with that effort out in the field. And they will chase 242 in just under half an hour's time. Do join us then.
Good for cricket.
A bit this way, just so we out of their way. I was the game for the first couple of days. Right, okay, first one. Oh, that's wide. Yes! Are we done? Here we go, guys. Yes, brilliant.
I'm not against it. I do think like
Just under 10 minutes away from the restart of play here. Brady, a reminder, Ireland hosting 241. Again, to go over a couple of announcements for spectators just before the resumption in play. We would ask all spectators to please remain away from the playing area during this mid-innings break. Second innings and indeed at the end of the play, there will be a post-match presentation at the end of play today. I'd also remind everyone that we are a welcoming and inclusive sport. Racist or sectarian comments or actions will result in ejection from the ground and if possible further action. Cricket has many cultures but remains one united sport. The ICC and Cricket Ireland also wish to keep cricket completely clean. There are anti-corruption officers and enforcement in place here at this game today. However, if you do see or hear anything suspicious, please contact the steward or indeed a Cricket Ireland official as soon as possible. And once again, with the weather the way it is, please stay safe throughout today's game. Continue to apply sunscreen, wear a hat if possible, and stay hydrated throughout the day. Your safety is very important to us here at Cricket Ireland, so if there are any health issues, please see a steward or a Cricket Ireland official, and we will seek medical attention for you. A beautiful day here at Brady. Settle in around 10 minutes. The West Indies will be coming out to chase 242 in this second Evara one-day international.
still got 2 balls, mate. Yeah, you need to. You still hit them all right, I reckon. You ready? Brixton's not going to watch it. I've got to get it right too. 1. Yeah. Good. Oh, you got 1 in the middle. That helmet no good.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back onto the field, your standing umpires for today's game. From Ireland, Gareth Morrison, and from Australia, Claire Polisar.
Breedy Cricket Club is where we are in Murray Mason, County Tyrone, as the Evara Women's One Day International Series between Ireland and West Indies continues. West Indies, having won the toss, elected to bowl, saw Ireland restricted to 241 for 8 from their 50 overs, so a target of 242, which, given the outcome of the first One Day International between these sides, where West Indies comfortably chased down a target of 270, might not seem the most difficult to prospect. That said, this is sport, and sport is just renowned for its wonderful unpredictability. A couple of key wickets early on for Deandra Dotton, removing Sarah Forbes for 17. Looked like she was trying to settle, and then Gabby Lewis caught behind. It's going down leg side. She fell for 24. That's a delivery that was a free hit, so not bowling Orla Prendergast. Hayley Matthews then got into the swing of things. She got the wicket of Prendergast, trying to go over the top, caught by Shonisa Hector, taking a very fine catch indeed. And Amy Hunter popping one up. And Leah Lane chipping in with wickets as well, having Louise Little caught by Hayley Matthews. Another last wicket to fall, Ireland 241 for 8. Good cameos though from Leah Paul and Alana Dalzell at the end. Dalzell unbeaten 17. The target then 242. So no surprise that West Indies are opening with two who put on a record partnership in the first One Day International of 258. Hayley Matthews and Rileana Grimmond. Orla Prendergast will open. Well, Julia Price alongside for the chase, and I do need to ask Julia first up, what would you say Ireland learned about these two batters from the opening one day?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think that what you really could have learnt is the hitting areas where they like to score, where they're confident, and you see that Hayley Matthews does like to go through extra cover, and she hits so beautifully square of the wicket. I just think they got a little fuller as we have a look at the, well, she hasn't scored anything today, but from the other day, her wagon wheel, you see that 159 not out, very strong through that extra cover, very strong square of the wicket, just over pitching. And it can be difficult because you pull your length back and then she just belts you over the top of extra cover. So she's just a very, very good player. Got the slip-in play as well for maybe hitting on the up. Can nick off early.
Prendergast to Matthews. First ball of the chase, target of 242. And Ireland needs something very early, you suspect, if they are to stand any chance of levelling the series at 1-1.
Yeah, what they need to do as well, Orla Prendergast only bowled 6 overs the other day, and she's one of their best bowlers. I think they've got to just make sure that they're having their best bowlers bowl the right number of overs and maximising. We saw Dotton only bowl 5 today as well, which I thought was interesting, despite picking up 2 earlier wickets.
Maybe a little too straight to start from Prendergast. Matthews is in no way interested in taking a single.
No, I think she thinks she's on 159 again. She's just not taking that single. It's an easy leg by there as well.
Grimmond is a very enthusiastic runner between the wickets. This one moving slightly away, but Hayley Matthews goes with it. And Paul is out on the rope and restricted to 1. Matthews off the mark, and the chase is underway.
I know that she's nicked off pretty hard there, but she's just got this positive footwork. She gets in position well. She's having intent on trying to score. She was trying to hit that through sort of backward point region to find that boundary. And I mean, she plays that the whole of her innings. Ball 1 to ball 100.
Positive defence from Grimmond. Squeezes the ball out to the offside.
Well, Grimmond, I thought, was excellent as well the other day. Very, very chilled. It hits in different areas. Footwork probably is lacking a little. Just can be something that she can work on, only 21 years of age, but I thought she was a really good support. And having someone like Hayley Matthews out there, stronger through the cover, and mostly on the ground as well, not really going too many aerials. So I think it's a great opportunity for her to learn from someone like Hayley Matthews, who's was a young player herself and probably isn't that old still, and how she can continue to progress and maybe cement a spot in this team as an opening bat. They sort of seem to have a little bit of a vacancy at the moment. It hasn't been nutted out by anyone.
Oh, got the nick, and as it carried through to Hunter, it has. She's gone for a duck, is Grimmond. Prendergast strikes in her first over. Well taken by Amy Hunter. I think needed to move forward to take that on the full. The end of 1, West Indies 1 for 1.
Yeah, we were just discussing that lack of footwork, and that was a perfect example of it. Too far away from the ball, swinging for a ball that's on the up. Very difficult to drive that first to hit through covers, and that's one of her shots, but unfortunately not to a ball that's on this length, and an early delivery as well that's going to be swinging and cutting around a little as well. Ireland pick up their first wicket, and it's a much better start this game than it was in the previous ones. We have a look at all the Prendergast bowling about 5th stump, no footwork at all, just a little fine edge there. Amy Hunter just gets it. We might want to take a little step forward in future, but Grimmond out for a duck.
Well, what a difference a couple of days makes. Grimmond 91 a couple of days ago. It's part of a 258-run partnership. Partnership ended at 1 today. As Grimmond falls for a duck. Stefani Taylor has made her way out to join Matthews, 2 legends of the game for West Indies. And somebody who's a legend of Breedy Cricket Club is Alana Dalzell. She makes her way to the top of her mark at the clubhouse end. Alana Dalzell knows this ground better than anybody else. Back into the side today.
Well, I thought, as opposed to the spinners from West Indies, I thought the pace bowlers from Ireland bowled quite well yesterday with Dempsey, Little. Maybe the reasoning as well as being a local player, but Dalzell's come into the team.
Just a couple of changes in the field here. They're asking Louise Little to go forward of square on the offside. And that's why. Dalzell is one of the few bowlers in Ireland who moves the ball away from the right-handed batter. She swings it predominantly away from the right-hander. So Hayley Matthews, who's, I'm not going to say she's got a weakness towards the ball moving away, but she has been caught with the ball moving away on a good few occasions.
I would say that's code for weakness.
Does she have a weakness?
She does have a weakness.
You can't say somebody who smashed 159 in the first, unbeaten. That's it.
It doesn't mean she's going to get out to it all the time, though.
No.
But yes, she does tend to nick off. She wants to drive that ball through cover. She's very, very hard at the ball early, aggressive. And just that movement away can get her in trouble sometimes. And other times she can just get 159 not out.
Only the second West Indies batter to make 150 in one-day internationals. The only other is facing now, Stefani Taylor. A mammoth 171 against Sri Lanka.
couple of wickets, Dalzell, in the Tri-Series pre-World Cup in the T20s, but I think this format will suit her. Batters won't be going as hard at her early on. She's got a little bit of shape already, which is exciting. Bringing in play Gabby Lewis, captain at first slip.
I don't want to chase one that's too wide. Claire Polisek, just a little shift in her weight at the non-striker's end. Would have been one of those where is she? Is she not?
I'm just I'm more concerned at the depth that the slip and the keeper are at the moment. I just think they're too far back. I don't think the ball's going to be carrying.
I mean, we saw that as well with the catch. Grimond, very, very lucky for Amy Hunter that she was able to get her fingers underneath it. Variation from Dalzell. Maguire swoops. No right.
And being not a tall player does tend to, I'm not going to say she skids the ball on, but she's not getting a lot of lift out of the wicket. Gets some nice shape though. I'm very impressed with the outswing. The field are set accordingly as well with the cover out. So, no, she's taking it away from the leg side, so they feel confident enough to bring up the fine leg.
Oh, there's the nick. And it'll race away. And Stefani Taylor gets off the mark with a edge. And it goes all the way for 4. End of Dalzell's first over. 5 off it, 6 for 1.
Yeah, back foot shot as well, this one. Didn't really get up, didn't get a feet across to it either. Thick edge, didn't carry. Again, still just a little too deep. I know this was shorter, but I still feel that they're just a little too deep. And that's really up to the wicketkeeper as well to determine how deep the slips and obviously the keeper stands.
So Prendergast struck with her last delivery. Final delivery of the first over. First delivery of the second over now.
Prendergast will get a little bit more kick out of this wicket. Being a taller player, but also tends to bowl a little bit more into the wicket. But a really nice complementary opening pair, I think, for Ireland. Jane Maguire not in the team today, replaced with Dalzell. Let's talk about Dempsey potentially opening, but they went with Dalzell in the end.
Yeah, and Dempsey and Little provide a really good foil in terms of seam as backups to Dalzell and Prendergast in this bowling attack. Karen Murray and Amy Maguire, the 2 designated spinners, but there are other spin options certainly for Ireland as well, including Leah Paul, who was at one stage the go-to spin option for this women's team. Such an intriguing matchup, because if there are 2 match winners that you could pick from either side, you would say it's Prendergast and Matthews, almost exclusively. And indeed, this is the matchup here. Matthews, top-ranked batter, bowler and all-rounder in West Indies. And for Ireland, not in one-day internationals, all of Prendergast, somewhat surprisingly, not the top-ranked batter. But batting, bowling and all-rounding, Ireland's top in T20s. Gets past the fielder, trying to cut it off. Karen Murray puts in the dive. Dalzell will tidy up. Still there is 2.
She called that very early then. That's the experience, knowing that someone's had to take the dive as well. It's going to be difficult for them to get up and throw the ball at the non-striker's end. So good pressure running from Hayley Matthews. It's probably something I think Ireland can continue to work on as well. We saw that back foot shot multiple times on match 1, and maybe this pitch is just, it seems it's keeping a little lower as you'd expect. It's a second-day wicket. They played it on game 1. Just not hitting the bat as crisply as Hayley Matthews would have liked. That one might have just flown through the gap on day 1.
But well down leg by Prendergast. Would have been the ball to end the third over. But I love that she's constantly evolving her game as well and learning new things with the ball. She's worked into her game the ability to move the ball away from the right-hander batter. And she's a bowler capable of prodigious swing into the right-hander. Doesn't only rely on that, has worked on the short ball as well and a series of other variations. Gets this one wrong again.
I was going to mention that she's got that angled run-up, which can accentuate that swing down leg side. If she just gets it a little bit wrong, gets that line a little too straight, she can be prone to a few leg side wides. And I nearly would love to see her run-up just be a little straighter so that she can bowl at the keeper and bring it into the off stump as opposed to aiming at the off stump and then sort of bringing it further in.
This one straighter, and that ends the third over. West Indies 10 for 1.
Good finish there from Prendergast. Just got the correction correct. Got the lines in the right spot. A little bit of shape for her as well.
Interesting that Amy Hunter's gone to fetch the helmet.
Yeah, not surprising with the pace that this ball's been coming through. Mightn't do it to Orla Prendergast, but someone like a Dalzell, it's not really getting up. You need to keep the slip in play because that edge should still be a possibility with it going away, and she's still getting shape from both the right-handed batters out there at the moment.
So, yeah, while she has got the helmet, she's not standing up. First ball of this over, certainly, but the thought is she might. So now the over progresses, worked away by Taylor, but nicely fielded by Rebecca Stokel.
Well, there might be a tactic to, say, someone like a Hayley Matthews likes to use her feet a little bit more. That will keep her back in the crease. Stefani Taylor at the moment just content to stay where she is.
Very firmly struck, but little is on the boundary. Just takes the single, brings Matthews back on strike. There's a calmness and a composure to Taylor. You would expect from one of only 7 cricketers to have played every T20 Women's World Cup, alongside the likes of Shamaria Tapatu, Harmanpreet Kaur, Marizanne Cup, 2 of the great New Zealanders in Sophie Devine, Susie Bates, and then of course Australia's Elise Perry. She's gone past Healy now for the most World Cup titles.
She's a bit of a rock star, Elise Perry. Just one of those players that it keeps inspiring people all the time, keeps evolving. 36 years of age and not looking like slowing down.
Oh, worked away. 4 runs.
There's a little bit of a difference here between the way that Ireland went around about their scoring. Gabby Lewis early on, open face, squeezing it out through backward point. Not a lot of scoring in front of the wicket here. You can look, see Hayley Matthews, full face, getting a weight forward, wanting to hit that through cover. A little bit of a misfield didn't help either. It just starts to make it more difficult when they're attacking you forward of the wicket.
Yeah, good follow-up.
Yeah, taking that room away from Hayley Matthews. Loves to be on the back foot, but it's not that length.
Speaking of Elise Perry, not only has she got the most World Cup titles, of course, T20s and ODIs, she's also got a Football World Cup under her belt. Not a title, but she's scored a goal in knockout football at a World Cup. Squeezed away for a single to win 4. 16 for 1.
Ola Prendergast, a pretty good footballer herself, I believe.
Yeah, Ola Prendergast was a youth international. Mind you, Hayley Matthews was a very good javelin thrower as well. She won Carifta Games gold at javelin. Deandra Dotton, well, she was just an all-round athlete. Competed in just about everything. But she was competitive in shot put, discus and javelin as well in athletics.
Claxton was a good footballer as well.
Claxton, yeah, international.
Yep.
She scored in win over, I think it was Anguilla for St Kitts and Nevis.
Probably could take up goalkeeping after one of the catches she took today.
Oh, that was out of this world, honestly.
Exceptional.
From Sandy Point, the second largest town on the island of St Kitts in the country of St Kitts and Nevis. Back foot, little punch away. Oh, and Louise Little has unwittingly steered that past Cara Murray. They just take 2.
It was nearly comedic then, wasn't it? With the one diving one way, one diving the other. Manages just to squeeze it through. I believe Claxton is the first player to play for the West Indies as well from St Kitts and Nevis.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, there's a few first-timers for this West Indies side. Nisha Hector, first from Antigua, to play for West Indies as well.
Barbados has dominated the West Indian team for quite a while.
Well, at the Commonwealth Games, they still play as Barbados, and bear in mind, in international cricket, the teams used to play as their countries. So Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Barbados, that was cut away hard. Stokel manages to get a firm hand behind it, and that would hurt. Sting the palms.
Gabby Lewis mentioned just bowled it with a little bit too much width the other day, and that one didn't come back as much as Prendergast would have liked. Hayley Matthews saw that thick line in the wagon wheel, hitting square in game 1, and she was outstanding with a number of boundaries through that.
Just to get back to that, the point is, if you go back to the first Women's World Cup, Jamaica played in that first Women's World Cup. Remember, Madge Stewart took 4 for 9 against young England as they played back then. Trinidad and Tobago were at that World Cup too. West Indies women didn't play first international till 1976, and that was a test match against Australia, but their first one-day was only in 1979 against England. Cut away through the gap. Maybe something on it from Amy Maguire, slows it up, but not enough to prevent it going to the rope. And Matthews adds another boundary.
It gets in position so quickly. Weight transferring forward, then rocks back when she realises she's marginally out of position. That's good. That's experience. That's adapting to that favoured area that she likes to score, and opens up the face, leans back on this one. Not really a bad ball, but just outstanding batting.
Nicely fielded. Just cutting out the danger. Georgina Dempsey, 5 overs gone, 22 for 1. West Indies look very settled at the moment, both these batters, despite the fact that Taylor's only been there for 7. Matthews always looks composed at the crease, though.
Well, for West Indies, if there's anyone you want out there, it's probably these two.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, these are the two highest ever scores for West Indies in international cricket. Stefani Taylor's massive 171 against Sri Lanka. Hayley Matthews with 159 just 2 days ago, unbeaten. And then, I spoke earlier, there were 3 batters that have got to 150. I mean, these two are the highest scoring of them. Deandra Dotton as well scored a massive 150 against South Africa. She managed that a couple of years ago in South Africa, in Johannesburg.
She's had a few injury concerns and was in and out of the team a little. It's good to see her back. It's what the West Indies needed, was just that little bit of stability and experience with the young players coming through. Worked nicely off the legs and getting 3 for 2 as well. Excellent running.
Not the worst ball from Dalzell. It was looking to do back away from Matthews. Maybe started just a little down leg. Very nicely played.
Yeah, well, they've just changed to a 5-4 field, and I just would have probably just chatted to Dalzell and said, "Are you trying to bowl there, or was it a great shot?"
Amy Hunter up to the stumps now. So she grabbed the helmet in the last over. Wide ball.
You're just not finishing the action now as well. We discussed this earlier with Hector wasn't finishing her action. Glasgow wasn't finishing her action. It's going to move that fielder to the onside. Rather, you have a chat with the bowler. Taking the ball away is the strength from Dalzell.
Punch off the back foot. That was a beautifully played stroke. Prendergast quickly round to it. Sometimes the best shots don't get any reward in terms of runs, but it is very pleasing to watch.
Yeah, and sometimes the worst shots get a lot of runs.
Just a few bowlers that have taken some wickets off balls that should have travelled, and vice versa. This is why we enjoy sport, the unpredictability of it all. That's a big shot. Not going to go all the way. But plenty of space to try to manoeuvre the ball to the boundary. Hayley Matthews does so. Another firm 4.
Yeah, just got a length. A little short here. Matthews sitting a little deep in a crease. She does his rock back. Hit this one over the top. She was never trying to keep that down. She was going for the absolute maximum if she could. Didn't quite get it as much as she would have liked, but the field up, fairly safe shot. Picks up the boundary.
Rather surprising we haven't seen the 6 today. What we saw was at 6, I think, in the first game. This is a big chase on here for the captain. That ball might have stopped just inside the cushion. Gabby Lewis pulls it back in. Running 3, West Indies.
Yeah, just the timing, even though Hayley Matthews is going along at a run of ball, the timing isn't quite there. I just think it's just keeping a little low. Just a fraction off pace as well. Ireland might have had some difficulties early on.
Good ball to finish. 11 off the over. 33 for 1. Just wonder how much these two have not only learned from one another over the years, how much they've passed on to the younger players coming through.
Stefani Taylor, captain before Hayley Matthews.
Yeah. She was captain when they won the T20 World Cup. Leading run scorer, 8 wickets in that tournament as well. Really led from the front. Prendergast to Matthews is the battle that continues as Prendergast starts her 4th, 1 for 11 so far. The wicket of Grimmond.
There's plenty of respect there from Hayley Matthews. She's just got better and better over the years, Matthews, and the consistency.
To Amy Maguire.
A change of pace there from Prendergast, but the consistency from Hayley Matthews. She used to score a 50 and then would get some low scores in a row and then get another 50, and now she's sort of understanding how to get her headspace right, be able to start again. Backs up big scores with other big scores.
I remember watching this prodigious young talent early on in her career as she strokes another one that might go all the way and does. Beats Dalzell, beats a diving Murray as well first. But I mean, she scored, what, 241 runs in her first series, and that was against Australia in a 4-match series. Debut was 55.
This on drive is an absolute picture, and it's something that Hayley Matthews has been working hard on for a while. Even in the game the other day, she missed quite a few on her pads. So she would have reflected on that. What can I get better at? She got 159 and she still wants to improve, and that's why she's such a world-class player.
You can't help but be inspired by some of her performances. That one cut away just behind square on the offside. Matthews racing now to 32. Back-to-back boundaries.
I'm not sure if it's the on drive that got her getting her timing right, getting her in good balanced positions, but this was absolutely exquisite. Perfect timing, excellent balance. Kept the ball on the carpet the whole way. Ominous signs.
Picked up by Stokel this time. And to squeeze it through that gap between Maguire and Stokel, as she did with the previous delivery.
The off-pace seems to be working quite well for all the Prendergast, and hopefully she's noticing that. Might want to throw in a few more variation deliveries. Just messes with the timing.
Massive chase on for Forbes to try to get around after the infield was beaten. It's not going to happen. A third boundary in the over. 12 off Prendergast's fourth after 7 West Indies, 45 for 1.
Yeah, just tried to bowl the off cutter here and just dragged it down a little early. Little straight as well, so back of a length, worked off the hip nicely by Matthews. And they fielded back.
And that means it's under 200 now in terms of a target. Gabby Lewis has gone over and had a long discussion with Ilona Dalzell, and eventually hands her cap to Claire Polisak.
Yeah, she had a chat with her at the end of her over as well, so they obviously haven't finished their conversation. Well, maybe it was dependent on who was on strike. With Taylor on strike, it might be a slightly different dynamic. Where she bowls, what the plan is. You can see there Taylor wanting to stay leg side of the ball as well. And then just practices trying to push across. Got to work that ball to the leg side if possible. But just the straight lines to Taylor are really making it difficult for her to score at the moment. Good areas from Dalzell.
Stefani Taylor wants to cash in. She goes to double figures in fine style. West Indies 1 away from 50.
Again, not a bad ball, but just providing a little bit of width, and that's all Stefani Taylor needed. Batting on leg stump, so was able to create some arm space. It's that connection was absolutely perfect. No chance for deep third. So Hunter up to the stumps, no slip. They're just starting to spread the field now, and West Indies were pretty happy there. They'll see that as a win.
A little bit of width again. Doesn't make the contact she would have liked.
Yeah, probably not enough width there to be able to get it square of the wicket. It's when they can hit it square is where they're doing the real damage at the moment. That back of length and hitting straight doesn't seem to be as effective for the West Indies.
Mind you, she was hitting absolutely everything so sweetly in that win over Scotland at the World Cup recently. That 47 of 19 that she made. Brilliant knock. Slower ball.
Again, keeping stumps in play. That's the game plan for Ireland today. It's one of the things that they've learnt from game one. Take our bold and LBW as modes of dismissal. Keep them all in play. Keep the batter accountable.
Again, the slower ball. That's going to be wide down leg, though.
Again, just didn't finish the action on that one. You could see her roll the fingers over it, trying to get a little bit of, whether it's a little bit of cut out of the wicket or just taking the pace off the ball, but just didn't quite finish the action. It's so easy to drag that one down. We saw that with Orla Prendergast at the other end where she bowled that one into the wicket. It was on the hip of Hayley Matthews and went for 4. You just see Orla Prendergast just in front of us, just practiced that exact ball. Knew she just dragged it.
That wide brings up the 50 for West Indies.
I really like those areas to Taylor. She doesn't like it on that thigh pad. Gets a bit cramped for room. She stays leg side of the ball. It's smart bowling.
Textbook. 50 for 1 after 8.
Really good comeback after 11 in her previous over and just 5 from that one from Dalzell. I mean, that discussion with Gabby Lewis, the captain, helped just get a little bit of clarity around what she wanted. The relationship between bowler and captain is so important.
Well, we're going to see a change in bowling. Prendergast is off after her last. Georgina Dempsey's got the cap off and handed it to Gareth Morrison, standing at the Mason Road end. So Georgina Dempsey, she and Louise Little bowled very nicely in the first one-day international. Georgina Dempsey did have Matthews caught, and then Matthews called back on 43 after overstepping Dempsey.
Yeah, came on first change the other day, bowling with the breeze. She's got a good little bit of pace about her. A little bit slingy in the action, not necessarily a bad thing. But the ball she got, Hayley Matthews caught, was on her pads and just flicked it off her pads down to deep backward, and they've got that set up again. Hayley Matthews just realising she might have missed out on that one. Played it a little too straight to avoid the fielder at mid-wicket.
A couple of dot balls to start for Dempsey, who's got many of the attributes of a proper quick bowler. She certainly brings that competitive edge. Driven straight again. Good. Cara Murray. She really is using the on-drive particularly well today, Matthews.
Yeah, this is the comparison for the way she played it in game one. It's quite different, and great to see that she could go away and make some adjustments to her game as well.
Good start from Dempsey.
Yeah, not giving her any room at all. And the stump's in play. Has a little bit of swing, more from the hand with the action that she's got. It still makes it difficult. And I like her lengths as well at the moment.
Really good fielding, Gabby Lewis. At full stretch, captain fully committed.
Well, Ireland's going to need a lot of this type of bowling if they're going to be able to defend 242, which is what the target is for the West Indies. I thought that might be a little unders. We thought 300 might have been more the target.
Excellent over. Maiden over to start for Dempsey. West Indies 50 for 1 after 9.
It does appear to be just a little bit in this wicket, just making it difficult for the batters to get their timing right from ball one. Hayley Matthews, one of the best in the business, going at a runner ball at the moment. There's certainly bowling in much better areas to her today than they did yesterday, not allowing her the freedom of the flow of the arms. Their lines. Fields are good. That's what you want, improvement from the previous performance.
So, first bit of spin for Ireland today. Amy Maguire makes her way into the attack. Final over in the power play. And starts with a wide.
She bowled a few wides in the first game as well. Just needs to hold over that front leg a little longer.
So it was a wide that brought up the 50 for West Indies. A wide brings up the 50 partnership as well.
An over rotation that she can get as a left armer when you're coming around the wicket just tends to just drag it down the leg side. So important to keep your core strong, body weight going over that front leg and driving towards your target.
Well, doesn't get away with it this time. Taylor gets something onto it, enough to have Cara Murray chase hard, but ultimately in vain to Stefani Taylor.
Yeah, another loose one here from Maguire. See, there's no up and drive over that front leg, just pushing through. Back knee, pretty much finishing on the exact line that ball went. It's far too easy for Stefani Taylor.
Well, no single for West Indies in the end. Leopold cuts that off, but Amy Maguire initially looked like she was going to field it and then thought it might hit the stumps. Gabby Lewis. Nicely positioned. Fielders just seem to be a little closer today than they were in the first. A little more intent from the field. Zell quickly onto it.
A whole lot of backing up from Hayley Matthews at the non-strikers end. These two know each other's games pretty well.
Struck firmly through the hands, but hits the boot of Alana Dalzell. 10 overs done, West Indies 55 for 1. Through the opening 10 overs, West Indies looked to be romping at one stage, but have been dragged back by some really good bowling. Georgina Dempsey starting with a maiden. She'll continue from the Mason Road end. Hayley Matthews on a run of ball 36. Stefani Taylor 14 off 21 so far in a chase of 242. As Julia Price makes way, Isabel Joyce back in commentary. Georgina Dempsey started rather well.
Yeah, she has, hasn't she?
She looked to find her line and length really quickly in this game.
I always like to look at the comparisons between where the second team are in comparison to the first, and Ireland were 40 for 1 after 10. So, I mean, the way these two are batting as well, it doesn't look like they're keen to do a lot of running. Ireland would have run that single there to Cara Murray's right, but looking to deal in boundaries, it looks like.
Is superb. Straight back past the bowler. Matthews 10 away from 50.
Well, she's definitely the stronger scorer of the two. Such a beautiful shot, and yeah, you just got to turn around as a fielder, chase that. And didn't try and overhit it. Beautiful balance. Punched it down the ground.
That is 3,500 runs in one-day internationals for Hayley Matthews.
She's the highest run scorer in the series as well.
She is 199. That's right. Yeah. That's it. She only needed a couple to get to highest score in the series after 159, unbeaten in the first. Genuinely one of the great innings in one-day international cricket.
More football. Any more football stats for us there, Dwayne?
What would you like to know? I've mentioned Elise Perry has a knockout goal in Women's World Cups.
No, I'm good.
I mentioned that Jeff Hurst played first-class cricket for Essex. What more would you like? Off the back foot. No run, straight to Prendergast. Can tell you that Stefani Taylor also was a very good footballer. Do you know why she decided to play cricket instead?
Because she was better at it?
She could see more of the world playing cricket than football growing up in Jamaica. Straight leg side. Forbes is out there.
I think that's actually a ploy from Georgina Dempsey. 11 overs gone, 60 for 1, West Indies. Bowling in at the leg stump, because Hayley Matthews can on occasion get herself into trouble clipping off her legs and hitting it aerially. That's how Georgina Dempsey got her the last game, and then only for it to be overturned because she just strayed beyond that front foot line.
Matthews now 200 runs in the series. She's that kind of player, though. Both these players, though, thrived on the captaincy, Matthews and Taylor, over the years. Taylor's first series, I think, which he took over from Marissa Aguilera. She scored hundreds of runs against Pakistan in a 4-match series. I think it was 350s in 4 games, including an unbeaten 97 and unbeaten 89.
Her partner down the other end obviously wasn't able to get her to 100, just like we saw a few days ago. Nice length this from Amy Maguire, and bowling at a good pace for this pitch as well. I think the difference today has been that forcing Hayley Matthews onto the back foot, but bowling straight.
Yeah.
So she's not been able to free her arms as much through the offside so far.
Yeah, with the width that's been there, it's been punished by and large by both Taylor and Matthews. But you're right about that, and I think there was something that Gabby Lewis highlighted at the toss with Julia Price.
Well, when you look at the wagon wheel of both players, so much was through point, through cover, That indicates far too much width. Good to see Ireland keeping the field up on the offside. The field is spread on the leg side with backward square, mid wicket and long on in place. There is protection with cover on the boundary, but with 2 extra covers and the straight line that Amy Maguire is bowling, able to just dot up Stefanie Taylor here.
Oh, slightly too full. Gets a thick edge on that. Will run away. Might get reeled in by Forbes. And will restrict West Indies to just 2. End of 12. 63 for 1.
You can't be too frustrated about that. As a bowler, it was a bit of a dirty full toss, and in a way you kind of feel like you've saved 2 by only getting the edge. Dempsey just gone for 5 in her 2 overs so far, which is impressive. And I always think, as a player like her, who probably wouldn't be in the squad, let alone the team, if it wasn't for injuries to a number of other players, you play with a little bit more freedom. It's almost like a free hit.
Oh, and this one lands just short of little. Uppish from Matthews.
I wonder why she's playing that shot when we saw the straight drive that in Georgina Dempsey's previous over played so beautifully. Why she feels the need to come across the ball there. Maybe she's just falling over ever so slightly.
Just a reminder, Georgina Dempsey in the squad. But, injuries to a couple of quicks in the likes of Alice Tectown available owing to injury. Arlene Kelly, a good strike bowler, is out through injury. And so to Ava Canning, who was superb against West Indies in the Tri-Series. Straight to Maguire this time.
Yeah, that won't happen too often if you bowl that line. She'll miss Amy Maguire more often than not, so needs to just straighten up if she possibly can. Georgina Dempsey.
Well, that's another dot ball, but that was very fortunate to be registered as a dot. All Prendergast with the fielding. She's having a look at her hand a few times after that. Stone palms.
Well, similar fields actually for Georgina Dempsey as for Amy Maguire, which is an extra fielder and extra cover. Rebecca Stokel's on the boundary and the cover boundary, but 2 fielders in tight trying to cut off those angles.
This one beats Maguire. Just the single. Still 14 dot balls of her 17 so far. Included a maiden over to Hayley Matthews. It's really disciplined bowling from Dempsey.
Well, I think the other day, early on in the innings especially, West Indies were happy to take what was on offer, and there was plenty on offer. Later on, there was inventiveness that came in.
Tickled, some work for Forbes to do. She's not going to get there. And another boundary. Taylor goes to 20, the end of 13. West Indies 68 for 1.
Well, right after that was hit, Georgina Dempsey showed her frustration with her execution because she's just too straight, and it was only slightly onto leg stump, but give Stefanie Taylor any opportunity at all and she'll make you pay. So what was a good over, slightly ruined by the final delivery.
Maguire continues, this time a little bit of width. Taylor. Let's rotate the strike. Louise Little's doing quite a bit of work.
Not having to cover as much ground though as a couple of days ago, and doing better with their angles today so far.
Immense power off the back foot from Hayley Matthews, 1 bounce 4. And she generates such incredible power off the back foot.
It's an outrageous shot, really. Into the pitch, sits up from Amy Maguire, and watch the footwork from Hayley Matthews. Gives herself room. Front foot out of the way. 4 runs.
We're just starting to see that full repertoire of Hayley Matthews on display again. It's ominous signs for Ireland. She's 2 away from 50. Oh, all of Prendergast denying Matthews the half-century with some excellent fielding.
Just ball watching there, Hayley Matthews, who waiting to see would it get past Orla Prendergast. Should be taking that single as soon as she's hit it.
Wide ball.
What that back foot punch over extra cover has done is just put Amy Maguire right off what she thought she was trying to produce. Dragged down the previous ball, full toss down, or full one down leg on this occasion.
Might get 2 here. They ran first one hard, but Louise Little sprints around to collect just the single.
Yeah, good work in the deep, but I think as well the way that these two are batting, there's no need to be taking on that second, really. So much time left.
At the end of 14, 76 for 1.
That's a great delivery. Slower, fuller, and Stefanie Taylor, for some reason, opting to go on the back foot. I think if she had her time again, she'd probably want to come forward. But just show you the difference when you're bowling to one player you feel is on top of you. You start delivering maybe what you don't mean to bowl, and then when she was bowling to Stefanie Taylor, all of a sudden able to bowl that delivery, which was a joy to see.
You mentioned the end of the last over. There is plenty of time, certainly for West Indies to chase down this target. Only run rate of a little over 4.5 and over. Dempsey to continue. But given that this is part of the ICC Women's Championship and that net run rate could come into play, is there an element of wanting to get this job done sooner rather than later, or is it simply to secure the win and the series here?
No, I think until they get within 50, it'll just be play it as you see it, and then once the finish line is kind of in sight, then maybe you try and get the game over with a bit more quickly.
And that'll be a half-century, the first 6 of the innings. It's come up in style for Hayley Matthews. Magnificent 50 again. She goes to 55 with a 6 off Georgina Dempsey. A little too straight, a little too short, and punished a long way.
Yeah, not a lot to like about this ball, but a lot to like about the shot. Hayley Matthews, yeah, a little bit of weight on the back foot. Didn't have to do too much. Sat up it once more. It is a surface that's quite placid when you get things wrong, and nice flowing cover drive, but protection in the deep. Gabby Lewis and Orla Prendergast having a chat out there in the middle at extra cover, maybe about how they think they can get a wicket, you'd hope, from an Irish perspective. The thing for Ireland is that if they don't take wickets, they're going to lose this game, and they're going to lose it probably quickly, like we saw the other day. So if you're Prendergast and Lewis, they need to just have a think about how they think they're going to take a wicket. What bowlers are likely to make a breakthrough as well. This might be the last over for Dempsey in this spell.
Taylor's just gone to 500 runs in one-day internationals against Ireland. And one other player's got that mark. South Africa captain Laura Wolfhard, who scored a mammoth 775 against Ireland in one days. Yes, considering Dempsey started with a maiden over, she's gone for 18 in the next 2.5. A couple of boundaries in her last over, 6 with the second ball of her second here. Little respect to finish 15, 84 for 1.
Well, Amy Maguire will continue. But I think we might see a change bowling down the other end. Cara Murray likely to come into the attack. Lulu Little yet to have a bowl. Sarah Forbes warmed up as well before the game. I asked her as I was walking past, I said, "You're going to get a bowl today, Sarah?" And she said, "Well, considering I can't get a bowl in the Super Series, which is the domestic competition here in Ireland, so I can't get a look in there, I think I might struggle to get a bowl here."
Hint, hint, Captain.
But she continued to warm up anyway.
She did, valiantly. She only bowled 2 overs in one-day internationals. Taylor on strike.
Yeah, I just wonder if maybe it might be a better ploy to drop long off and send long off wide, especially for Matthews, and bring your square leg in, because neither of these players big on the sweep shot, so the player is there for a poor drag down or a full toss. Cara Murray warming up in front of us here. It looks like she will be the bowling change at the Mason Road end.
Carved away, and Little is not going to cut this off. Another boundary, this time it's Taylor.
A great placement to send it in front of Sarah Forbes in point, but sent it square enough so that Lulu Little couldn't cut it off, and the power was there as well. Look at the hands, the wrists going through at the end, just adding a little bit more power to the shot.
Much pace in that delivery, so generated an enormous amount in the shot. Good follow-up though from Maguire.
The line so important. Whenever Stefani Taylor steps to the side like that, you start thinking injury. And she stepped to the side on this occasion because she wasn't ready when Amy Maguire delivered the ball.
Ball signalling dead ball. That's gone relatively fine, but should be cut off. And it is. There, Paul. Whips it in towards Amy Hunter. End of 16. West Indies 89 for 1. So Cara Murray, cap off, is going to be the change to replace Georgina Dempsey from the Mason Road end.
Yeah, an odd choice in timing for the water crew from West Indies to come out. I think it's 1 over away from drinks.
That's it.
You could possibly have waited an over. Change of gloves for Taylor, I think.
So Cara Murray will be bowling to Stefani Taylor. Taylor wanted it. Prendergast swooping. Fielding with the left hand. She's brought up both her 100th appearance and 100th wicket on the recent Women's World Cup. And it's going to be a wide down leg. Got away from Hunter as well.
Well, there's some very lackadaisical running between the wickets between these two. They've left so many runs out there. Only one on that, and it's almost got to the boundary.
I was going to say, could we call that a run? Barely a jog.
Yeah, Amy Maguire has come from backward point to fine leg, and they've only run one.
Oh, too much spin on that. Wrong-footed Maguire, it seems.
Yeah, you could see it coming, couldn't you? She moved her feet to the right and then didn't account for the spin. Just the one run cost, though. There's a run for you, Dwayne.
Yeah. Good enthusiasm. Taylor just prod behind square on the leg side. Amy Hunter needing to field. So West Indies chasing a target of 242. That's now under 150 to win. Looking for the big shot. She's gone over the top. She hasn't got all of it, but it's enough to go all the way. Hayley Matthews, the second six of the innings.
I wonder what all of it sounds like if you don't think that's all of it, Dwayne. Real drag down. He's a tough taskmaster.
It's the standards that Hayley Matthews sets. That was toe into the bat and still went for six.
Yeah, good full swing of the bat. Good comeback from Murray, though. So often leg spinners get wickets with poor deliveries, but you feel against Hayley Matthews, she's always ready for anything. Knew exactly where she wanted to put that. Long off is the one of the two straight fielders that's on the boundary.
Pull it away. 10 off the over. And that's 17 done. 99 for one. And with that, drinks.
It's cricket for girls aged 12 to 15. It's wicket. Try out batting, bowling and scoring runs. Try it out with your friends. You'll love it. It's wicket. Find out more and register now.
So West Indies chasing 242 for victory, find themselves 143 runs away, 99 for 1. It looks like the drinks break is going to bring about a change in bowling as well. Amy Maguire, 4 overs, 0 for 21. Alana Dalzell coming back into the attack for Ireland. This, maybe after deliberate discussion between Gabby Lewis and Orla Prendergast, Isabel Joyce.
Or from the sideline, Lloyd Tennant might have said, I think that's your best opportunity. So gave the advice that they should bring on their opening bowler again. She has drawn a couple of edges. She's had a bit about her today, Alana Dalzell.
Looking to break this 98-run partnership between Matthews and Taylor.
Mid-wicket in tight, backwards square on and a few yards off the boundary. Mid-wicket on the boundary as well, cover.
Ooh, slower ball, not the worst idea though.
Definitely drew the full shot. Amy Hunter up to the stumps as well, just putting a bit more pressure on. Good to see Ireland opting to keep 6 inside the ring, just trying to squeeze after the drinks break.
Bit of contact. Oh, Gabby Lewis though, showing a little intent. Quick fielding, then a shy at the stumps. And Hayley Matthews. Don't think it left the popping crease.
Well, she had, but was able to reach with 1 step, so maybe a bit of frustration from Gabby Lewis showing there.
Slower again. Thickish edge, gathered by Sarah Forbes. Good return for Dalzell. 3 dot balls to start.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to bowl that slower ball that full too often though. That's she's had a look at 1 now, Stefanie Taylor. If she bowls that again, she might see it going through. There's a big gap between mid-off and extra cover.
Shorter. Oh, an awkward bounce for Amy Maguire, and that'll be the 100 up for West Indies. Stefanie Taylor taking that single off the back foot.
Yeah, you have to feel for Amy Maguire there that she had her hands ready for the ball to just scoot into her hands, and then it hit the footmarks on that used pitch a couple of yards in front of her.
So Prendergast drops back at long off now. Right on the rope. And a back foot punch goes to Prendergast, and that's the 100 partnership between Matthews and Taylor. It's come off 101 balls, good rate as well.
Yeah, it's been quite a meandering partnership and done with a Caribbean pace, it feels like. While they've been hitting boundaries and things, haven't been running very hard in the middle.
Well, it was the opening wicket stand that was a century stand in the first game. Went on to 258, West Indies record. This is now second wicket stand. 102 for 1 after 18. Still a decent over there from Dalzell. She's bowled with increased control over the last couple of seasons.
Well, what we've What I've found watching Hayley Matthews over the last 6 weeks or so is that she's happy to kind of get used to a bowler for an over, then accelerate the next over you face of her, and then has her attacking options worked out for the third over in a spell. So it's just whether any bowler is able to stop her from doing that, because if and maybe that's where a few more change-ups need to come in for the seam bowlers in particular when they get into the second and third overs of their spells.
Well, that was effectively a full toss.
Yeah, I don't know about effectively, definitely was.
Well,
it was just a low one.
It was low in the end. It just,
yeah,
looking at the reaction of Hayley Matthews, I think it was just, if anything, maybe a little bit adrift as well, given the way she played it and reacted. Big full toss. Taylor can't quite connect the way she would have liked.
Yeah, two poor deliveries from Karen Murray there. And
no ball.
The overcorrection didn't come. You usually see a drag down, but a no ball full toss on the second. But change in batter means they can change the field. So they're bringing square into the ring. Long off goes back.
Yeah. A free hit to Hayley Matthews. Tried to give it everything and got nothing.
The second free hit of the day that hasn't yielded any runs.
I was just about to go there. Prendergast bowled off the free hit in the Ireland innings. And those are the two batters you would want. Prendergast to Matthews to face a free hit. This one, though, is going to go. Hayley Matthews knows it's going all the way. Not travelling the distance for the six, and eventually reaches the rope. Plugged a little. Nearly gave Stokel time to get around. Matthews goes to 69.
In to out from Hayley Matthews, going with the spin. Maybe gave herself a little bit too much room with the front foot, but got enough of the ball to just about see it tease Rebecca Stokel in the deep. Not sure the dive was necessary there, but there was a phase like this in the first game when Hayley Matthews just looked a little bit like she'd lost concentration, was maybe over hitting the ball, looking to do too many different things, and then that was when she actually was caught off the front foot no ball, and then she was dropped soon after. Going down in stages there, Georgina Dempsey. She was dropped soon after, and it was almost the second drop where she refocused again. 19 hours gone, 111 for 1 West Indies.
Well, 70 of the 111 have come off the bat of Hayley Matthews. Taylor's batted very nicely in the support role for 32. Matthews quicker than a runner ball 70. We do talk about the brilliance of Matthews, and I think rightly so. Just to put it into context, only 5 West Indies players have ever made centuries in one-day internationals. 24 of them in total. Matthews has made 11 of those. Taylor's made 8 and has the highest ever, that 171 against Sri Lanka. Dotton's made 3 with her best, that 150 not out against South Africa. Slower ball again from Dalzell, just turning the fingers over, just running it over the ball. Juliana Nero made that century stand with Taylor. Taylor made 107, Nero made 100 on the dot before she was dismissed in that then record 204 opening wicket stand. And the other was the Shemaine Campbell made her first century against Sri Lanka, 105 back in 2013, I think it was. That's it. I mean, between these two, they've got 19 one-day international centuries. At least one of them could be on their way to another here. running a little more enthusiastically now. We'll get 2. That'll please you, Isabel.
Yeah, rare 2. Now, good placement that from Hayley Matthews. Georgina Dempsey quite tight in there at mid-wicket, and Stokel quite square on the boundary, so it does open up the opportunity for a couple.
Wide down leg.
I think that's the slower ball gone wrong, isn't it, when you don't quite get through the action. The game just drifting here. Matthews on 72.
Powerful shot. And that's going to go 1 bounce for Hayley Matthews again. 76 now. And she's within 24 of another ton.
Yeah, brilliant shot. And there are just so few women in the game that can play off the back foot like this with a straight bat. It's the power she is able to garner from that back foot and clear the front leg, but still be able to hold her shape. Makes her such a dangerous batter to face. So Alana Dalzell will now go and have a chat with her captain just to try and figure out, is there any way she can find a way to stop the flow of runs here.
Very deliberate discussions. I can tell you that Orla Prendergast is doing a few warm-up actions. I wonder if it's just to keep limber or if there is an indication she might be coming back soon. Only bowled 4 overs so far. Dalzell halfway through her 6th. Slower ball, outside edge between 2 fielders. It'll run away for 4, and that's agony for Ireland.
Well, it could have gone anywhere. Genuinely no control on that shot. Very unusual for Hayley Matthews. Looked to play this straighter. So good through that point area, but she didn't mean to send it there. Looking to play it straight, and Amy Maguire just too square for that. Finds the gap. Didn't pick it, but finds the gap, and 4 more.
Well, she's starting to launch now, Hayley Matthews. 4-4-4.
It's so different, the 2 shots. The outcome the same, but the previous 4 so streaky. Great control on this one again, on the back foot. Readies herself and has such trust in her technique that she's able to once more send it over mid-on. The change in the field now is that long on has gone back and square is coming in. So forcing Matthews, if she wants to find an easy boundary to play across the line, which I think is a better option for Alana Dalzell, who really needs to get a little bit fuller.
Chases a wide one, and that's going to be another boundary. 4 fours to finish the 20th over. 15 off the over, 19 off the over rather.
Now 130 for 1 after 20. Back of the hand slower ball sent the distance as well from Alana Dalzell. So Gabby Lewis will have to shuffle the deck again. Who can she turn to try and stem the flow of runs? As Alana Dalzell has not been the answer. Got nice and deep in the crease. Hits it in front of point. So Dwayne DeLocca, after a long stint, will make way for Julia Price, who's been, no doubt, thinking what tactics Gabby Lewis could turn to. Dalzell's been expensive, 6 overs for 49. Cara Murray is still on. So just the 5 bowlers used, no Lulu Little thus far. A quick single, Julia Price. Maybe they sensed you're back in position.
Well, they know I'm going to blast them for it.
Not for you're not going to blast them for this quick single. Blast them if they don't take it.
Correct, absolutely. Much better. Yeah, there's just this tendency, and they're doing it so easily. It's so easy to fall into just a little bit of complacency in between the wickets.
And I think as well they hit it so hard that you're back on the ring, so there should be single options there for you.
Oh, interesting enough, Little hasn't been given the ball yet. Bowled very well in the previous game. Can't imagine after a 21-19, in fact, from Dalzell. Well read from Maguire.
Yeah, justice for Little. Oh dear.
And the overthrow into the keeper. Just a little bit sloppy there. And again, the next overthrow again. The West Indies, they're nearly being forced to take these singles.
Yeah, just look a bit frayed, don't they, Ireland, which is understandable. And they seem bereft of answers.
Yeah, it is tough when you feel like you're bowling in the right areas. We just have another look at this. There's the double overthrow. And you think you're bowling in the right areas, and you've got a quality batter such as Hayley Matthews at one end, Stefani Taylor at the other. It can make it very, very difficult. They're going at a good click at the moment. I heard you were comparing scores from 21, 80 for 3 at the same point. That's 50 runs difference. Another full toss over pitch this one. Taylor this time puts it away, finds some space over mid-wicket, and another boundary for the West Indies.
Yeah, just both players showing the value of having such a stable base, knowing where your boundary options are when there's a poor delivery. And they're able to score off the good balls, but then once she gets the full toss, that's an important one to know when you're facing a leg spinner, to know where you're going to put the bad ball, because so often you can find the fielder in the deep when you get a full toss if you're not ready for it. But both Matthews and Taylor, excellent at that. It's not been a good spell from Murray. Just under 3 overs and going at 9s.
It's good to see she's got a smile on the face as well. She digs this one into the pitch, gets a little bit of turn. It's a dot ball, 138 for 1. A tough spell for Cara Murray. She went for 27 from her 3. The West Indies are looking like they want the afternoon off at the moment. They're putting the foot down. Just trying to find as many boundaries as possible and making it difficult. Gabby Lewis is certainly doing her best with the bowlers, working with them. She can't do much more than that. Looks like Louise Little might be replacing Alana Dalzell. Great spell from her the other day. 1 for 25 from the 5. Picked up the only wicket in the game. And that was of Grimond when she was on 91. So is this the great white hope for Ireland? Their plans early, I thought, were really good. They obviously discussed it, gone around, spoken about what were key areas, and keeping the ball on the stumps pretty much. They seem to have not necessarily gone away from that, but what has happened?
I think the length is now the problem. So they fixed one thing, bowled straighter, which is something that Little actually did well 2 days ago. Bowled pretty much on the stumps and bowled a hard length. That's come off Hayley Matthews' thigh pad. Would have been something to have both captains dismissed, strangled down the leg side.
Just have another look at this one. It just lost it out of their hand. Looks like a clipped pad. Well taken from Amy Hunter. Good position. They would have been very enthusiastically appealing for that one.
Yeah, and I mean, as a keeper, I imagine you can't tell. You just know that there's been a deviation, so you don't necessarily know if it's pad or bat.
Most of the time you do know.
Okay.
It's just the different sound. I mean, before, even with Gabby Lewis, when we heard that nick down leg, it did sound quite woody, where that one did sound like a lower thud.
You've got good ears from here.
Yeah, she's playing it so late. Hayley Matthews under the eyes, good control. When it's a good ball like that, she's still getting those away.
Yeah, what I was going to say was it was a similar delivery to the previous one. Previous one, she punched mid-on. Very next ball, she's got a plan for if I face that again. How I'm going to score is just play it a little bit later into the vacant mid-wicket area. Ireland, it feels like, you know, it can take a while to come up with those plans out in the middle.
Good areas again from Little.
Yeah, for her, the challenge will be to almost say to Gabby Lewis, I should be coming on earlier in the game. She's the 6th bowler used. Dalzell had 2 spells before they turned to Little.
Yeah, we're only in the 22nd over though. Probably feels like an eternity for a lot of the Irish players out there at the moment. It's so difficult to be able to turn this around. How do you shift the momentum? Well bowled into the deck there, and some good running from the West Indies.
Yeah, Amy Maguire just needs to stop throwing the ball just quietly as well. That could have gone for extras, unnecessary extras.
There are times when you are struggling in the game that you do tend to switch off a fraction early, and I think the fact that she's trying to maybe put pressure on them, throw at the stumps, and it may be the bowler or the person backing up that may have switched off already, not expecting that throw. So I don't completely blame Amy Maguire for that one, but I know what you're saying.
No, but I don't mind her throwing it, but normally, but at the moment the throws aren't going where they should be going. If the Amy Hunter one went over her head, that one was wide of the stumps. And Hayley Matthews enjoys another overthrow. Wow. Hayley Matthews enjoys playing against Ireland. 17 matches before today, 808 runs, 300s, 450s, and an average of over 75 and 31 wickets as well. So not a good matchup for Ireland. 22 gone, 141 for 1.
But I imagine she's probably got a few countries that have got a similar matchup. She's an outstanding player.
Yeah, I think actually her matchup against Australia is pretty good as well.
It is pretty handy, yeah. She's belted us around a few times. I like this move from Gabby Lewis. Orla Prendergast bringing her back on, the number 1 bowler for Ireland. Picked up the wicket today. Caught behind. That was a great start for the Irish. 1 for 1 off the first over.
That was probably the only time in the game you felt like Ireland was on top. No, it's been really professional, I think, from West Indies, and I mean we've seen a lot of them in the last 5-6 weeks, and it does feel like they're a team on the up. That they're building a much broader group of players that can have significant contributions, not just in the past when you would have said, right, these two that are in the middle, DeAndre Doughton, and you're relying on them. A lot more players wanting to be the match winners in the side for West Indies.
Oh, just opens the face nicely on this one. Plays it under the eyes. Another ball that's just could have been a good delivery, but it somehow manages to find the boundary.
Yeah, you bowl that against most people and you're thinking that's a dot ball, but Hayley Matthews has such a strength in that area behind point and on the back foot as well. 3rd inside the ring, but I don't think even if she'd been out, Leopold she would have been able to cut that off.
We've got all the Prendergast now in on the overthrows. It's catching. Bowl the dot ball. Keep the dot ball.
I don't mind that throw, to be fair. Hayley Matthews was wandering around the place. Cover mid-wicket square, and fine on the boundaries. So the Yorker was a bit of a bluff. She's way down the pitch, Amy Matthews, which has encouraged Amy Hunter to come up to the stumps.
This will be a good effort. All the Prendergast bowls around that sort of 110 to 114 mark. It's the slower ball. Nice and full and straight. Matthews on 97. Just seems to have happened out of nowhere.
Yeah, you're right. I actually, when you said that, found myself looking down at this at the screen to think that can't be right. They're only on 145.
Okay, another slow delivery, squeezed out. So this is where Orla Prendergast, and we've discussed this quite a few times, that she does reflect quite well on what's working, what's not working, and clearly she's understanding. Firstly is the line, keep the stumps in play, and secondly, just taking that pace off, a little bit tougher to play on this pitch today.
I will say, having the 3 out on the leg side like that, though, with the keeper up to the stumps, it's a funny combination, because you usually think someone's going to dig it in if those 3 are out, but she can't really do that with the keeper up.
Yeah, and this pitch isn't really one for the short ball either. Unlikely that you're going to get one around the throat. Just nudging it around nicely. It's a good over from Prendergast as well. Just went for the 6. That 4, lucky 4 off the first ball. 147 for 1.
Making it look easy. Both players, but Hayley Matthews in particular. I'm always intrigued to hear that there are players who, when they come together in the middle between overs, they don't talk about the cricket.
What did you talk about?
The cricket. Probably too much, and so my partners would be annoyed. Probably would have been a good thing for me, actually, to switch off from it and talk about something else in between, but too late now.
This is a good second over already from Lou Little. She's been quite economical. 3 just in her first over, and it does make you wonder why she was held off for so long after bowling so well in game 1.
Yeah, she's just not really been considered as frontline bowler for a while, and having obviously pretty much seen every game that Ireland have played, I can understand why. She's always just a little bit off the mark when she was given opportunities.
Play and miss. We haven't seen too many of those today. Just bowling it into the wicket. Good plan from Little, and a good take as well from Amy Hunter.
I think she's got the natural attributes you want, actually, for this surface, because she's that bit taller and bowls into the surface. We've mentioned it a lot. It's a good batting wicket, so having that ability to bowl into the pitch with the keeper up to the stumps just gives her a bit of an edge over, say, an Alana Dalzell.
Okay, just looking for that drop and run. Go straight through the hands of Amy Hunter. That's not the fielder's fault this time, as Gabby Lewis. You can just see her just go straight back to her mark. Big breath. When things don't go right, they sometimes go completely pear-shaped.
I don't think I've ever seen so many overthrows in such a short space of time at a professional level, or at any level.
It's nearly one of those moments where you want to bring everyone in just to go, come on guys, let's get back on this.
As a bowler, it's so frustrating as well. Like, you've done your job, and then like a tight single as it was, and then you get another one against you.
They're just trying to get Hayley Matthews off strike.
That'd be an expensive pastime, wouldn't it? If every time you want to get her off strike, you just throw it past.
Calls through for the quick single this time. Makes it easily. There's just a little bit of an urgency now with the West Indies. They've sort of snapped into upping the scoring rate, getting that running between wickets. 150 comes up for the West Indies now, just for the loss of 1 wicket. Hayley Matthews on strike on 98. Gives a width, gets away with it. Hayley Matthews is probably thinking, beautiful, this is my 12th. Into the over, 150 for 1.
Yeah, when you look at conversion as well, Hayley Matthews has 1100s before today and 850s before today. Stefani Taylor 800s but 42 50s, so that conversion rate's nowhere near as good.
So it depends where you bat a little bit, but she did bat. She opened for a little while there,
Yeah.
then she dropped down the order.
Well, she's been
I'd
top.
happily take 42
Yeah.
50s.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not complaining.
No, I understand your point completely.
Yeah.
And that's why Hayley Matthews is one of the best. And it's something that maybe Ireland can learn from, is how to convert those 50s. A couple of good 50s today for them. Works this one nicely off the hip. Matthews back on strike. The 150 partnership. Obviously, didn't want the 258 from yesterday to be outdone. Trying their hardest to second wicket partnership record.
Yeah, second wicket partnership record is 176, so they do have time to beat that record today if they stay together.
Just nicely worked off the hip there. Hayley Matthews in no hurry. There's no such thing as the nervous 90s for Hayley Matthews. Well dug out, well bowled, Prendergast.
We were talking about Hayley Matthews against Ireland and then how she goes against Australia. 30 matches against Australia, 1,086 runs at 39, so about not quite half the average, but 107 50s. So she prefers the 50s against Australia.
We do too.
Ger Siggins doing the stats for us from afar. That's when Dwayne doesn't have it.
Has he got any soccer stats for us? We were discussing before the conversations that the batters have between wickets and between overs. We'll come back to that. Well, nicely timed. It might beat Cara Murray. Now it does. Nicely played off the hip from Stefani Taylor. She doesn't want to go missing from the action. That moves her to 47. You see this little fist pump. No conversation there at all that time. But the discussion when someone's on a milestone or close to a milestone would be slightly different.
It was an interesting shot, wasn't it? I think she expected it to get up more, Stefani Taylor, but good adjustment from her. Sweet sound off the bat.
Oh, a loose one down leg, just again finishing the action. We've seen that a few times today. I've been guilty of it. Have Ireland on numerous occasions.
I think when she's trying to bowl a Yorker or the Prendergast, she often just drops the angle of her arm, but bowls a little bit more sidearm, and I think that was the occasion there. So needs to hold on to the ball for slightly longer to keep the line straight.
Oh, she's been hit. I think they might have got a little bit of tiny bit of bat on that. Hands on the hips. Not happy about it, but not much you can do about it. Taylor gets away with that one. 157 for 1.
He's been on move today, hasn't he, Gareth Morrison, standing in his first one-day international.
He's getting peppered at that end, isn't he?
Yeah.
A lot of pressure in ODI cricket. Haley Matthews just getting change of gloves. A bit of a drink at the same time. But conversations now, and maybe a Panadol or two, or what, paracetamol, Tylenol, what do you call it over here?
Yeah.
One of those.
Panadol.
The conversations in the middle here, obviously Haley on 99, 47 for Stefani Taylor, both coming up to milestones, and they'll be discussing a little bit where they're looking. They probably even know where they're going to be hitting balls, but there are some people you want to talk to in the middle, and there are some people you avoid like the plague.
Who is the avoid like the plague for you?
I don't know if I should say it on air.
Someone who'd be offended?
Quite possibly.
Yeah.
But they were a very close talker. You know, they're in your face.
In your space.
You're trying to back away to your own crease, and they keep coming at you.
You can write it down for me. I won't out you. I think I might have been one of those people you didn't want to talk to in the middle, actually.
Well, yeah, I did like to talk about things other than cricket. A little bit of cricket chat, and then maybe a bit of food chat. What's for lunch?
Maybe you should have.
What's that song that was just on? I love that song.
Yeah, you were my coach. You should have taught me this. There's random things you reflect on in your career, and that's one where I'm like, yeah, I focused too much on the cricket. Probably needed to switch off.
Little break would be good for the brain.
Yeah.
Little to continue. Play and miss. There's a good areas here on 99. He hasn't missed too many today. No one seemed to get too excited about that. I'd be up and about when someone's on 99. It doesn't matter who they are. They've got to be just thinking, one more run. Put a little bit of pressure on, what we call scoreboard pressure.
Yeah, you and I had the correct reaction. I don't think anyone else out there did.
Wider delivery this time, got away with it. Wanted to go square.
This is kind of how everyone else plays in the 90s, right across the 90s, from 90 to 100. And Haley Matthews is just on 99, it seems.
It was an interesting time to take that break as well. You think you're in a bit of a momentum. You don't want to change too much. Cricketers are quite superstitious, aren't they? Just want to keep it moving. Well, 12th century for Haley Matthews. She punches this ball through cover in classical style off the back foot. Wonderful innings from her, and only off 92 deliveries as well.
Well, back-to-back centuries, and in the first one, you felt that she gave a couple of chances. Ireland will have been ruining missed chances, but today, she's been imperious. Such a beautiful batter to watch, and it just makes you think, how are you supposed to get her out? You're hoping for a full shot more than anything, because she's so strong off both the front foot and, in particular, the back foot.
Taylor edges closer to her mark. We've had a couple of players out in the 90s already in this series. Amy Hunter from Ireland, 96, and Ria Liana Grimmond out on 91. No such for Haley Matthews. She just cruises right through the 90s and into the hundreds both times, both games so far. Good fielding. This is an excellent over from Louise Little. She's been very good.
Well, I mentioned earlier when bowlers bowl a spell how it seems, I don't know if it's actually meant by Haley Matthews, that she's a little bit quieter first over you bowl, then scores more heavily and then more heavily again. This is the first bowler really who she hasn't done that to. I mean, still a ball to go, but
oh, she's got a leading edge on this one. This has gone a long way up, looking confident underneath it. Cara Murray takes a very, very good catch and a fantastic wicket for Louise Little. Thoroughly deserved to bowl very, very well. And well, they've just put the mockers on it as well. Isabel Joyce, but what 100 from Haley Matthews, but what a wicket for Ireland.
yeah, Lulu Little has been brought in late into the attack and just reward for her happy to put the mockers on. Hayley Matthews goes for a round 100 from 94, 14 boundaries, 2 sixes. West Indies lose their second, 159 for 2.
Just a little bit of a variation delivery there. A couple of people coming in to decide who is going to catch it. Cara Murray in excellent position. She's got a good set of hands. Fingers up technique. I like that as an Australian. But another wonderful innings from Hayley Matthews, her second 100 in a row. We see Deandra Dotton coming out to the middle. Sometimes you sort of think, yeah, Hayley Matthews out and we bring Deandra Dotton in.
I was going to say, nice to see someone else. We've seen a lot of Hayley Matthews the last few days. It's entertaining, but let's see, give someone else a go. Seventh match for Deandra Dotton.
Prendergast to continue. Can Ireland just take this opportunity to squeeze a little? It's the first time for quite a while they've had anyone not having faced any balls.
I see what you did there with the little.
Thank you.
Couldn't let it go unnoticed or unacknowledged. Ireland need to just try and up their energy levels now that Hayley Matthews is no longer there.
Good connection once again. Stokel gets around. They're going to come back for the second. Taylor's found some energy. Get back for the 2. And that brings up the 50. That is always a good motivating factor. He's coming to a milestone. That's her 43rd 50 for the West Indies. And what a contributor she has been. And what an amazing partnership with opener Hayley Matthews as well.
Well, so many retirements of late. And there was talk about, well, there are going to be a few more coming from West Indies. No such thing from Stefanie Taylor, who just seems to be getting better and better. Good
areas there from Ulla Prendergast. Went up, got a little wide on the previous delivery, but back honing in on those stumps. Field still spread. They'll be looking to give Taylor the 1. Try and focus on the new batter to the crease. Gain that width. Amy Maguire, though, solid. Interesting little shot at the stumps again. This time they field it well aware. Leah Paul backing up.
Yeah, you have to spare a thought as well for Deandra Dotton. She's spent a lot of time in her pads the last few games. Number 4, you've got to pad up straight away. So she looks itching and ready to go.
Can be difficult as well coming out after such a big partnership. You're thinking, oh, I'll just continue on where they've left off, and you don't give yourself that time to get into your innings.
Yeah, absolutely. And also just mentally it's quite tiring, because obviously when you're the next player in, you're thinking about it as if you were out there. Because you're trying to make plans for each bowler, because you might be out there the next ball, right? So it's a long time to be switched on without actually playing any shots.
Width again, this time just for 1. Stokel does the clearing up. 162 for 2. Excellent over there from Prendergast. Need a few more of those.
Good partnership, bowling partnership between Prendergast and Little. Little confidently walking up to Claire Polisak and giving her a cap as if to say, I shall be staying on, which only right. 1 for 8 from 3.
It's very Deandra Dotton-like, in fact. Just demanding when you're going to bowl. We'll continue 1 for 8 from her 3. She's been outstanding. And that Matthews wicket was thoroughly deserved. Just gets the bottom edge and Dotton sneaks through for the single.
She's just getting a tiny little bit of movement in because of the angle of her wrist, Louise Little. And that shot, a rare one where Stefanie Taylor's looked to play a flat bad shot when she probably should have played with a straighter bat. So just being able to draw the full shot more than anyone else today in the Ireland bowling lineup, Louise Little.
Oh, a little uppish. It's that hold in the wicket that we've been discussing. Why it's so difficult to get in. A little bit of patience to start your innings.
It's difficult to get in, but then I think once you come to terms with it and you can read length well, as Hayley Matthews and Stefanie Taylor did, it just means you have to be so disciplined with your length, which Ireland haven't been. They've been much better about their line, but been too short quite often today.
Little misfield and they get through for the single. Ireland just letting themselves down occasionally in the field. A few overthrows, a few little misfields.
Yeah, how many overthrows has it been? 4 or 5?
Probably 5, I think.
Seems to have dealt with the holding the pitch quite quickly there, Deandra Dotton.
Yeah, well, it's good to see that Amy Hunter's also up, not allowing Deandra Dotton to use the feet. It does like going to cow, down ground, both fielders up at the moment. I like this field that they've got for Dotton.
Back on that hard length, which is good from Louise Little.
She's got plenty of potential to be able to bowl a leg cutter with her action as well. You've mentioned her wrist position. It's in a really nice position facing towards the stumps from a high arm release. All she needs to start doing is dragging the ball down the side of the ball. She's still learning, obviously, developing different variations.
Yeah, it is surprising actually that that's not really her go-to. I think it's the back of the hand she generally bowls for her change-up.
Yeah, the 28th over, 165 for 2.
So run rate required just 3.5.
Little hasn't gone over 3 yet in one of her overs. So probably one to keep on if you want to keep under 5.
Bring her on from both ends.
I'd have liked to have seen someone maybe in a short catching position in front of the wicket for Dotton. She gets used to the pace of the wicket. Another change of bowler, all Prendergast off, replaced by Georgina Dempsey.
Well, I just wonder, will Gabby Lewis learn from that uppish couple of shots that we saw from Deandra Dotton? And if you do get a new batter in, that she maybe brings in a catcher the next time. I still think it's worth a go when Deandra Dotton does come on strike against Regina Dempsey as well.
And I think as well with the position that the team's in at the moment, they have to take wickets, otherwise they're just going to get run down. So you'd rather attack and lose than, get them over the line and still be 2 down at the end.
Yep, spot on.
Played very late.
That fielder in third is very fine, Cara Murray.
She's very fine. She's on that sort of a second slip line.
It's the kind of position where, as a captain, maybe you just didn't see because she hasn't been fielding down there much. Leah Paul's been in that position, so when she fielded it there, I'm surprised that someone didn't move her wider.
Good connection from Dot. And the misfield parry off the hand from Dempsey. Sneak through for another one.
Yeah, probably save 3, you'd think. Good athleticism off her own bowling.
Good having Leah Paul there as well, though, at mid-on, being the left-hander. She did swap with Cara Murray, who had been there earlier in the day. Nice and straight again. Good areas from Dempsey. I've been really impressed with her and Lou Little, both games so far. And they've been handed the ball, they've really stepped up.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of been a theme, actually, in Irish cricket the last month, because the India series for the men, a couple of debutants came in because of injuries, and they grabbed that opportunity with both hands, Joy Mundra and Matthew Hollard. So it is, the more players you have playing at the high level, the more good players that you have to take that opportunity when it comes your way.
And I know these two batters are experienced, but it's also a good opportunity for the West Indies to try and chase down a total without Hayley Matthews being out there in the middle and driving it, even though she has contributed 100 runs to the to the chase.
Literally 2/3 of the runs before she got out.
Wonderful over. Just the 2 off it from Georgina Dempsey. 167 for 2.
Yeah, good captaincy, I think, from Gabby Lewis, actually taking Orla Prendergast off at that moment, because you want to have her a few overs from her to try and break partnership if needed. So bring Dempsey on, but tell her to bowl straight, try and apply some pressure. Between them, Louise Little and Georgina Dempsey doing a good job.
A little disappointing we haven't spotted the ice cream van today. It is a Sunday, though. We need to put a call in.
Surely Sunday's a good day for business for an ice cream van.
Probably driving around everywhere. Little continues. Good change of pace. See Dotton is struggling. I'd just love to see that pushing someone in a little tighter, maybe even if it is Gabby Lewis herself. And she has a little bit of a chat to Orla Prendergast about the setup of Deandra Dotton.
Yeah, I think she's commenting on the fact that it's very similar to Gabby Lewis's own setup. It does feel like Deandra Dotton's about to do something, doesn't it? It's either she's going to take the field on or use her feet, keep her up to the stumps, be damned.
Yeah, I feel that she's actually just going to belt one through the field any second. She's just been holding off. She's got the feel from those last 2 shots. You can see that she's hit them under their eyes. Just a change of pace here from Little might be good, just to mess with that. Oh, they go for the quick single. If they'd taken that cleanly, Cara Murray might have had a chance.
Yeah, I mean, so much of fielding is predicting what's going to happen and what way the ball's going to move, and I wouldn't have predicted that to bounce up like that either. I mean, she attacked it well. She put herself in a position that if she had collected it cleanly, that she would have had a chance for the run out. So there are faults that you're happy with as a coach, and that would be the mistake you would want if there's going to be a mistake. It was almost the same with Alana Dalzell when she was one of the 2 extra covers. She kept on really attacking the ball, even when Stefani Taylor and Hayley Matthews were never looking like they wanted a single. And I think that was a good standard that she was setting. It's like, okay, you guys aren't keen on quick singles, but if you're playing someone else that relies more on quick singles, I'm going to be ready.
Oh, upish. Finds the space, though. Off the back foot. Stefani Taylor, where she's pulled that from, but it was magnificent work from her.
Yeah, really full for that shot, wasn't it? It was a bit of Caribbean flair. Calypso flair. Have a look at this. A really full, wide from Lulu Little. Got the front leg out of the way and a full extension. Just really strong hands from Stefani Taylor.
Great awareness of your field. This one in short. Looks for the quick single. Dotton makes it easily. Another shy at the stumps. Very good over once again from Louise Little. 173 for 2 after 30. Look at the batting card. Ellie Matthews on 100. Next figure down is Grimman with no runs. Quite a contrast there. Stefani Taylor out in the middle. She put on a magnificent partnership. 158 with Hayley Matthews, and she's looking strong. 59 not out. It's just been joined by Deandra Dotton, and I've just been joined by Dwayne DeLocca.
Thank you, Julia. Good to be back. What have I missed?
Not much.
Not much.
100, 50.
Brilliant innings from Hayley Matthews again. Another century. Back-to-back centuries. Not for the first time in her career, but what she's doing is just ramping up the centuries count in the ICC Women's Championship as well. Now the second highest scorer behind Maddie Green of New Zealand.
I've been super impressed with Dempsey. Just that lack of bounces and accuracy of keeping the stumps in play is making it really difficult, even for someone like Stefani Taylor, who's been out there for quite a while, and then also picking up the wicket of Matthews.
Yeah, sensational.
Actually, lied. That was Little.
Little, but she has been impressive. She's forced the batters into bringing out some of their creative best, as it were. And Matthews was sublime at doing that. Taylor, though, in rotating the strike, she played some extraordinary shots just to get the ball away, really good balls away for a single, so that she could get Matthews back on strike. She's taken the senior role now in the partnership since Dotton has joined. But you're right, Dempsey and Little again, sticking their hands up magnificently.
Oh, very, very close. Ola Prendergast. Not sure if that carried.
I don't think it carried, not from my vantage point. Could be wrong.
Wonderful.
Hit very firmly, though.
Certainly was, and it was a wonderful attempt to catch. And you put your best fielders in these key positions, and Ola Prendergast is one of them. We've seen Amy Maguire. She's just been stopping everything at sort of that backward point. Now, Prendergast at mid-wicket.
This one a little tamer. She's had a few that have stung the palms today, Ola Prendergast.
Deandra Dotton just looking like she's wanting to launch. But, just losing the shape at the moment.
Scoot away, all the way. So Dotton registers her first boundary of the innings. End of 31, West Indies 178 for 2.
He got a little cramped for space there, but still managed to hit it in the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. And timed it perfectly.
Not too much wrong with the ball. Maybe a little straight, if anything, but even then, not too much wrong. So Louise Little is going to be replaced from the clubhouse end. Amy Maguire back into the attack to bowl her 5th over now. First 4 having gone for 21.
It didn't start off overly well.
But she didn't get hit either.
Correct. She brought it back. She could see that she was working through in her head what was going wrong. And it's so important that your players, when you're out there, understand what are the key routines that they need to go to, and when things don't go wrong, how do they fix it out there? That's a great ball straight away.
Amy Maguire is an interesting bowler. She doesn't always get it right, line and length, but she works so incredibly hard at it. And when she gets it right, she's spectacularly good. It's going to be Lewis as a shy at the stumps, and again the potential for overthrows, which West Indies will gleefully accept. Sarah Forbes unable to the ball that it whizzed past Amy Maguire. And Stefani Taylor might feel she's missed out there, but Amy Maguire, when she gets it right, I say she's really good. And that career best 5 for 19 against England in Belfast is one of the best I've seen in one-day internationals. It was 2 days after her 18th birthday. This one, though, hit firmly, and that's going to be one bounce over the rope. Taylor marches on.
Yeah, it was just sort of hung outside the off stump there, wasn't it? And just sort of sat up. Well, Stefani Taylor freed the arms up, mid-off, up. Easy boundary. Someone who's been in for quite a while. 66 runs now for Stefani Taylor.
Just takes the single. Worked off the pads rather than whipped.
It's really difficult for Ireland to work out how do they switch this around? How do they put the pressure on? With deliveries like that, it's just easy to get the single and rotate the strike. Mind you, they'll be happy that Dotton's on strike as the newer batter.
Another wide down leg. What did Dotton do? Suddenly dropped the bat, started shaking her left hand.
This is good captaincy from Gabby Lewis coming over. She's bowled a couple of wides down leg side. There's that tendency, as I was talking about, that left armour to, as they're coming around the wicket, just to over-rotate. Just can be exposed down leg side.
Slight change in the field here. Karen Murray is switched from mid-off to mid-on. Prendergast in the other direction. But back on the rope. This one tickled, should be 2.
Well, Dotton, she's very quick, always in and out the crease. Makes that 2 look very, very easy. She's going to have a chat with Stefani Taylor, keep her on board.
Well, I want to ask you for the next over what Ireland do, because it has been relentless in the sense that they got Grimond early. Taylor and Matthews batted beautifully. Full toss, high, and it should be. Cara Murray underneath it again, gleefully claims the catch. And that'll be a first wicket for Amy Maguire today to end the 5th. West Indies 189 for 3, and that's precisely what Ireland needed.
Well, I'm not going to say they need to bowl full tosses, but that certainly got the wickets in. It was Deandra Dotton. Doesn't like to be kept quiet for too long, and it was just far too tempting for her. Tried to hit this back over the pavilion. And all she managed to do was just get a top edge on it and hit it quite a few stories in the air. Good catch in the end by Cara Murray. It's her second for the day. And a good change of field. Certainly wasn't going to be for the full toss, and immediately you can see Dotton just drop ahead. Stefani Taylor wasn't going anywhere. And Cara Murray, good catch. Amy Maguire knows it wasn't the best of balls and just drops the head, but this is the point. You've got to be able to take advantage of whether it's a good or bad ball. You take a 4 when you nick one off, and you take the wicket when you bowl a full toss. It's still a wicket, and now they've got another batter out in the middle.
So Janelia Glasgow makes her way to the middle. Real potential with bat in hand, but seemed to be a little injured during the first innings. She was stretching for the latter half of the fielding and was twice off the field, placed by Mandy Mungrue. But did bowl 7 really good overs to start for West Indies today, an 8th that travelled a little. So Cara Murray, having secured her second catch of the day, will replace Georgina Dempsey from the Mason Road end.
Wouldn't have said either of them were too easy either. They were
No.
very, very high, swirling around. We've got a decent breeze out here, so excellent technique from the leg spinner.
And that'll please Cara Murray. Dropped a few during the tri-series, which she would normally have taken. She's among the players who deliberately works additionally on her fielding. And her catching. Cara Murray would love to chip in with a wicket of her own, though. Bowling to Taylor.
Interesting change as well. Cara Murray coming on. Dempsey had just been on, had gone for 2 and 5. I thought she looked pretty good. And bringing back Cara Murray, whether that's a match-up with Glasgow.
He's little, just coming in a little off the rope. So just the single. So Glasgow on strike, left-hander. And this is maybe why.
Just thinking a leg spinner and a left-hander aren't usually
no
peas and carrots, you know. I don't like either of peas and carrots, by the way.
Square peg, round hole.
Exactly.
Cara Murray.
They're bringing up the field, which I like. So they're having a little bit of a squeeze at the moment. Straight field is up.
Starts it wide-ish. Dempsey cuts that out. Let's go. Not quite the connection she would have liked.
You were talking before about what does Ireland need to do. Well, they're doing it right now.
That's so close, could have been. It might scoot away all the way to the boundary. Maybe a hand on it, indeed. It does go for 4. Georgina Dempsey diving one way. Louise Little diving another. Avoids them both.
Oh, very unlucky here. Good setup. Catching position, keeps it nice and full, gets her on the front foot, hits it in the air early. And that's what we've been seeing because this pitch is a little bit slow. You want those catches in front of the wicket. They probably missed a little bit of a catch with Dotton, mind you. She only scored 9. Glasgow learns this one. Keeps the ball on the ground, plays it late. It must be confusing for the West Indies when they play Scotland with a person called Glasgow in their team. Interesting surname.
End of 33, 195 for 3. It's under 50 to win now for West Indies. Victory is certainly within sight, but 7 wickets in hand, 17 overs remaining. A run rate required of under 3. In terms of the bowlers, though, who stood out for you?
Well, I think Little and Dempsey were the two that have stood out for me. Obviously, they look good because they've got a low economy as well. I think Prendergast has been pretty reasonable. I thought she was good in her first spell. Just went for that 12 and then sort of lost her way a little bit, got taken off for a fair while. But generally, even it's interesting with Murray coming back on, she's been very expensive early. So it was great to have the captain show some confidence in her to bring her back on. Only went for 6 off that over. So, I mean, it would be unlikely that Ireland would be able to get it back from here, but it isn't impossible. They just need to stay switched on. Once you get a few wickets is when you can switch back on and shift that momentum, which they've been struggling to do so far. Gabby Lewis just at long on. She's it's a difficult place to captain from.
It is, but she's just moved Georgina Dempsey quite a lot finer at mid-wicket. Well, that's just smashed. A little something on it from Cara Murray, but not enough to prevent that from careening over the rope for another 4.
Yeah, well, Cara Murray choosing to go with the fingers up again on a ball that was really low. Probably just had the wrong decision then. Came very, very quickly at her. Should have got a little harder behind that one. Got to get something on it.
Popped up and beautifully taken by Georgina Dempsey. Well, the first one hammered down the ground, the second popped up, and although she had a lot of work to do, Georgina Dempsey claims it spectacularly.
Oh, well, that's wonderful bowling from Maguire. It's wonderful captaincy from Gabby Lewis as well to have those catching positions in front of the wicket. Just brought her length back a little bit. And an excellent catch to remove Glasgow. And this is where the wobbly boots might come on a little bit for the West Indies. The momentum's starting to shift. They're within reach of the score. But the West Indies still aren't there yet. Glasgow out for 9. 199 for 4.
Well, maybe an element of fortune in the way she got her first wicket, Amy Maguire, but this was a really good delivery. Popped up, and that's a brave catch as well on the wide pitches. Taking a diving catch. And with that, as Shemaine Campbell makes her way to the middle, it looks like the players are taking the drinks break a couple of deliveries early. That was a great catch.
As the sponsor of this three-match one-day international series between Ireland and the West Indies, and indeed Evara, proud partner of the Ireland women's cricket team. And just a final reminder that the final game of this Evara series will take place back here at Brady this coming Wednesday. Start time scheduled for 10:45. We'll see you back here on Wednesday for that game 3 of this Evara series.
So Ireland, just a final few discussions before they reset. I have West Indies 4 wickets down now for 199. Well, West Indies only 43 away from victory. Shemaine Campbell has made her way to the middle. And she'll be facing Amy Maguire. 4 balls to go in this over as Maguire grabbed her second, and her second in 3 deliveries across 2 overs. Julia, Shemaine Campbell is about as experienced as they come, one of the most experienced in terms of women's one-day internationals and indeed international cricket. Only 17 away from 2,000 runs in the format, but what would be remarkable is she'd be only the 4th player to reach 2,000 if she gets there. But her batting has been in very fine form in the T20s, including that career best unbeaten 90.
Yeah, that was a wonderful knock against New Zealand to get home against them. I'd love to see that squeeze. Another shot at the stumps.
Gets off the mark, and 200 up for West Indies, 42 to win now.
Louise Little there at cover. Probably doesn't matter quite so much for Stefani Taylor. In fact, you could probably pull her back a little While Shemaine Campbell's just come in, whenever she's on strike, you do want to squeeze a little.
Leopold, good arm from the boundary.
So where Gabby Lewis brings herself up from long off to mid off. Just got the three fielders back. Two on leg, Cow deep backward square and cover out. Murray makes no mistake this time and gets around 201 for 4.
So full 16 overs remaining for West Indies to reach the remaining 41 and claim a series win as well as victory on the day. Cara Murray to continue. Campbell was interested. Taylor less so. There's that exuberance of the new batter at the other end when you've been there for 89 balls. No quick singles, thank you. This one is played very fine, and this is going to come all the way to the rope. Right in front of our position. Very nicely played by Taylor, who goes into the 70s.
Yeah, a little too full, a little too on leg stump. Just didn't quite get all the way around with her action. See that leg, the bowling arm finishing on her back leg instead of across her body. Good correction there.
This one played firmly. There's still work to do though, and Little, again valiant, but unable to reel it in. This time it's Campbell with the boundary.
Yeah, just seeing the lines all wrong here.
Taylor, right?
It's Taylor, it's all right. She progresses to 77. This is where challenges start happening for Gabby Lewis, the captain. Does she leave Cara Murray on? Does she switch her out? Who does she bring on?
Oh, so close to being another catch. This one will run away to the boundary again. 3 fours in 4 deliveries.
Oh, the full toss nearly struck again. Still dragging it through mid-wicket, just a catchable height. Just dips a little under here. Good attempt at mid-wicket, but fortunately for Ireland, it races away for another boundary. Taylor moves to 81.
And not even the quick Campbell wants to attempt a single there. 15 overs remain. West Indies 213 for 4.
I think Shemaine Campbell wants to get a little bit of strike for herself.
Just working it out. Taylor Taylor 19 away, and there was 29 to play with, and 25 to play with now as Campbell strikes true, and she strikes down the ground.
This time the over-pitched ball, misfield off her own bowling, was Maguire. So mid-on and mid-off, just far too straight. We weren't able to get around Murray. Misfield.
Hit firmly, goes through Dalzell, but enough on it to restrict West Indies. Just the single. Prendergast out of cover. Deep cover comes in to collect.
Lewis just dropping herself back. Taylor it long off. It's good movement from Dalzell. She's a good athlete. You've got Little in there, you've got Dalzell, you've got all the Prendergast out in the boundary. They're really clogging up that offside.
Well, this looks like it's going to go all the way. Indeed it does. Another boundary. Taylor 15 away now from a century.
Clogging up the offside is important, but if you're bowling outside leg, it's very difficult to utilise those fielders.
Very wide this time, gets away with it though. One ball to come in Maguire's 7th. Oh, overthrow again.
Well, I've nearly been hit by a flyaway arm there from Isabel Joyce, blowing up. Another misfield. It is incredible the number that have happened today. It's just that mental side of the game.
A little prod and go. This time, Georgina Dempsey says, I'll hold on to this ball. 36 overs done, West Indies, 224 for 4. Taylor, 14 away from a potential century. 18 runs to win though, and Campbell's on strike. Georgina Dempsey. Ball this 37th over. Isabel Joyce back in commentary position. Have you recovered after the number of overthrows you've seen?
No. No, this is, I mean, when I left the commentary position 6 overs ago, and the first few overs after, Ireland had a bright spot, didn't they? And then they've just been able to, West Indies, wrestle back control with 2 veterans.
Taylor hits it hard. Just the one though, goes to 87. Number considered unlucky in Australia amongst other countries. 13 short of 100.
Yeah, that tracks. I don't think I've ever heard that before. Well, she hasn't got much to play with, has she, Stefanie Taylor, to get to the 100 if she is trying to get there. Sarah Claxton hasn't had much of a role, has she, in this West Indies one-day team? Didn't bowl. She's obviously in past number 6. Kind of a strange one, isn't it?
Took a catch that delighted many.
That is true.
Highlight of career right there.
It's a long game if you're just there for one catch. No, she's a brilliant fielder. You don't usually get like a fielder in the 11 for 50 over cricket. T20 maybe.
No, yeah. Campbell trying to cut this away. Can't quite go either side of Maguire. Just that little cluster of wickets, though, for Ireland made things a little more difficult for West Indies. Hayley Matthews fell on 159, and then it was Doughton in 189 and Glasgow on 199. Now, this partnership seeming a little more settled now. At the end of 37, West Indies 226 for 4.
A good over. Georgina Dempsey and Louise Little both growing in stature in terms of their bowling in this one-day team. Last game and this, both players that you wouldn't have thought would be in the 11 if others weren't injured.
Yeah, going in under 4 and over, Georgina Dempsey in the game today. Louise Little going in under 3.5 and over. Inside of that, though, everybody else markedly more expensive. Maguire to continue. Wide-ish, just the one.
Yeah, good to see the field being a bit more attacking when it's the new batter Campbell on strike. What she's been able to do, though, is still get singles, even though there are 4 fielders on the one in the ring on the offside.
Little so enthusiastic to try to field that. She's run all the way in front of Dalzell to pick that up. And they let it go to Dalzell.
An unusual, what was it, a Q end for that sweep shot that managed to get it to Sarah Forbes in mid-wicket.
Bring out the chalk.
Well, Sarah Forbes will continue warming up, I'm sure, next game. We're yet to see her today.
Struck firmly, but no run here.
And just looking at how West Indies have chased the last 2 games. Last game, it was in the 39th over that they chased the target of 270. And it's looking like it's going to be a similar number of overs today. So Ireland need to look at that and say, right, we've got 269 and 241. We're about a fifth of the overs less than we need to be. So if you take 270 the other day, a fifth of that is about another 50 runs, and they might have been actually competitive. We just didn't feel like they were attacking enough today.
Looping ball just out of reach of Dalzell. And Taylor remarkably doesn't come back for a second. Happy to keep the strike though. End of 38. West Indies 229 for 4.
Yeah, Campbell sent her back. I wonder, was it Campbell's awareness that it was the last ball of the over that came to the fore there. 13 runs to win, and Taylor needing 11 to get to a century.
It's just interesting how much trouble those full tosses that sort of break the peak of the helmet. They've caused a lot of trouble today, and in fact Amy Maguire's first wicket was one such. Not quite a moon ball, but certainly above the peak of the helmet. It forces you to throw your head back to actually gain sight of the ball once again.
I think it might be a case as well. I mean, with leg spinners, it's often the overspin means there's dip. So it's just, I think why Hayley Matthews is so good at playing those full tosses is she plays with a straight bat, so you're never caught out by the dip.
Dalzell back into the attack, bowling to Taylor on 89.
Yeah, most players when they play a full toss will play with a flat bat. So if you misjudge the height of the full toss, that's what gets you into trouble.
Squeezed away to Stokel. Taylor into 90.
She's done a little bit better, Alana Dalzell, than Jane Maguire did. That's the player she's replaced in the 11. Jane Maguire went for 62 in 6 overs a couple of days ago. Now 11 runs to win, so not much to play with for Stefanie Taylor.
No, and I just wonder how Campbell's going to play this. The team want the win first and foremost. Taylor has always been a team player. Campbell will be well aware of potential individual milestone as well.
You can probably add like 3 as well to that. Like you've got 14 runs, because if she's on strike with 1 run to win, then she can obviously hit a 4. Then you need to make sure not to run on that occasion, because if you complete the run before the ball reaches the boundary, you get the 1 and not the 4. That's the kind of stat I'd expect you to come out with, Dwayne. Not stat, rule.
It's not appropriate yet. Timing's off.
Need to prepare the viewer.
But certainly to add context, that one's going to go away for 4. No doubt about it. Taylor gets firmly behind that. That's 94 now for Taylor. She's 1 stroke away from 100. It'll be her 9th in one-day internationals.
Well, for me, I can't quite understand this bowling change. Alana Dalzell coming in to the attack. Georgina Dempsey's bowled 7 overs for 27. Louise Little has bowled 5 overs for 17.
Looks to go all the way, and it is all the way. Stefanie Taylor with a magnificent 100 off just 104 deliveries. Well, that is superb. Stefanie Taylor reaches her 9th one-day international century in some style.
Well, she played second fiddle for so long, didn't she, when Hayley Matthews was scoring freely, but now it's the Stefanie Taylor show. Cleared the front leg and hoists it over long on. Could flourish at the end, gave her the extra 2 that she got for sending it for 6.
Oh, that's full, and that's going to go all the way. A no ball and a 6, and that is clubbed by Taylor, who secures the series. She'll end 106 not out, as West Indies have chased down the target in which over?
Yep, the 39th again, almost exactly the same, just 1 ball slower than their win a couple of days ago. Slower ball went wrong. It would have been a no ball had there been a point, but only 1 run needed. She gave West Indies 6.
248 for 4 in chasing 242. Ireland defeated by West Indies, first by 9 wickets in the first match, in the second match by 6 wickets. And it's a series win so far, with a match to spare for West Indies. For Ireland, markedly better in certain areas today, but not so with bat, which didn't give them much to defend. West Indies, though, sublime with bat in hand. And look at the scores that have been coming in. Grimmond and Matthews in the first, double centurions in the second. Taylor unbeaten on 106 and Matthews out for 100 today.
Well, the numbers tell you that West Indies are a little bit more than 20% better than Ireland so far in these first 2 games. I will say that the resilience in this Irish group has been something to watch, because they could have easily folded today when things didn't go well early on, and instead it was a battling partnership between Stokel and Hunter. Hunter in particular struggling for fluency, but she stuck at the task and pushed through. But a big difference being that Ireland have had players get to milestones, have had players get to 50s, but haven't had the players that have pushed on and got to the 3 figures.
And to the closest of them, they're 96 in the first match, highest still by an Ireland player against West Indies in one-day internationals. And it's handshakes all round, and West Indies with the smiling faces largely against Ireland. Back to the drawing board, but there are positives to highlight, but not enough. They're in phases, if anything, not for prolonged periods.
No, well, I mean, you definitely, you've hit the nail on the head about the phases, and the good thing about cricket is that you can, in a loss, you can still point to performances and point to periods in a game where you feel like you were the better of the two teams, but Ireland have had precious few of those, really. 2 West Indian players getting past 3 figures, 2 Irish players getting past half centuries, so that's a big difference that Ireland will want to put right in the final match. But it is a series that belongs to West Indies. They've played, this is their 3rd series in the Women's Championship. They lost the first 2, only won 1 game across 2 bilateral series, one with Australia, one with Sri Lanka. And Hayley Matthews said that they needed to get points back. They needed to start building their points in that championship because it pushes you towards the next World Cup. And they came out with, it looked like determination both days.
So it's congratulations all around for West Indies, smiles on the faces. Finally Taylor getting back to the best. So taking a look back at the Ireland innings, it wasn't much in the pitch. There were some troubles early on for Ireland, but that partnership between Hunter and Stokel brought Ireland back. But they needed something extra a little earlier to get a genuinely competitive total, despite cameos from Paul and Dalzell in the closing stages. Batted through the 50 overs today, 241 for 7.
I think the bowlers from West Indies read the conditions well. It wasn't going to be a ground where you necessarily there were any demons, but it was a pitch that you could contain batters on. Hunter battled through and made a good 67 from 87, gave it away a little bit. Stokel survived a number of chances but made West Indies pay for the chances they did put down, 57 from 76. And then I thought Leah Paul batted brilliantly and was dismissed by an absolute worldie of a catch from Jazara Claxton. And there's that 106-run partnership for the 4th wicket, highest in one-day internationals for Ireland, a record that stood 25 years, broken today here in Breedy. And then a few other partnerships. The opening partnership actually looked pretty good before Forbes and then Lewis were both dismissed, and a handy little number of 15 runs dominated by Dalzell and Dempsey at the end.
The bowling was good, largely from West Indies. Fletcher took a little bit of tap today, 1 for 67 though from her 9 overs, and Ramarak a little expensive as well, 1 for 53 from her 9. Outside of that though, the economy rate's really good for West Indies bowlers. Glasgow, although she went for 11 in her last over, it was only 19 off her first 7. Hector Naught for 19 or 4, didn't do too much wrong, maybe a few too many variations, going a little, but 2 for 15 from Dotton, who was superb. She got the initial breakthroughs, taking the first 2 wickets. Elaine 1 for 22. And Hayley Matthews, 2 for 34 from her 10. She's got 5 in the series now to go along with 259 runs, which is rather remarkable. Another solid all-round performance. In terms of the chase, though, West Indies, after doing the hard work with ball in hand, after having won the toss and opting to bowl, began their chase in less than ideal fashion when Grimond fell for a duck. The first wicket stand in the first game, 258, was just 1 in the second. But Taylor came to the wicket to join Matthews.
Yeah, and it reads 100 for Taylor there rather than 106, and that's because the last ball was a no ball, and so that run counted before the 6, which is seems a little bit unfair, doesn't it? But a bit of symmetry on the scorecard because Matthews and Taylor both on around 100. Campbell came in at the end just to settle any nerves and play a conservative but a smart innings, 10 from 16 for her. Well, both games they've had big partnerships that have told for West Indies. 158 for the second wicket between Matthews and Taylor, 2 of the best known names around world cricket, not just West Indies. And then Taylor and Campbell ushered the team home at the end.
2 for 52 for Amy Maguire. The only bowler to strike twice for Ireland today, and that was in the space of 3 deliveries. 1 for 39 for Orla Prendergast. She struck in her first over to dismiss Grimond and scored 91 in the first. And Little again, another solid performance. The only Ireland bowler to take wickets in both matches so far of the series. 1 for 17 from her 5 today.
Yeah, 2 bowlers that took wickets and bowled with economy, only bowling 5 overs, Deandra Dotton and Lulu Little.
Yeah, a little surprising ultimately, but as things stood after the opening 50 overs for Ireland, 241 for 7. They were set a target of 242, chased down in the 39th over. West Indies women win by 6 wickets. They secure the series with 1 match to go. Now for the post-match presentation with Julia Price.
Welcome to the post-match presentation for the Evara Women's ODI Series. Today, winning by West Indies by 6 wickets. First of all, Cricket Island would like to start by thanking its valued sponsors, Evara Series title sponsor and primary sponsor of Ireland Women, as well as Toyota UK, Corpay, SD Bells, SIG Energy, and DMG Media. First of all, I'll start with the losing captain. I'll get Gabby Lewis to come on in. 241 today. It was tough going for you guys. What were the conditions like out there? Was it the bowling of the West Indies or was it the conditions?
Probably a bit of both. It was tough. They bowled really well up top. I think very much more consistent than the other day. And I think, credit to the girls to get us to a total of 240. It wasn't easy out there, but I think we did a great job.
Discussions around being able to accelerate. Are there certain people that have that role? Are there discussions at the drinks breaks on when to start putting the foot down?
Yeah, it's catch-22, I think you want to get us to a total, and I think, it was unlucky at times. I think we hit a lot of fielders, and on another day they go through and they go for boundaries. So I think the intent was there. I think, on another day it'll come off. Yeah, back to goals.
Much better lines today as well by the bowlers. As you discussed, you wanted to take away that width, but still lacking the ability to take the wickets.
Yeah, I think we were definitely a bit better than yesterday. I think we still have a bit to go. Our fielding wasn't 100% today on the ground, but I think better than the last game. But I think our standards still stand, and I think we still need to up it a bit more.
You must be pleased with the fight though from the girls. It's difficult sometimes when the batters are doing so well to keep them in the game, and they kept fighting right till the end.
Yeah, 100%. I think that comes with 50 over cricket. A lot of the girls wouldn't have a lot of games of 50 over cricket behind them. So I guess it's just sticking at it, and I think the girls did that great. It obviously was a tough period when Stefani and Hayley were batting, but I think they did really well to come back. That's what one or 2 wickets can do, and 50 overs is about ebbs and flows. So credit to the girls for that fight.
Couple of days off now. What's the plan? A bit of a mental break, or is it hitting the nets?
No, break tomorrow, and then back in the nets to hopefully improve and finish on a win on Wednesday. Enjoy
the break.
Thanks so much.
Now, for the next captain's interview, we're also awarding the Player of the Match award today. It's going to be presented by MBE recipient, former Ireland and India International Sport Northern Ireland Hall of Fame inductee, and Cricket Island board member Bobby Rao. And the winner is Hayley Matthews for her 2 for 34 and her 100 off 94 balls. Back-to-back hundreds for you, Hayley. What's the secret to the consistency?
I think just trying to play really mature innings. I think, I've tried to set some really early plans for myself and stick to those plans as the innings go on, and keep it pretty low risk and wait till the ball is in my strength areas to go at it.
It looked like they bowled a little straighter to you today. You're hitting more down ground. Yesterday or 2 days ago, you were scoring a lot squarer. Did they bowl better to you? Was the pitch holding up a little?
Yeah, I think they bowled a lot better today. They were definitely on straighter lines and made it a lot more difficult to score today. So I did have to adjust my game plan a bit more and probably let to score a bit more down the ground. But I think probably was able to score a bit off the back foot today, which helped me, I think, down the ground as well.
Partnerships have been a big discussion point in the commentary box. Is that what you guys talk about as well in order to get the big totals when you're setting?
100%. I think once we have wickets in hand, it means that we can really settle ourselves at the crease early on. I guess it gives us a chance to really be able to just bat the balls that we see and not have to try to do too much when it comes to scoring, knowing that we'll have wickets in hand and the opportunity to catch up later on if we need to.
Fielding standards have improved enormously, and there was that wonderful catch by Jazara Claxton today. Has that been another focus point with the coaching staff over the last sort of 12 months?
Yeah, we've obviously been looking to improve our fielding. I certainly feel as though in cricket on a whole, the team that feels better a lot of the time is the one that comes out on top of the game. We probably dropped a few today in the field, but I think it's magic moments like that with Evara that are really able to make a difference. And yeah, spectacular catch from her, and I think one for the ages.
You didn't make or qualify for the 50 over World Cup last year. Has that been a motivating factor in how hard you guys are training and now performing, particularly here in Ireland?
Yeah, it certainly has been. We definitely felt really heartbroken after not qualifying for the World Cup last year, and yeah, knew we had to put in a lot of hard yards to get to the level that we needed to be at. So yeah, I think performances like this definitely feels like we're reaping some rewards from that hard work, but yeah, obviously just the start of it as well, and we still have a long way to go to be up to par and up to scratch at where we really want to be.
Couple of days off for you guys now?
Yeah, hopefully we get 2 days off. That would be lovely. But yeah, I think well deserved by the group. Obviously 2 wins and a series win now, but still a really important final match to secure 2 more points.
So the 3-0 is the goal?
Yeah, 100%. I think every single match is really important regardless of if we've won the series or not. These are obviously crucial points to get on that championship table when it comes to qualifying for that next World Cup, and I guess ideally we wouldn't like to be going back to qualifiers, so picking up 2 extra points here in the final match would be very special for us.
Enjoy your few days off and well done today.
Thank you.
On behalf of Cricket Ireland, thank you to our sponsors, partners, players, match officials, volunteers and supporters for your contribution to a fantastic day of cricket. The series concludes on Wednesday at Breedy. Although the West Indies have claimed the series, valuable ICC Women's Championship points remain up for grabs. Thank you for joining us today, and we look forward to seeing many of you again at Breedy. Enjoy the rest of your evening.